Sorry, we just investigated. What's his name? The guy. The young buff guy, not the old buff guy. And it came back red. I don't understand why that's a key though, because, you know, we could hop timelines. And he'd be a wolf potentially, or a human. I was informed of my target's affliction the same way I was given the Guardian. That was strange, but it clearly happened, so I had no choice but to accept it. Anyway, it was something I'd predicted. However, what happened this morning certainly was it.
Oh,
everyone's alive! Yeah. No one had died last night. Now please, eat up. Wait, but what the fuck is his... I'm assuming he's a human because the achievement was called Takumi is clean. The people in the dining hall were far more cheerful than yesterday morning. It was obvious why. Not one of the neighbors had died. The betrayal they'd been warned about ended up not happening at all. Some were probably even beginning to hope that the traitors, the wolves, didn't exist at all.
だから言ったろう、ヤス。不妻子。こんなバカらしいことに付き合うやつはいねえんだって。
Takumi-san, who put the unity of Yasumizu above all else, was essentially cheerful. Well, maybe you're right.
まあ、そうかもね。
Yasunaga-kun made a big smile. It seemed like he was afraid to feel the good vibes here. Good vibes only. Kanzoshi, however, was probably just holding back from doing that. Kyonosuke looked like he was on the verge of killing the mood with some of his pessimism. I am so glad that you are all well. Yes, what a blessing. However, he held his tongue, probably out of consideration for Taesan and Rikako-san, who were crying in relief.
Oi.
Hey.
何かな?
What? Katsusugu-kun, who was washing the dishes with me, called out to me with a stern voice.
なんだよ。
What the hell? Nothing
何も起きね。何
What do
言っ
you
てる
mean
の？
nothing?
すごいことが起きたんだよ。 はあ？ 今日の宴で
You'll
いろ
know
いろ
more
わか
during
る
the
よ。
feast. That's got so
泡だらけだ。
Redo.
やり直し。
Shut up!
よ
Yoshi put
しくん
something
はお
out.
手
I
伝い
haven't
か
seen this in years.
もう
うるせえな。
You shut up too, and don't
さら
cheer
に
me on
指で
you
頑
trace.
張れ
Wait,
頑張れ
and don't
あ
cheer
とつ
me
けて
on
んじゃねえ
you
よ
trace on a play with your finger. Knock it off.
あ、バレた
Oh, you notice I used my
でも残
lips
念
though, not my
指
finger.
じゃなくて
A chance
唇
for
で
an
した
indirect kiss.
うわきったね。
Yuck.
ひどい
That's so mean.
知恵ね
Jenny, I'm
私
put
も
off
引く
too.
わ
What did they teach
外
you
で
while you
一
were
体
away?
何知恵ねえのオリジ
I
ナ
thought
ルだ
that
か
one
ら
out myself.
まったく知恵ねえは不潔だな
てめえは何してん
What the hell are you
だ
doing,
カモシが。
僕も手伝いだ
Helping.
レロラロ
Like you.
汚れを舐め
Don't
とっ
play with
て
your
んじゃ
tongue,
ね
damn
え。
Me too.
やめるんだ。
Stop,
その
there's
需要
zero
は
demand
な
for
い。
that. The dining hall sure was noisy. Auto-chain even screamed a little.
また
I'll look around again. With those words, Kanzo-san left. And so we ended up spending an uneventful morning in the dining hall together. I wasn't the only one absent-mindedly watching the clock. I wondered if she'd seen anything on her stomach when she checked. It felt like she was waiting for the feast to start, which made it seem like she had something to declare. She's gonna say that she's the snake. When Kanzo-san returned and declared the start of the feast, I felt like there would be trouble. No one was against it when he said it, but it turned out that the trouble was just delayed.
もういいんじゃねえか。
Don't you think it's enough, old man? I feel like... Sorry, I'm some Gatorade. I feel like there is one big ass empty spot on the right, so there's probably a way that we can get the big dude in here. Takumi-san said that instead of drinking from the cup. What? Why keep this up? The wolves don't want to kill the humans. Of course he would be the one to suggest that. Wait, is he a wolf? Just how naive are you? You don't understand the situation at all. What are you getting at? No one died simply because the wolves went for the one who was protected by the spider. Exactly. Yasunaga-kun, Haru-chan, and even Tei-chan had turned hostile last time. It was best to assume that those with the wolf's blessing would accept it to begin the murders. The spider couldn't protect themselves, meaning that they can pick 1 out of 14 people. 1/14 is about 7%. That's a little more than that.
昨日進め損ねた宴による狼べらしを進めるべきではないのかね。
I believe we should be thankful for our good fortune and continue using the feast to dispose of the wolves. So you think the chance that the wolves refuse their job is lower than 70%? Indeed. I believe it to be 0%. You really do know something, don't you? What's going on here? Why are you so certain? I merely believe we should be realistic about our situation. Listen, humans are generally peaceful creatures. So you believe that humans are intrinsically good. I don't know much about this stuff, but peace is kept up because it's dangerous to ruin it. As long as it's protected, most people are safe. You know how no one got hanged yesterday? We had wolves with us, right? How did it turn out that way? You're being too optimistic. We simply failed to get the correct distribution of votes.
おっちゃんを守ろうとして票を散らしたのかもしれないしね。
God damn it, he's the one that split up the vote. Everyone stared at Mochi in surprise. What do you mean?
いや、
Well, no one voted
僕
for
と
Uncle
安
after
井と香
Yasu,
織マ
Mom,
マ
and
がおっ
Kaori
ち
and
ゃ
I,
んに入れ
right?
た。あと1
He
票く
needed
らい
just
は
one more
入りそ
vote
う
but
なも
didn't
ん
get
な
it.
のに
Oh, I thought he
入
was
んなか
talking
った
about
よ
him,
ね
but。he's talking about
と
us.
なると、狼がかばい合ったのかもしれない
He
じゃん。
needed just one more vote but didn't get it. That makes it seem like the wolves protected one of their own.
じゃあ、
So there's
それ
wolves
より
among
下
those
に
that
狼
came after? That's what I was
待っ
thinking.
てよ、もっち。
Wait, are you saying
私
I'm a
が
wolf?
狼だって。いやいや、
Hey, I just wanted to mess with
僕は
Uncle.
単にお
Sorry.
っちゃんに突っかかりたかっ
Mochi
た
had
だけ
reached
だ。
the same conclusion
ご
I
め
had. I
ん。
couldn't tell if he was that sharp, if it was just so simple anyone could figure it out. And that's after... Oh, so he's talking, it could be either, like, literally anybody to the right of him.
鹿持ちのうかつな発言を真に受けないでいただ
I'd
きたいが
appreciate
ね
it if you didn't take Chikamochi's casual remarks seriously, but that was a possibility. You can't be too optimistic. So what, you're gonna hang someone even though no one died?
もう死んでる
Someone
って言
has
って
already
るでし
died. Mamiya-san's sudden shout attracted everyone's attention.
ょ。何なの？
Or
あなたの
what?
中では
Hashimoto-san
橋
wasn't
本
a
さん
person
は
to
人
you?
間。
うるせえ
Shut
な
up! What happened to him is horrible, but it's not like it was done by one of us.
どうしてそう言い
Why
切
are
れ
you
るの
so
よ。
certain?
狼の殺し
Because
と
the wolf
汚れは
killings and the
違うって
corruption
言
are
って
two
んだろう
different
が
things.
匠兄ちゃん、ちょっといい？
Takumi-chan, can I have a moment?
なんだよ
What is it?
私もさ
I、don't want to kill anyone,
人を
but I
殺し
am
た
a
い
bit
なんて
worried.
信頼さ
If
ん
we're to follow
に
Shinai
従う
Sama's
限り
rules, the only way for us to
私た
fight
ち
the
が
wolves is to
狼
hang
に
them in the
頼る。
beast.
その手
I'm
段を放
worried
棄
that
して
throwing
し
that
ま
away
う。
would be the death of us
私
all.
たち
Hey,
赤
actually,
だから、
that's why people
その
might
手
start
段
to
を
think
放
that
棄さ
anyone
せようとす
suggesting
る
to throw this
人が
method away is
狼に
actually a
なる。
wolf.
そう思い出す人が出てくる。
Takumi-san looked around and noticed the chill in the air about him. He noticed that a certain worry had begun mixing with a certain suspicion.
肝臓じいちゃん、
Kanzoji-chan, we're hanging someone today. Refuse that and you're a friend of the wolves.
知恵みも
I don't want to kill anyone either. Soft, but not as soft as Takumi. See what I had in mind?
ああどうするっ
Then
て
what
ん
are
だ
we supposed to do? You didn't decide who to hang yesterday. You think that's gonna change?
昨日とは
Not
違えだ
everyone's
ろ
the
匠
same. The
に
outsider lady and the
外の
lunatic
姉
have
ちゃんと
probably
イ
got
カレ
something
野
to
郎が
say. That's true. Let's hear them out. And if everyone is
彼らの
against
言い分
killing
を
in
聞い
spite
て
of what they say,
それでもみん
there'd
な
be
が
nothing
殺人
left
を
for
拒
us
否す
to
る
do,
なら
right, Kanzo-san?
もう仕方ないは
そんなことは
That
起
ain't
きん。
happening.
じゃあいい
Alright, speak up you two. We won't get anywhere else otherwise.
じゃあ、
I'll start
私
then.
が話します。
Big reveal. If she says she's the snake.
私は
Oh, I
蛇のカゴ者だった。
fucking knew it! Huh? Or as Mahito would say.
本当ですか
Really? You looked and saw the mark?
昨日
ええ、そうよ。
Yes, I am. That's why
だ
I
か
use
ら
my
きち
power
ん
to
と
look into
蛇のカゴ
someone.
で一人の正体
There
を調べ
was
たわよ。
no way.
し
But
かし
isn't that dangerous to
だ
reveal
から
now?
と
The
いっ
snake
て
is
今明か
extremely
すのは
important.
危険
それを踏ま
I'm
え
saying
ても
that I found out
対峙す
something
る
that
べ
makes
き
up
結
for
果が
that.
得られたので、山脇妙さんは
Teyamawaki-san is a wolf. The mood of the feast suddenly did a complete 180.
こりゃ
Shit. She's the wolf. Liar, you're the wolf here. Dude, Jesus Christ, that's not the good nuts. They screamed and were about to charge at each other. The others had to hold them back. Bachan, stop. No one's suspecting you. Mamiya-san, stop. This won't help anyone. A strange river filled the small hall. I was getting really uncomfortable here. Couldn't we just like... Oh, I guess that's not... I was like, why can't we just ask the real one to draw what they had on their stomach? Do we have any others claiming to be the snake? What's that supposed to mean? Please don't shout. If you really are the snake, then keep it cool. The lack of another snake is one of the conditions for us to believe you are the real one. Again, do we have any other snakes? What was my best option here? Since I was the real snake, she was definitely a fake who was clearly talking with ill intent. That meant I had to out myself. Otherwise, she would take control of the situation. That was the right thing to do. That was the right way to go about it. I knew that well. But I couldn't help but feel like that I was in an extremely difficult situation here. Fuck, dude. I have to. If I do, I'm at least protected. Well, no, they can hang me. Now isn't the time to rely on baseless intuition. I kept my silence now and tried to come out as a snake. If I kept my silence now and tried to come out as a snake later, I couldn't expect my words to hold much weight. It was okay given the situation. I was sure I can get people to believe me over Mamiya-san. I'm sorry. At that moment, I became the targets of everyone's attention. I felt like they were boring holes in me. I am the snake. What? So now Fusashi-san declared himself to be the snake. Anyone else? Do you really think a third person will step up? Yes, I do. Honestly, no, but better safe than sorry. Anyone else? As expected, no one stepped up, so there's no bad news. You're a wolf, aren't you? Can't you all tell? Now a second wolf has revealed themselves. Mamiya-san's outburst was also expected. She spent some time ranting afterwards, but piped out after Kanza-san told her to shut her mouth. Is it safe to assume that one of them is telling the truth? I believe so. Incidentally, who did you investigate with the power of the snake, Fusashi-san? Takumi-san, he's human. Yeah, that's right. I'm a human. Still, that isn't enough to prove he's innocent. If you were a wolf, you'd just tell the truth. Well, yeah, but the reception to my claim was rather dicey. See, I didn't know what the fuck his... I guess I kind of assumed it was human, but the way it popped up in the cutscene made it look like he was a wolf. There were those who believed me and those who doubted me from the start and still did. It didn't feel like it changed anyone's minds. What are we supposed to do? Now's not the time for pessimism. We still have enough to go off to make a decision. So for the time being, we hanged the reporter, then the city boy, and then Teba. Wait, what? A dumbfounded silence dominated the hall for a few seconds as everyone struggled to process what he'd said. Old man, what are you thinking? Wolves must be hanged. Hold on a minute. Evidence aside, it's obvious who the most suspicious one here is, right? You'll get off if you try to judge us with your nature. He wasn't exactly wrong. On the other hand, my nature was suspicious, so I felt there was a strong, unbiased doubt toward me. It wasn't fair to base it on double standards, but the people of Yasumizu would just look at me the same as Mamiya-san if I complained about that. Let me ask you something, Kanzo Makishima-san. Your logic is based on hanging anyone suspicious, not simply hanging those who claim those who claim to have a guardian, correct? Otherwise, no one else would dare claim to have a guardian after this. If they can prove themselves clean, there wouldn't be a need to hang them, right? But right now... Exactly, right now I believe all of us are suspicious. So you shouldn't be jumping to hang the three of us just yet. I agree, I believe that Fusashi and Mamiya-san should try using their guardians again and again. Yasunaga-kun sure was reliable. He jumped to the conclusion I was going to make ahead of time and told everyone, increasing its credibility more than I could have. Kanza-san didn't look satisfied, but it didn't seem like he could find solid grounds to argue. So what are we supposed to do, Nikki? Should we vote for the old hag? Oh, is it Nikki like brother or something? Quite the opposite at any rate. Since we'll say she's had a Mamiya-san inside for now, we'll have to vote for someone else. Oh yeah, Nikki is older brother. Damn, look at me learning Japanese. Someone? I believe we should all decide on one of the investigation targets. I consider that too, but I believe voting for someone else has more merit. I see. You're saying we should take a vote based on everyone's logic and not a vote based on people who may be clever one another.
そういうことです
Exactly, I'll put it in
皆
another
さん
so
に
the rest of you
もう少し分
understand
かりや
these
すく
things.
説明しますね明日から
Starting tomorrow,
久石さん
Saishi-san
と
and
間宮
Mamiya-san
さん
will
は
investigate their
自
own
分だ
targets
け
and
で選ん
announce
だ
the results.
それでいつか
Eventually, they should reach a
互い
mutually
に愛に矛盾す
contradictory
る結果
outcome.
がま
When
た
that
出る
time
はず
comes,
で
we
す
can decide which of them to
この
hang.
時例えば
For
タイバーが
example,
本
if
当に
Teba
人
really
だと
is
すれば
human, she knows that
タ
Mamiya-san
イバ
is
ーは間
lying,
宮さんが
and
偽
thus
物だと分か
we'll
るか
know
ら
who she's
正しく間宮
we'll
さん
know
に投票
she's
でき
right
る
to vote for her. That's right, I know.
逆にタイバ
But
ー
even
が
if
狼
Teba is a wolf, Mamiya-san
す
has
でに
already
敵
gone
対
out of
関
her way
係
to
となった
become
間
her
宮
enemy,
さん
so
とは
Teba will have to vote
投
against
票
her
でも敵対
regardless.
せず行動を縛る
That
こ
way,
とができ
Mamiya-san can restrict her actions.
あ
She
えて
won't be
人
able to
側
sway
の
the
投
humans'
票をし
votes
て
in
ご
any
まか
way.
すということができそう考え
When
る
you
と
take that into account,
タイバ
Teba's
ーの
actions
行動
are
は
already
すでに
restricted,
縛
so
られ
there's
てい
no
る
need for us to rush now.
それよりは
You mean it's more
他
important
に
to
行動を
prioritize
縛られ
restricting
て
more
るや
people's
つを増
actions
や
in the
す方
same way?
そう
Right,
それ
and
でその
eventually,
結果
once we determine whether
久石さんと
Saishi-san
間
or
宮さん
Mamiya-san is lying,
ど
we'll
ちら
reveal
が
all the
怪しい
results
か
up
と
until
そ
then.
れで必要な
And
ら
if we need to, we'll just
改
hang
め
them
てくればいい
afterwards.
今の説明
Did any
で
of it get that?
はい
Yes.
うん
Yeah.
私も
I
分
did.
かった
So what you're saying is to wait for more clues to come out and vote for anyone who wasn't investigated today. I'm against hanging, but if that's what you're all going to choose, then I want to go with Yasu's plan.
そうで
I
す
agree. I believe it is best not to
私
treat those who claim to have guardians too carelessly for now.
しかし早期に
If we
狼の
manage
数
to
を減ら
eliminate
せ
a
ば
wolf early
心
on,
理
the
的
rest
な
will
圧
feel
迫によってミス
psychologically
を誘
cornered
発
and
す
be
るこ
more
とも
likely to slip up.
少なくとも
At the very
ボ
least,
ン
the
クラ
fact
野郎
that
が
Flock
ブ
is
ツブツ言っ
complaining
てるっ
means
て
this
の
is
は
a good idea.
いい選択っ
Doesn't
て
it?
ことなんじゃねえのか
I wanted to point out how rude that was, but chose to keep quiet after realizing I wasn't in a position to just speak my mind.
やっさん
Old man,
もう
let's vote already.
今日取れ
Is that why he's calling him Yasun? Because that's what Yasun is old man? Kanza-san probably hadn't changed his mind, but the fact he was letting the vote start meant he wasn't denying that going with Yasunaga-kun's plan was logical. He probably acknowledged that the plan made a certain amount of sense too. He was just too proud to admit it. Nope. Jujul failed me. It wasn't just the player's power relationships and the rationality, validity of their actions that had influence here. It was also their personalities, preferences, and standing. In that respect, politics were a game, and the Feast of the Yummy Purge was politics, meaning the feast was a game of sorts. Anyway, I wouldn't be gathering any votes for this round, and neither would Mamiya-san. No, wait. Wasn't this bad? Does anyone not
票
want to
を
vote?
取らないことを希望する
Takumi-san
や
raised
つは
his own hand. Chami hesitated, but didn't go for it in the end, leaving him all alone.
わかっ
Fine,
た
that's enough.
もういい
神坂
We'll
ら
vote who to hang
ク
starting
クル
from the
も
head.
言ってけ
The voting began with no answer my concern. Why is it bad? You! Me again, what a messed up old timer.
わしは
I'm voting
記
for the
者の
journal
女に
lady.
入れる
I was expecting he voted for the most suspicious one there.
私はやっぱり
I'll vote for you. I don't know about the others, but I know you for sure you're a wolf. Go right ahead.
どうぞ
Namiya-san seemed to have regained some of her cool, though she already had 2 votes. She probably could tell she wouldn't get much more after this. You just give her a 3rd.
俺は昨日
I'm
と
going
同
with
様
Mako again.
メイコ
Wait,
に
I thought you
入
said
れ
he
る
wasn't voting.
ムロ様
Takumi-sama, please, if you're going to vote for Mako, vote for me instead.
あんた
You're
も怪
fishy
し
too, but
い
trying
な
to cover for her makes
そ
her
うやっ
even
てかばう
fishier.
のがもっと怪しく
If
見え
Mako
んだ
got
よ
one more vote, perhaps it would be best to try to lead things in another direction. After all, I knew she was the only one reliable. I'll vote for Rikako-san.
ま
More
た長
prejudice
者への
against the
逆利
village
益かね
heads. If this turns out to be the
その
undoing
態
of
度は
particular
安光のあなた
Yasumizu,
方の身を
don't
滅ぼ
say
す
I didn't warn you.
この
野里様
It's alright, Nosato-sama. Who will you
いい
vote
ん
for?
です
I
私
still
は
think Fusashi kind of suspicious, but
久
it's
石君
true
が
I
怪
want
しい
more
という思
proof
いは
first.
ま
So
だ
with
捨て
that
て
in
お
mind,
く芹
I'll
沢
vote
知恵
for
美に
Chiemi Serizawa. Huh?
な
Why
ん
me?
で
誰
Because you
の
don't
味
seem
方が
like
はっきりしない
because you
か
don't seem to be on anyone's side.
Kukuru
First you say we shouldn't hang anyone, then suddenly you
か
forsake
と思えば
Takumi.
ムロ
そう
I
で
see
す
your
ね
point. I was trying to do the humane
私
thing
は
and
当たり前に
hesitate, but
迷
I
ってる
guess
つも
everyone's
りだっ
already
たけど
decided to kill.
やっぱ嫌いですわ
That's why I hate this crazy
こんな狂
village.
った村
Chami's cold words filled the hall with an awkward silence. That was proof there were some people out there who knew they couldn't exactly deny what she said. But just as I was wondering how things came to this,
僕は
I'm voting for Uematsu-san. As for why, it's because of that big act she put on
昨日
yesterday
自
when
分
she
に
asked
投
to be
票する
voted for.
あれは知恵
I
のような
believe she
合
was
意だ
trying
し
to copy Channy
考
without
え
even
なしの
thinking
失
it
策
through
だと
and
思う
failed. You'd vote for her just because you found that unnatural?
いいの
Quite
です
alright. No, it isn't. You should value your own life a little more, Rikako-san. Why should it matter? I am all that is left of the Uematsu, and there are those who wish me dead. No one will miss me. So if I have a chance to throw my life away, I wish to take it.
りっちゃん
Wow, that was
かっ
cool,
け
Reed-chan. I
僕
could
は
never
そ
go
こま
that
では
far.
言えない
Anyway,
や
my turn.
さておっちゃん
You're up,
出番
Uncle.
だ
Fly
よ
like a bird. What the hell is that supposed to mean? The boat was all over the place. Currently, Mamiya-san and Ryukako-san were sitting at the top with 2 votes. Well, each. Momeko, Chiemi, Kiyonosuke, and I had 1 each. But then when it came to me, it was the youth's turn to vote. But just when it came to me, it was the youth's turn to vote. I ain't doing this because of what Kamoshida said or nothing, but I'm voting for the Nosato blockhead. We don't need no village heads here.
私
I
はそ
wouldn't
こ
go
まで
that
言わ
far,
な
but
いけ
since
ど
you voted for me,
投
I
票
have
さ
no
れたからに
objections
は
voting for
柵
you,
に入れられても
Nosato-san.
というわけ
So
で
that's my
ちえ
vote.
み
Why you? I'm
私
fine
も
with this. Oh, fuck,
野
dude. Now
里
he's
さんで
dead.
いい
We don't need you anymore.
あなたは
With a surge of
もうい
4
らない
consecutive votes, Kiyonosuke, she had taken the lead. There were just 4 left, including me.
私
I vote for Rikako. Stop!
あ
So
くま
you're
でそ
sticking
の
to
スタ
that,
ンス
or
です
you do realize it's unlikely you'll die today? Still, I do not believe Nosato-sama should die. Rikako-san, no, but that doesn't mean you should die in my stead. The old man. What?
マキシマ様
Meko, Makishima-sama is no wolf. Then, the other old man. Huh?
おじい
Old man! What was up with this vote? Kiyonosuke she had 4 votes while Rikako-san had 3. My options were either co-sign Kiyonosuke to his fate, throw Rikako-san into danger, or vote for someone else entirely and leave Mamiya-san to deal with that dilemma. In other words, leaving it up to a confirmed liar. No, I couldn't. I was confident that I had interpreted Rikako-san's actions correctly, so I
野里
vote for
Kiyonosuke-san
Kiyonosuke Nosato-san. I'm
すみま
sorry,
せ
I
ん
don't believe you're a wolf. It's just
僕はあなたが狼だとは
Mamiya-san
思
was
わ
the
ない
only other one with 2
しかし
votes. Even if I voted for her, there was no way she'd vote for herself. So trying to pick Kiyonosuke against her would be pointless. However, I knew telling him that wouldn't do any good.
リカコさんを失うわけにはいかなかった
I knew those words were probably the last thing he wanted to hear. Still, I couldn't let that excuse, that reason go unsaid, not when he could understand it too.
そうか
I see. This made 5 votes. Morally, everyone understood it was the humans who deserved to survive, not the wolves. But in the end, Kiyonosuke she had been unable to prove his life held more meaning than a wolf who'd reveal useful information while still alive. I vote for Uematsu-san. I believe her actions are unnatural.
理由
She
は
might have just
行
voted
動
for
が
her
不自
because
然
she
だ
knew
か
she
ら
wasn't gonna die.
縄持って
Bring
こ
the
い
rope! Shinai-san's guardians are... We pass through the mist and walk toward the graveyard. 5. Prepare for the feast when the evening mist arrives. Everyone was singing prayer to Shinai. Shinai's guardians are... I couldn't tell who had started it or when they did so. 8. Death of the damned Yomibito is the mandate. Sobbing mixed with singing made it seem like an old funeral, but it was actually an execution. Painfully, slowly, we walked through the path leading to the cliff next to Saranaga. I was already used to this thanks to all the cleanups. 7. The corrupt Yomibito rise to oppose the mountain. Before I knew it, even Mamiya-san and I joined the singing, creating a perfect unity in the group. Eventually, we reached our destination. It was downhill beyond the trees, wet with dew, and a grass field covered in stones, marking the lives of those who used to live here. Strangely enough, the aged pine tree right at the end could be seen easily despite the mist. As we stopped, so did the song in emotion.
野里様
Nosato-sama, forgive me for my powerlessness.
リカコさん
There is nothing to forgive.
いいん
He
です
gave me a glance. You have to protect Rikako-san.
リカコさんは貴様が守る
わかり
I
ました
understand. I didn't actually want to say that. It didn't sound like he simply meant to protect her for the rest of the feast when he said that. But the survivors had obligations to honor the dead's last wishes.
よろしい
Are you sure of this?
ああ
Yes, to have you push my back has been a long cherished ambition of mine.
落ちなかれ
Rise not.
落ち
Rise not. Ow.
なか
Kiyonosuke Nosato's body fell from the bottom of the misty cliff and the hanging rope stopped due to the fatal impact. He let out a horrifying death wail. That was the first person we hanged. Mom didn't count because she was insane. We got rid of her just because she was psycho, groovy, cocaine crazy. Afterwards, we all returned to the dining hall where Kaori-san and I served a light lunch while the time passed by. Everyone tried to act as normal as possible. They then tried to convince themselves that Kyonosuke shouldn't have been Yasumi's in the first place, so his absence was only natural. However, it was clear that they felt guilty for committing murder. Killing someone no one liked and talking as though none of it had ever happened was a horrible group mentality. But that was the truth of the Feast of the Yomi Purge. It was kill or be killed, and unfortunately it was next to impossible to finish the feast without wasting a life. I chatted away with the others with those thoughts in my head. Oh my god, I cannot read. I chatted away with the others with those thoughts in my mind as a certain concern ate away at me. As much as I felt bad about it, I didn't kill Kyonosuke. Had I made the wrong move in the end? Hadn't I let someone who should have been purged live so I could save myself? No, that didn't mean this was a failure. There was a high chance my fears were unfounded. I was overthinking things. I knew I was, but for some reason, I felt the presence of bees. I couldn't help but feel that. Who knows? I'm not good at reasons, but, well, when Takumi said he was a snake, I had a bad feeling come over me. Oh, it felt like I could hear the wolves laughing. I felt like I now understood that feeling. Had I fallen right into their trap? The worry plagued me all the way through dinner and bedtime. If Hisako Mamiya's false declaration was a suicidal attack meant to weed out the real snakes, then there was a chance she'd be coming for me despite knowing she'd be the prime suspect for sure the next day. In that case, which one of the two snakes did the spider protect? Right now, there were two self-proclaimed snakes. Should I have tried to crush Hisako Mamiya, even if it meant getting a little too desperate and being suspected by the others as a result? No, it was okay. If I was right about Meiko being the spider and Rikako-chan controlling her, then Rikako-san would surely protect me. It was between Mamiya-san and I. She'd definitely choose me. Those thoughts bounced back and forth from lunch, all the way until I drowsily wrote someone's name down and put it under my pillow. And then I lost consciousness. Whose name did I write? Oh. Nobody's. I died. In the end, I never woke up. Guess that figures. After all, only the spider themselves knew what they were thinking. The wolves must have aimed their claws at me, taking the risk that the spider hadn't chosen me, and they'd won their bet, so that was that. I couldn't even tell if that was what I thought when I died. It was all so vague. I lay there in a comatose slumber, and it was there my life met its end and faded into the mist that covered all. Weak? No, we need chart. Okay, so that was a dead end. Damn, so am I not supposed to... What if I... Oops, no, this isn't it. I think I went too far. I'm trying to get to the night so I can pick somebody. Hisako. Oh, that's the one chick. And Kyonosuke died. And we know Hisako's a wolf. I want to see what the difference is. I wrote down one of their names, placed the paper next to my pillow, and went to sleep. Oh yeah, that's definitely different. Unless that's her name. Journalist is dirty. I wonder if I can like pause it, screenshot. I want to see what it says. Let's do this again. Where was it? This one? Wait. Okay, I'm gonna skip it all. I'm gonna screenshot it. I want to see. I want to translate what the paper says. If it's their name or if it's like. Or we can just split it. Go for Kyonosuke. No, I'm over here saying it. The achievement's gonna tell me anyway. I think that's a name. Blockhead is clean. Alright. I also didn't know he was a doctor. What keys are these? Over here bouncing around. $10, $11, and $12. Oh, that's telling me what keys I get. Okay, that's why they look different. Okay, so we're gonna go with Hisako. Pretty sure it's her name, but wait for it to upload. We already know she's a wolf, though. Maybe that's how she got the big guy to come outside. She went and knocked on his door. And he came outside and died to corruption. I was informed of my target's affiliation the same way I was given the Guardian. That was strange, but it clearly happened, so I had no choice but to accept that. Anyway, it was something I'd predicted. However... Oh. Well, we've already seen this. So can I not just, like, show them my fucking stomach and be like, look, bitch. She's a wolf. So none of these matter. Alright. So we didn't reveal. We'll just leave her as... Wait, but that means we're gonna hang tape on. Tape, whatever the fuck. I didn't find it reasonable whatsoever, but I decided to keep quiet. Let us continue under the assumption that Hisako Mamiya is the real snake. What do you mean assumption? If there is a reason to doubt you, it would be, as Chiene pointed out, your belligerence. You were so calm all this time. What happened? How can I stay calm in a situation like this? I woke up with blood text on my stomach. It's a supernatural phenomenon. So she knows. And now I use it to find out that one of us here is acting all innocent. There's no way I can stay calm. You liar. This is why you youngins in the city are just... What did the others think about this exchange? They're saying the old hag's a wolf? Yes, how many times do I have to say it? Old hag, you better think of a good answer to this. Are you a wolf? Yotsugi, you fool. That's it. The youngins are all Yomibiro. Huh? Alright, that's enough. Teiba, don't say that. And Yoshi-kun, why are you provoking her? She voted for me yesterday and I almost died because of it. That's just shady. Yotsugi, you better cut it out. What's up with you, lady? Why are you shrinking and cornering an old woman like that? You wouldn't understand. Oh, this is awful. Crap. Hey, people, cool off for a sec. There's not much space here, but let's sit as far away from each other as we can and calm down. That's alright with you, old man? Old man Makishima looked around the circle. Settle down or you're getting punched. I don't think the picture can, I think it broke when I took too many screenshots at once. And then we go to Google Translate, and then we upload the picture. It can't see it. It's not showing anything at all. I wonder if it just, like, doesn't translate. Because it's not real. It's just blood that looks like Japanese writing. Hop on. Yeah, it won't translate. At least not the guy. No Sato. Settle down or you're getting punched. That was enough to bring absolute silence to the room. However, that made a certain negative emotion stand out. That made certain negative emotions stand out. They came out as throats clearing, tongue clicks, or sighs, among other things. Still, the silence helped people cool off, or at least it helped me. For better or worse, I knew for certain that she was a fake. And right now, I had to act accordingly, but I didn't really know what that entailed. To declare that she was a fake snake, I had to declare I was the real one. However, that meant making myself a target for the wolves. What would I do then? There were two possible snakes. There would be two possible snakes. Welcome home, Rocco. How was your drive? Hisaka Mamiya and I doubted we would be hanged right then and there. They'd probably have us investigate someone and see who was telling the truth, but I would probably be killed during that process. Oh. The Yomi team was using Mamiya-san as bait to dry out the real snake. That was the most likely scenario. However, this felt kinda unnatural though. Why did Mamiya-san claim the role? She was an outsider who had no affinity for the old stories or loyalty for the village. Drawing attention to herself like that was a dangerous move. It was even worse for her since she'd come out as a snake before anyone died. Meaning there was absolutely no chance the real snake was out of the game. Then, perhaps it meant that she's not a wolf. No, she is a wolf. I investigated her. After 30 minutes, Kanzo-san resumed the feast. Uematsu were voting. What? Kaka-chan, I'm human! You're a wolf! You again? Kanzo-san, before we go drive over while I weeded my nuts, clear skies. I want to buy that shirt. I don't like the way he put it though. I like the original way. People are gonna get confused. I'm gonna get confused. Why are there so many questions? Kanzo-san, before we vote, there's something I'd like to hear. Haruaki Fusaishi-san said that he would have some new information for us, so he remembered. However, I decided not to reveal I was a snake this time. It might have helped the humans, but I felt that I had to keep it hidden to ensure my own survival. Thus, I had to think of some nonsense. We were given a lot of time though, so I already had more than enough ready. First of all, I still don't have enough information to prove my innocence. That means I'm less capable of contributing than Mamiya-san, and I would like to make up for that. Can I assume that means you don't have a guardian? Seems like the obvious assumption. Say it clear. I have no special powers. With those words, I was also a liar. However, if you let me live, I will do what I can to help you all. You said that yesterday. Unlike the first time, Kanzo-san seemed kinda interested in what I had to say. Of course, he'd probably throw me out the moment he felt I overstepped myself. I can provide you with strategic advice, like, don't hang Tae-san or Mamiya-san. Huh? If Tae Yamawaka-san was a wolf, I doubt she is the brain behind their tactics. I said I'm not a wolf. It's a what if. Now, if Mamiya-san is the snake, of course I am. No one else came out. Now I'd like to ask something. To actively survive this game, sorry, I mean the feast, the wolves have to pretend to have guardians, right? Yes. The wolves generally stay passive and lay low to avoid raising suspicion, but that eventually tips them off as a snake. Once suspicions are raised, simply claiming to be human is no longer good enough. Declaring yourself to have a guardian at that moment would seem like a lie too, which is why doing it at a random time is more effective. If you claim to have a guardian first, then anyone that came after would seem like the liar. What's your basis for that? I'm being objective, that's why it's not certain that you are the snake. If you really are a fake, it means the other two wolves have already cut you off. Ooh! This is true. Don't just go off talking like that. What's that supposed to mean? Dude, how is she that dumb? I can't believe, like, this is a fucking plot point in both this game and Gnosia that, like, they'll, like, reveal, they'll claim fake engineer or snake to get the other one to come out, and then they kill the other one. And it's like, well, now they just lost a fucking person. Obviously, the other one's a fake. Well, you're making a mess of the feast in the front lines. The other wolves are doing work on their own. It probably wouldn't have been your idea in that case, and they're using your distraction to avoid drawing suspicion to themselves. That's why if we can ignore you as you make a mess of things, it means you wouldn't be as dangerous as the wolves still hiding. That's nonsense. I'm the real snake. Hey, that kind of confirms that you're a wolf. Huh? You noticed something, Mochi?
何か気づ
いやだって
Well, look at her reaction
今
to
の
what you
休
just
んの
said.
話多分
She
お
probably
姉
was
ちゃん
irritated because
自
you
分
didn't.
の立場に気
because she
づい
didn't
てなかった
understand
から
her
食いついたん
position.
でしょ今自分が
If
狼
she
じゃな
wasn't
い
the
なら
wolf, she wouldn't have
そ
paid
も
any
そも聞
attention
かなく
to
た
it. I can't ignore any words in this situation, can I?
もっ
What's
ち
gotten into you,
どうし
Mochi?
たの？
だってそう
Just
思
a
っ
thought,
たし
but
さ
honestly, I agree with Yasun.
でも
We should
休
keep her
んの
around
意
and see
見
how
に
she
は
works.
賛成
あのね、もっち。
Listen, saying that kind
あ
of
んまり
stuff could
適当
place
なことば
suspicions
っか
on
りする
yourself.
と。
But I'm just weird.
ま
Don't
あ
blame
企
it
業
on
の
me.
振る舞いだ
This
し
guy's like
な
secretly a
しょう
fucking
がないよね
genius.
じゃあ、
Try to
自
speak
分
for
の
the
ためじゃ
human's
なく
sake, not just
そ
your
のた
own.
め、ナミヤさんが
If
振られること
Amiya-san
に
got
なっ
hanged,
たら、
it'd be partially
今
your
のも
fault.
プップー
Oh no,
怒
I
られ
got
た
scolded.
で、
Anyway, if we're not
匠
hanging
姉ちゃんも
Taiba-chan
誰もくくらないって
or
方針にはつな
Mamiya-san,
が
are we
るの。
going with the community
タイばあちゃんもナミヤさんもくくらないの。
idea of not hanging anyone at all?
それは
That's it'd be meaningless. If we didn't lower the number of suspects, it'd be a waste of the free day the spider gave us.
くくらねえのが本当
If
に
hanging
俺らの
really
ため
isn't
に
our
なら
best
ねえって
interest,
の
I'll just say one thing.
俺
I
は
believe in Ba-chan. I think she wouldn't give I think she wouldn't kill even if she became a wolf. Well, she didn't. This is
ばあち
true.
ゃんが殺しなん
Well,
てする
yeah,
は
it
ずない
was. She didn't kill anybody, didn't you fucking do it all?
だから
Well, that just isn't true.
Well,
That's why I'll
Ba-chan-
protect her.
あんたは
You really are a good boy.
ちなみ
What
に
about you, Kaori-san?
何も言って
You
ない
haven't
香
said
織
a
さん
thing
は
this
どう
whole
なの
time.
まあいいや
Oh well. And you, wolf
兄
guy?
さんは
The wolf is coming. Forget it. Old man, what do we do? Hang both Taiba and the journalist. I agree with that one. Huh? For a moment, we were so dumbfounded that the room was filled with utter silence.
いや
But
な
why?
んで
The wolves gotta hang.
それは
That's
そう
true,
か
but
もし
one
れ
of
ね
them's
えが
human.
確
We
実
need
にするために
sacrifices to be sure.
昔
That's
か
how it
ら
always was.
皆そうやってきた
He then got up, which made him seem larger than usual.
タイバ
Taiba, get ready.
わしは
I knew you for 60
あんたを
years. You
60
love
年見てき
Yasumizu
た
more than anyone else.
安水のた
You
め
won't
に
put yourself on the line for its sake, or won't you put yourself on the line for its sake? His voice was as blunt as always, not changing his expression at all. He pushed an old acquaintance into what could mean her death. It didn't matter to him that if the person was friend or family, he had his own line of thinking and clearly knew what had to be done. Friend or outsider meant nothing in the face of the situation. There was no room for hesitation or mercy.
あんたと
Will you and
匠
Takumi look
が
after my remains?
骨
Dude, that's
拾
like,
って
it's so
くれ
fucked
る
up, but it
ね
makes so much sense, because either she's the wolf and the reporter's the snake and is real. Well, I guess they're getting rid of the snake. Or the reporter's fucking lying, and one's human, the other one's a wolf. But at least, for sure, they're taking out one wolf, but I don't think it's worth getting rid of a snake for. I think they just suspect her.
うん
They're either gonna kill a human or kill a human and a wolf. And his kind of madness was shared by everyone in Yasumizu.
ばあちゃん
Ba-chan, please, I don't wanna. Takumi,
匠
I'm not a wolf. If you believe
私
that,
は
vote for the
狼
woman.
その
If I still
上
get
で
hanged, then it must be the
私
will
が
of
くくら
Shinai-sama.
れ
それじゃあ
Alright,
上
Umatsu.
松
Yes,
今日の
vote.
票を取る
Yasunaga-kun was looking at the floor with a pale visage. I probably didn't look all that different from him. The silent alliance he and I made was crushed by Kanzo-san. It was a moment of defeat for us. The old man's words quickly ended the battle between reason and tradition. Was there any way for us to resist it? Like yesterday, the voting began with the old wolf guy. He's still gonna fucking vote for me. You wolf, he acted the same way as before, but the one he pointed at this time wasn't me, but Tae-san. Oh, nice. Well, not nice. You too, you accursed. Did he even understand the situation?
記者
I'm
を
voting for the journalist.
入れる
Of course you would. Me too.
間宮さん
From Amiya-san? Yes. I'm
あんた
voting for you, journal lady. I knew you
そうです
would.
よね
The votes so far were about what you'd expect.
次だ
Kaori-san, you're
香織
next.
さん
Her position in all this was strange. Though she was an adult, she tended to listen to Yasunaga-kun and ask for his opinion often. I had no idea who she would vote for, but I soon found out. I never could have guessed it.
室匠
What?
さんに
One vote for Takumi Muro-san. Naturally, that shocked everyone. Kaori-san, why?
香織さん
私に
Some
は
of this is too
難
complicated
し
for
い
me.
いざ
But
と
I'm
なれ
prepared
ば
to if need be suspect the
も
one I
っと
didn't
も
want to
疑い
suspect
た
at
く
all.
ない方も疑わ
Who,
ざるを
me?
得ない時だと
Rocco added a couple new sound
覚悟を
alerts.
しているんですよ
Wait, those are emotes. I couldn't find any more. Most of them I took from you, because you got all the good shit.
だから
That's how I'm
その
throwing
つ
away
も
my
り
vote.
で
I hope you
票を
understand
投
that
じる
too.
と
じゃあ
So you don't think I'm a wolf, but you're voting for me to make me snap out of it?
俺の目を覚ました。
あなた
There's
が
no proof
狼
that
じ
you're
ゃ
a
ない
wolf, and I
証
don't
拠
believe
はな
you
い
are
し
doing what you must to Wait, and I
あな
don't
たが
believe you
果た
are
すべ
doing
き
what
こと
you
を
must
し
to
ていない
Kami-san.
俺が
What are you talking about? What the hell? I don't get it. Kaori-san didn't change a vote. Takumi-san ended up actually getting one.
私か
My turn. How complicated.
難しいな
Next up was Kyonosuke-shi, who'd had little presents today.
ど
Well,
うに
it's
せよ
reasonable to hang them both. I believe we are undervalued.
合理
We're
性
claiming
は
to
あ
be
る
the
が
snake.
私
I shall
は
vote for Muro.
室木
You too?
山
You'd
脇
be
老人
even
に投
more
票す
mad
れ
if
ば
I voted for
貴
Lady
様はもっと怒る
Yamawaki.
だろう
Also, I changed my opinion of the newcomer a bit.
僕ですか？
ああ
Yes, I have nothing more to say though.
それ以上
Did
は
he
言うこと
realize?
僕は
Just like yesterday, I'm voting for Nosato-san. What the
昨日と
fuck
同
is
様に
wrong with you people?
野
Vote
里さん
between
に
two
投票し
people.
ます。
Unless they're like intentionally trying not to let them die.
野
My
里さん
reason
を
is
選
the
ぶ
same as
積極的理
yesterday's. But
僕
now
は
I would like to state that I
もう
wish to
少
see
し
how
間宮さんの
Mamiya-san
言動に
reacts.
注目をしたい。
Mamiya-san acts going
ちなみ
forward.
に
By the way, why did you
ど
choose
うして
Tae-san
タイ
as
さん
your
をヘビ
target?
のか
どうしたら
I
いい
didn't
か
know
わ
what to
か
do,
ら
so
な
I
かっ
just
たから
wrote
名
out
前は
whoever
適
came
当
to
に書い
mind.
て
適当
So
に
you
選んで
picked
大
Tavon
丈夫です。
randomly. I see, that's all from me.
何なのよ
What is this?
僕はおっちゃんに
I'm adding a vote for Uncle Mochi. Again, Chikamochi? Well, I do think the Mamiya lady is a wolf.
休ん
But
が
if
もう
Yasu
ちょっと
wants to
し
see
たい
what
って
she
言
does,
う
I'll
な
play
ら
along with that.
もち、
Thanks, Mochi.
Ari-
I'm not changing my vote. One vote for the old hag. Corrupt little. My turn, huh?
確かごめん
Sorry,
間宮さん
Mamiya-san.
あなたに投
Voting
票
for
す
you.
るわ
Okay, so that's 2 votes for the old lady, 2 votes for Takumi, 2 votes for Nosato, and 3 votes for the reporter.
なんで
Why? I'm the
私はヘビ
snake.
だって
I mean, you weren't like this yesterday. What's with the change?
でも
Wait, you might be
も
the
しかした
badger
ら
Haruaki-san
春明
talking
さんが言っ
about.
てた無
Her
事なか
words
もしれ
caused
な
a
い
stir, but not a big one. They didn't seem to understand. The badger talk from yesterday didn't stay in their minds, it seemed.
もしそうなら言っ
If
て
you
ほ
are,
し
please say so. Badgers are humans, so they don't have to die.
そんなん
I'm
じゃ
not.
な
I'm
い
the snake. Shammy.
い匠兄
Takumini-chan, I'm not taking your
私
side
逆に
here. I was actually thinking
匠
about
兄ちゃん
voting
の
for
味方のつもりじゃ
Teipot-chan. Chi-chan, you too? Well, why?
だって
Because I can't just take sides here. You understand that
どっ
too,
ちも
don't
見
you?
てタイバーちゃ
You
んが
want to
好き
kill
だからって
Mamiya-san just because you like
それだけを
Teipot-chan.
す
That's
る
not like you at all.
匠に私はただ
I just hope they would bother you the way it does the rest of us.
勝手でご
Sorry
め
I'm
ん
like this. You too, Bot-chan and Mamiya-san. I won't blame you if you hate
間
me.
宮さんも
That's all from me.
次、
Next, who are you picking, Haru?
え
Huh?
じゃあ
I guess I'll choose Nosato-san
私
too.
も
I
野
think
里
she's
さ
a
んにす
wolf.
る
Why am I
な
always
ぜ
put
の
in
関係
danger
で
just because of
私が
childish
こう毎
ways?
回危ない目に遭
He
わね
sure
ば
had
なら
an
んのか
unfortunate role this time.
次
Matsu-san is
上
next.
松さんだけど山脇
I
さ
shall
ん
vote for Yamawaki-sama.
投票いたします
松様
ヘビ
We
の
cannot
保護者
undervalue claiming to be the snake.
申し訳あり
I
ま
am
せ
sorry,
ん
if Mamiya-san turns out to be pretending to have a guardian, I
も
will
し
deliver
間
due
宮様の
punishment.
加護が本物でな
Very well, I understand.
Neko.
Meiko, who will you pick?
おばあちゃん
Even the brat hates you.
さ
I
らな
don't
る
care about being hated by a
嫌われている
Saranaga child.
春明様
Haruaki-sama? What was I supposed to do? Okay, so now it's... Is it 4 to 4 right now? 1, 2... No. It's 5 to 4 right now. Mamiya-san... Oh no, they are tied. Wait, I thought... Umatsu voted for her? Or Ikako? Meiko? Haru? Yoshitsugu, and the wolf guy. That's 5. No. Haru voted for Kiyonosuke. It was Mamiya-san's turn right after mine. She definitely voted for Tae-san, meaning that she effectively had 5 votes. So if I voted for Mamiya-san, it would bring it to the final vote. But if I voted for Tae-san, she would definitely be hanged. Were those my only choices here? Would a vote condemning someone to death really be meaningful? A vote for Kiyonosuke she was bound to be pointless. I couldn't use it as a message of any kind, and it wouldn't be a good way to repay him for avoiding picking me. What if I voted for that guy over there, though? Didn't it just say... Oh, no. So... No, we vote for Hisako. I should leave this up to a final vote. Though I wanted to see what Mamiya-san would do. If it was between someone I knew as a human and a wolf, it was the wolf who should die. I explained my reasons to Mamiya-san. As expected, Mamiya-san threw a fit, practically foaming at the mouth, and voted for Tae-san. Now we were in the final vote. You old lady. I vote for the journal lady.
Oh.
Yeah, same here. That's your decision, then I believe I shall vote for Mamiya-san as well. Nice, that's 1, 2, 3. Well, if I had to say, I believe Mamiya-san is more suspicious, but I'm curious as to what to do. So 3 to 2. 2 to 3, Mamiya-san in the lead. Now it's up to the village youth.
野里さんがかばうような動きをしたの。
Nosoto-san would want to protect her.
間宮さんに1
2
票。
to 4. So that's your play, Yasu. I'm voting for Teba. I'm curious to see what this lady will do tomorrow. 3 to 4. I'm voting for the journal lady. She's fishier than the old hag. 3 to 5. I'm voting for Teba. They both flipped out, so they're both fishy then. 4 to 5. I guess I'll vote for Mamiya. 4 to 6. I believe that we shouldn't mistreat those who claim to have guardians. My apologies, Hey Yamawaki-sama. 5 to 6. I can. Oh, wait, are we gonna tie again? So nobody's gonna get hanged. 6 to 6. Oh no, I have the final vote. Did Meiko even have a clear target? Everyone's eyes are focused on me. My vote would decide it all. Being an outsider just like her, I could sympathize deeply with Mamiya-san. Her stories are very interesting. She was pretty, and if it weren't for all this, I could see myself getting on pretty well with her. Much more than Tae-san said, as it was to say. However, the rationality of the Feast of the Yomi Purge did not allow me to choose her.
間宮さんに投票し
I'll
ます。
vote for Mamiya-san. And then it happened. Mamiya-san darted off with a scream as she made a break for the exit, nearly tripping on her own feet. After her! Bring the fuck up! Ow. Let me go! Bring the rope, hurry! Right here! Stop! Stop! Yeah, listen to those moans. How would I feel in Mamiya-san's shoes? She'd been bound and gagged, having her freedom and right of speech stolen from her. To her, she was a foreigner who'd been hunted down and quartered by a community rooted in strange traditions. An absurdly irrational ending where she'd be punished for rules she didn't agree with one bit. Okay. I guess we don't know that she's a... Well, no, we do know, because we're the fucking snake. She's lying. Like, why is he feeling bad? She's already dead. Were it not for the looping in my past knowledge, I'd probably be thinking along the same lines. Okay, I guess that makes sense. But from the way she was acting, it didn't look like she'd come up with the idea to play a fake snake on her own. Had the other wolves pressured her into it? In that case, there were wolves amongst us who'd driven her to her death and were playing dumb. Shinai's guardians are... We passed through the mist. I think we've already done these, right? While I prepare for the feast and the evening mist arrives, everyone was singing prayer to the Shinai. Shinai's guardians are... I couldn't tell who had started it or when they did so. Hey, death of the damned Yomibito is the mandate. The sobbing mixed with singing made it seem like an old funeral, but it was actually an execution. Painfully slowly, we walked through the path leading to the cliffs next to Saranaga. I was already used to this thanks to all the cleanups. Everyone dragged Hisako Mamiya, bound head to toe, along with them. 7. The corrupt Yamibito Rice opposed the mountain. Before I knew it, even I had joined the singing, creating a perfect unity in the group. Eventually, we reached our destination. It was downhill beyond the trees wet with dew and a grass field covered in stones marking the lives of the ones who used to live there. Strangely enough, the aged pine tree right at the end was easily despite the mist. As we stopped, so the song in motion. Mamiya-san struggled against her bonds to the bitter end, but was unable to escape them. And so Kazo tied the rope around her neck and threw her down into the misty valley. Right after she landed, we heard a disturbing crunching noise instead of a death wail. Her cervical vertebrae had been damaged when she'd been hung, so her death had practically been instant. I hope she hadn't suffered long at least. All I felt was pity fringing on heartlessness towards a fellow outsider who'd been caught up in all this. She's already dead. Afterwards, we all returned to the dining hall where Kaori-san and I served a light lunch, and time passed by. Everyone tried to act as normal as possible. They tried to convince themselves that Mamiya-san shouldn't have been in Yasumiza in the first place, so her absence was only natural. It's the same thing! It was clear that they felt guilty for committing murder. Killing someone no one liked and talked about, as though none of it had ever happened, was a horrible group mentality. That's true for the feast. Am I gonna die again? Are they just gonna guess it was me? For a group brought together... Don't worry too much, Saishi. Man must have lived guilty. He's right, you just happened to get the final vote, that's all. Let's hope you don't decide it.
みんなで選んだんだから。
It wouldn't have helped.
ちーちゃ
You
ん
voted
は
for me, Chi-chan. Yeah, sorry, but I couldn't vote for both of you.
ごめん。
I'm sorry, Tabo-chan. I understand if you can't forgive me.
いい
It's
よ
alright,
ね。
that's the feast. A
そん
reconciliation.
な歌
Normally
ね
that'd be
よ。
cause for celebration. But what would happen tomorrow? Anyway, I'd thrown away my chance to reveal I was a snake and chose to keep it hidden. So as long as I was, I had to avoid fatal situations and keep hiding my identity until a more favorable opportunity presented itself. But when would that be? When would a better opportunity than this feast occur? Was there anyone I trusted who I could share my secrets, meet with, and take on the feast with all in one day? It seemed like my only option. I grappled with those unsatisfied thoughts as dinner ended and I returned to my hut. Murder really didn't pay, even in this situation. Even when I could loop. Actually, no, it was because I could loop that I could keep these memories of being a murderer and move on to the next line of time if I screwed up. I took her life. I would take this extremely reviling and terrifying taste of omnipotence with me to the grave. It didn't feel good to know I could be bound by my existence. I remember those thoughts running through my head as I absentmindedly wrote someone's name down and put it under my pillow. I'm gonna die again. And then I lost consciousness. Yep. In the end, I never woke up. Why had the wolves chosen this point to go after me? Couldn't understand it. I'd even refrained from revealing my guardian to avoid drawing suspicion. In that case, I must have already been pretty high on the wolves' hit list. And my actions today had crossed some line, or maybe they'd already decided to kill me today and that had nothing to do with it. I didn't know. It was pointless to think about. That was how the Feast of the Yomi Purge was. No matter how much logic I tried to apply, it all came crashing down on a whim. No, perhaps logic wasn't even all that important in the feast. Though I'd already died. Felt like those bitter thoughts continued even after. I don't remember my last moments very well. Before long, my consciousness eroded away and faded like the mist that covered all. So where the fuck do I take these keys? Alright, what happens if I vote for Takumi? I'm voting for Takumi-san. Nobody seemed to have expected my declaration. The room was filled with commotion and I could hear some of them whispering. It was mostly along the lines of, what's he thinking, or I guess we know who we're hanging. This is a strange and heavy-handed way to go about it. However, I felt like it could lead me to gaining Takumi-san's favor. I had my doubts though. It was a serious gamble. However, I also had a feeling that if I chose anything else, I wouldn't survive the night. What's this about, Saishi? I had to carefully phrase my response here. Settling on what words to use, I said, I want to protect you. It did show some confusion, but the more pronounced emotion was by far was anger. Pure rage. After all, by not voting for Mamiya-san, I just condemned Tae-san to death. You doing the same thing as Kaoru-san and Chiemi? That's all I have to say. What the hell? I couldn't say too much. My goal here was actually just to make him feel like something was up. So I had to end this feast with words that stayed in his mind. Well, I probably had to prepare for a punch or two. It was an awkward moment, but I stayed silent. My turn. You know by now, but I'm voting for Yamawaki-san. It's decided. With those words, everyone stood up like it was rehearsed. Hisako-san and I were a bit behind them in that regard. Then I saw the villagers' faces, which seemed different from before. Uematsu, the rope. Yes, Takumi, pour some sake for Teba. Ba-chan, you were a naughty child ever since you were small. You never changed your mind about what you thought was right, but you were always gentle and that hasn't changed. But you still grew up to be so big. Yoshiko-san must be proud. I always thought of you as my real grandma. You were like real family to me. Don't cry, we'll meet again at the home of Shirei-sama. The old lady smiled and drank her sake, then the rope was placed on her shoulders. I shall tighten it now. Do it, Griffin, do it. Rikako-san twined the rope around her twice and tied her hands behind her back. It was simple but necessary. The process continued. The dimly lit hall was filled with dark emotions. Lament, chagrin, and gloom was heard in every sob, whimper, and movement. I felt like I was watching a family grieve for an elder dying a peaceful death. Hisako Mamiya silently mouthed the words, "They're insane." I shared that sentiment wholeheartedly. Okay, Okay, we already went through all this. I don't know why I can't skip it. Eventually we reached it, yes, but we're changing it to... Got any last words, Teba? No birds could be heard and the wind was still. Perfect silence surrounded us as Kanzo-san did the job. I'm not thinking of coming back from the dead, but I don't know what kind of place I'll find there. Honestly, I'm afraid, but this is for the sake of Yasumizu. I curse you, woman. Her voice was crystal clear and now bore an unmistakable hatred. Mamiya-san remained silent, and everyone aware of what was about to happen, prepared for the final process. You said this is the heart of our religion, the graveyard of the hanging pine. I knew this was an important place for them, but I didn't know anything else. However, it did feel like they were acting with absolute precision, like they were meticulously rehearsed actors in a stage play. Two of them coiled the rope around the pine's large trunk leaning out towards the cliff, while another one skillfully made a noose out of the other end. Kanzo-san took it in hand and looped it over Tae-san's neck. Right, it's not. Right, it's not. It was the first time I'd heard those words. They were probably a final goodbye and a signal. And with that, the old lady's small frame went over the cliff. A second later, the rope went taut. At the same time, an inhuman sound came from the mist below. After a long silence, the song was sung again, and it was obvious who started it this time. Poor Tsugumi. Primal is trash. All your shit is too fucking cheap. After repeating the song a dozen times or so, Kanzo-san walked up to the pine and cut the rope with the sickle he had in hand. Was there a sound of her falling below? If there was, I couldn't hear it. Not saying a word, we all returned to the plaza. Everyone seemed to feel like we'd done something that could not be undone. We passed the point of no return. No, that probably wasn't right. The point of no return was passed a long time ago. That just made us realize it, and even then, I don't know if anyone besides Mamiya-san and I felt it. The villagers might have begun feeling like this the very moment the mist came. I thought about that long and hard. It made me feel something like remorse or powerlessness, both of which were unproductive emotions that really dulled your thoughts. The locals, however, seemed to feel differently. They did look like they were in a state of emotional numbness, but it seemed to be a result of something other than shock or a sense of loss. It was something more unnatural. They seemed like empty husks. I just realized, isn't he not supposed to cut the body down? She just like splattered to the floor below. Imagine being at the bottom of that cliff and you're just like walking and a fucking body falls next to you. I had a thought once that the real problem wasn't the monster, but this state of being. We returned to the dining hall. Yes. Make food. Understood. Stay in the dining hall. I'll look around. You stay too. There ain't nothing dangerous in the mist, besides us anyway. I'll be back for food. Takumi. I won't die. Jeez, I've walked that path thousands of times. If anything kills me, it'll be a bullet from your gun. With that as his parting shot, Takumi-san left. The rest of you stay here. And so, Kanzo-san left too. He had no intention of playing along. He planned to resolve the feast with his own two hands to the very end. He was even capable of convincing Tae-san to accept death. As long as he was alive, he would continue to command the humans as a strong but harsh leader. However, I felt like I'd seen this tough facade crack only a little just now, probably for the first time ever. Though Takumi-san was considered to be the local young leader figure, Kanzo-san seemed to constantly underestimate him, thinking him too soft. The softness in this case was simply common sense and consideration, useful things in any other situation. Looking at it from that angle, that supposed softness now seemed conspicuously absent. Tae-san's death had changed something in Takumi-san, and it wasn't yet clear if it was for the better. Oh, is he gonna snap now? Overcome by awkwardness, we barely talked, simply watching time go by. I had brief chats with Kaori-san and helped her prepare the food. She seemed to be composed and took it very seriously. We don't practice aesthetics here, let's eat normally. Every line spoken felt like a secret chat between partners in crime. It felt really weird. I knew full well we'd done something inexcusable. Despite that, I wasn't feeling the normal amount of shock and guilt. Bitch, you know she was human! Perhaps because the moment Tei Yamawaki-san died was neatly cordoned off. Wait, perhaps because the moment Tei Yamawaki-san died was neatly cordoned off from everyday life? The song, the farewell, all of it might have been ways of separating the event from their daily lives. Oh, fuck. It seemed like now how they had slightly lower than emotional burden from killing one of them. Did they think it up naturally or did they remember it? Done? Yes, just now. Soon enough, we gave out the now familiar veggie and shishinare soup along with some rice. Oddly enough, everyone still had their appetite. However, since Takumi-san hadn't returned, we ended up eating with one person unaccounted for. Not just him, there was one more empty seat that had been occupied this very morning. Shit, what the hell was this? Hey, Hassan! I felt like it had been a long... Wait. Oh yeah, he does call me Hassan. Oh yeah, I told him to call me Hassan. It felt like it had been so long since someone called out to me. The others likely felt the same, which is probably why it attracted some attention. What? Taiba's gone. What was he getting at? Was he trying to get me to talk about it? Yeah, unfortunately. It is? You could have protected her, right? Stop it, Mochi. From Haruaki-san's perspective, Taiba-chan was as shady as Amiya-san. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to vote for either of them. The people who voted before me were the ones who left me without any other options. Not us, though. I don't see why you chose to vote for me, though. It's fine. You were a good dumping ground for votes, and it's not like everyone suspects you yet. You're saying that as if you do. Yeah, right now I think that the journal, you and Hassan are the wolves. I wasn't the only one who jumped. Everyone looked at Mochi and I. I mean, he's got one right. Oh man, I know I messed up a bit here and there, but I didn't think that even you didn't trust me. Sorry, it's not about trust. I don't really care about that. I just wanted to know how the wolves are feeling. They can say a blade, do anything, even kill. It sounds great. I'm actually jealous. Mochi, leave it at that. We don't have proof that Mamiya-san is fake. Yasunaga couldn't stop them because he noticed how strained Mamiya-san's expression was. However, he said that while looking at Kanzo-san, making it very clear who was in charge here.
Chikamochi, koi.
Chikamochi. Come here. I don't want to. Come over. Mochi tried to ignore him, but the presence got to him. He slowly got up and walked over to Kanzo-san. The old man just slapped the cross-dressing boy. His light body collapsed on a table, and the one to soften his fall was... You okay? Uh-oh. What about you? Your bones alright? Oh, I think aren't they like friends because they're both fucking mental? Those two sure got along well. Violence isn't the answer. A little late for that, don't you think? You see now, fool? We don't talk about the feast outside the feast. Everyone knows that. Stop it, Chikamochi. Alright, journal lady, Hassan, sorry about that. You didn't have any ill intent, did you? He was probably as eccentric as he was just because he was exceptionally observant but had poor social intelligence. I don't mind, I can't blame him really. But I had no idea how to help out Mamiya-san. She was so tense she could burst at any moment. We know she's fake! Why are we trying to help her? Mamiya-san, I do not believe that both of you must be hanged. Matsu. I apologize, but there is something important that I forgot to ask. Please allow me to talk about the feast for a moment. Mamiya-san, who do you intend to use your guardian's power on tonight? That's up to me, isn't it? No, Shinai-sama gave the guardians for the human's sake. You must use it with us in mind. Right, who should I investigate then? Yasunaga Oribe-sama, what do you think? Me? Personally, I'd like to clear up all suspicions regarding Nosato-san. I would appreciate that. He had a high chance of being both a candidate for the hanging and the snake's investigation, so Yasunaga-kun probably wanted to stop being a safe retreat for votes. Why are they talking in Final Fantasy speak? Isn't Final Fantasy speak different depending on the character? Because Ishtola talks really proper and Urianger talks like a fucking weirdo. It's all space words to me. Bitch, you lived in Japan. It's a Spanish way to say Japan. However, Mamiya-san was a fake. I was tempted to reveal that, but had to restrain myself. Alright, I'll look into Nosato-san then. I'd also like the spider to protect me, though. That wouldn't do. Why? If we decided that here, the wolves would simply go for someone else. If the spider already saved one person, that alone is impressive enough to leave it to them again. I see, that's true. Is that it? Yeah, sorry for being too forward, Makishima-sama. I'm going out again. Kanzoji-chan, being here for too long is uncomfortable. Can we walk around? Better than dying. You had a point. The positions and roles were completely different from last time, but I felt like people would die if we split up. Watch out for Takumi. He uttered those curt words and walked out. Yeah, he's taking Teibon-chan's death pretty hard. So the guy's a big softy. He's gonna hit him too. What do you want? We'll be upstairs, Mom. Wait, I will go with you. Huh? Usaishi, can you take care of things here? Of course. Nikolai, why do Japanese people have so many fucking, like... There's like 10 of them there. Kiyonosuke, Shi, Rikako-san, Mamiya-san. They got Sama, they got Chan. They got Kun. I don't know. The Uribes went upstairs, leaving the dining hall with just 2 of the students, Kiyonosuke Shi, the old wolf guy, Chiemi, Rikako-san, Meiko, and Mamiya-san. Myself included, that was 9 people, a few numbers away from the total. What a pain. I share the sentiment. How long will this go on? The mood softened up and everyone finally began to speak their mind. Hassan, you a wolf? No. Got a guardian? Who knows? Wait, we're not supposed to talk about it, right? That's just old people talk. If you ask me, this is something we should be discussing all day long. Mochi, do you know something? Is he good at deduction or something? Mochi, what do I do? He's just talking to me. Get used to him already, he won't bite. Go on. It's nothing big. Mochi just has a good intuition. What a shame. My crazy brain computer doesn't work right this minute. Come to think of it, you talked big yesterday, but didn't have much to show for it today, did you? I still suspect you. Okay, I won't blame you for that, but could you at least be more friendly with me? Feels like there's a wall of ice between us. I mean, you seem like a playboy. So that was the reason, huh? Is she an H-word too? That reminded me of the first time we met last time. Wait, that reminded me that when we first met last time, she assumed I was Chiemi's boyfriend. Was it even possible for her to have a better opinion of me? Getting along with her wouldn't hurt. I'll clear up that misunderstanding later. Honestly, though, I wanted to say more. You're lying. You just let Nii-chan talk, and then Oji-chan made it all go to waste. Is that how it seems to you? If you ask me, it felt like Yasunaga Oribe-san was covering up for Haruaki-sama. Whoa, she was treading into dangerous territory with that. I felt that way too. Yasun really trusts Hassan for some reason. I wonder why. They're both the argumentative, logical types. You don't get many of those here, so they're probably happy to find a kindred spirit. That is true. Kaori did seem to protect. I figured everybody in the town would just vote for the fucking journalist. She didn't even claim she wanted to protect the snake. You prefer to talk to those who you can argue with? As long as the talk is good, I don't really care. Do you dislike women who are bad with words? Don't worry, I'm sure I can encourage you to use your mouth. Whoa! Use my mouth? Haruaki-san, you ran away because of trouble with women, right? What do you ever mean, ha. God. Rikako-san is probably a real bad boy. You shouldn't go any further. Bad boy. Run away and leave him be. Wait, run away and leave him to me. The super bad Chiemi girl. I might have a fondness for bad boys. So that's how it is, huh? Mochi, is this what a fight between adult women looks like? Pretty sure adult women fight by slapping each other with their tits. What the fuck?
詳しく聞か
Now
せてくれ。
you've got my attention. You disgust me.
脱線して
That
ない
was
かし
certainly
ら
one way to change the subject. Though I do
この状
understand why you
況
want to
で
lighten
ちょ
the
っ
mood
と
around
くらい
here.
緊
別に
Well, maybe it's fine. I still
まあ
think
いい
this
んです
actually
けど
sounds shady though.
何言われても
Honestly,
Besides,
being seen that way
怪しい
made
し
things easier for me. Yasunaga-kun was probably relatively certain that I had a guardian. He might have realized that I was planning on revealing it today and presenting them with the info I got. Then I changed my plans after seeing what happened today. That probably made him even more certain about what I was. However, my actions only made sense if you assumed I had a guardian. Otherwise, I was just a scared fool saying whatever I could to survive. That was why Yasunaga-kun took charge of the conversation before I said something important, drawing attention to Kanto-san's ire to himself. Because of that, Haruchan and Chiemi still thought I was irrelevant, which meant that Yasunaga-kun's plan worked. I can only hope we didn't have any more mochis around here. I didn't want anyone else putting me under a magnifying glass like he did. Rikako-san was only elevating me because, like she said yesterday, she believed I was brought here to save them. It could have been some other feelings she had for me, but whatever the case, she stood up to any negative remarks about me. In a way, my current situation was well balanced.
じっちゃんは
Oh
さ
man, you a wolf forgot a
狼とかカゴシャとかじゃないのかい
guardian?
そっか
I see.
それ
I was
意思疎
communication.
通
全
Nope.
然
That's what makes it
だ
fun.
から
I have fun.
今日はなん
Talking a
か
lot
結構
today,
しゃ
old
べる
man.
な
Say something
じっ
perverted.
ちゃん
Perf.
スケービーそういうこ
Where'd
とじゃ
that
ない
come
でし
from?
ょ
Cut it out.
そんなこと言って興味ある
Want
く
to
せ
hear my
に
true urban tales of lust? Huh?
おかげさ
Elaborate.
釣
There,
れた
Connor. Of course,
案の
Rikako-san
定
would
ド
be
スケベリ
interested.
カコさん
You
が釣れ
perv.
た
Well, what do you mean? Why are you treating me differently than Haru Makishima-sama?
いや
Yeah, I'm
神
just
秘
glad that
的
the
な美人
missing
も
beauty is
生
a
身の
normal
女
girl
だと知って
inside,
ち
though I'm
皆
not
さ
about
ん
to
嬉
lose
しい
to
ん
you
です
on
よ
that front.
勝負
Care to try?
お
Whoa,
ー
what's happening?
な不潔だわ
Bolts are so dirty.
大人
Perv.
生き
This
地
is a
獄
living hell.
嫌ならの里屋敷に戻れば
今
I'm not leaving
外に
this
出
place
られ
at
る
this time.
おっちゃん
Just
に
gonna
撃
get
たれ
shot
るか
by
ら
the old man.
ムロにも
Poor
な
Borgo.
匠
You
さ
think
んが
Takumi-san will go
タ
out
イ
of
さん
control
を
over
失
the
った
shock
ショ
from
ック
losing
から暴
Taesan?
れると
当然
It's a definite
危惧す
possibility.
べ
I've
きでは
known him
な
for
い
a
か
long
ね
time, but I've never seen him look as
私とて
cornered
奴
as
と
he
は
did
付き合い
today.
がマキシマ
Old
王も
man
言ったでは
Makishima
ない
also
かね
said to watch out for him, didn't he?
巧みに気をつけろと
So that was what he meant, huh? Seemed possible. It was still daytime, but he wasn't here. What was he up to then? And how would this affect the negotiations I was planning? Maybe I was close to my limit.
ちょっと
Maybe I should go check
ムロ
on
さんの様子
Muro-san.
を
Huh? But
一
it's
人で出
dangerous
る
to
の
go
危ないっ
alone.
て
Kanzo
本当に
Ji-chan
肝
will
臓じいちゃん
seriously
に撃たれ
shoot
ちゃ
you.
うおそらく
I believe Kanzo Makishima-sama
Makishima
went to see him by
Kanzo-sama が
himself.
おじいちゃんはそんな気
Oji-chan
遣
isn't
いし
that
ないよ
considerate.
はるち
You
ゃん
always
い
say that,
つ
but
も
I
そう
honestly
言う
think that he
ね
loves you a lot.
どこが
How? We barely even talked for the first
宴が
half
始
years
まるまで
before the feast
は
began.
うん
He's
肝臓
just
じ
a
いちゃん
silent
寡
type.
黙だからな
That intrigued me too, but I had to focus my attention on Takumi-san. However, if I went and did something about that, I'd probably attract the attention of the wolves. This is difficult. What was I supposed to do here?
ところで
By the way,
ヤスンた
Yasun's
ち
family
遅いね
sure is taking their time.
ちょっ
I'll
と
go
盗
listen
み
to
聞
them
きして
on
くる
that.
ちょっと
Hey,
やめ
don't.
なだっ
What
て
if they're
あの
But what
3
if
人
they're the
が
wolves?
狼
You
だった
can't
ら
let
さ
them eat in secret, right?
密談とかしてたら
I
や
was
ばい
trying
だ
to shock
ろ
for a moment, but she didn't really have to be.
安永君は猿なんだから
Yasunaga has a
そんな
monkey,
ことは
so
ないで
there's
しょ
just no way.
しかり
Exactly. If
最
Yasunaga
悪
really turned out to be a
織
fake,
部
that
安
means the
永
old
が
man
偽物であ
Makishima
っ
was
て
a
も
fake as well.
その場合
That'd be
マキシマ
awful.
そっ
True.
か
All three of them simply couldn't have been wolves, so there was no problem with their secret chat. However,
盗み聞きは良く
eavesdropping
ない
isn't
が
good, but neither is
密
meeting
談
in
も良くない
secret. Such things draw
こうして変
suspicion
な
like
憶
they
測も
did
呼ぶ
just
し
now.
だね
Right?
もっち、
Mochi,
はるちゃ
Haru-chan,
ん
call
一
them.
人でよく
Why
な
us
い
two? One's fine, right?
いいわよ
I
別
don't
に
mind. Let's
行き
go.
ましょう
Buddy system. Yeah, this wasn't a role that could be left to a single person. Secret chats would increase the likelihood of conspiracies and hidden pacts, perhaps resulting in lawless murders like last time. However, at the same time, there was the risk that someone, especially the wolves, could find out about such pacts without the parties knowing. The wolves left their houses at night to kill people, meaning they could have all the secret talks they wanted out in the night mist. We humans could only have secret talks during the day, where we risk being heard by other inhabitants and wolves. Overall, the wolves had a way bigger advantage on the intelligence front. But by just meeting up at night, they didn't have to have any chats during the day. In fact, they could just focus on listening. They could also agree on what roles they would take. Which one would pretend to have a guardian, which one would side with the humans, which one would gather info. By eavesdropping on humans' secret chats, they could gain info without the humans even realizing someone was listening. That was why people couldn't be allowed to go off to listen to these chats on their own. It would imply they had ulterior motives. Chiemi had realized that just now, huh? She sure had some tact. Did that mean that she suspected Mochi, though? Mr. Takumi said he was a snake. I had a bad feeling coming from me. I felt like I could hear the wolves laughing. He certainly had sharp intuition. That reminded me that he just asked me a leading question, whether I had a wolf or a guardian. Did he perhaps realize? Whether he was a human or wolf, he might have known that I had a guardian. Had Chiemi stopped him from going off on his own because she saw him as dangerous? Perhaps I had to use my snake powers to investigate him. Shit, this is complicated. It's the fun part of being the engineer, though. Upon returning, the Oribes wore docile expressions. But they didn't have anything to say. They just returned to their seats, and that was that. It seemed they came down at the same time as the two students went to pick them up. This was the first time I'd seen him so serious. It made me look a lot like his brother. Large eyes, a straight gaze. They probably inherited those features from their late father, Taniguchi. I couldn't help but wonder what they talked about. Yasunaga probably wanted to scold. Hiroshi while Kaori-san probably was concerned about how they were holding up. I did think it was important to have a strong will in this situation. An outburst of violence would be quickly silenced, and we couldn't afford to lose potential votes to that. The feast is built around the premise of killing people through logical deduction, and letting that foundation crumble was not an option. Otherwise, we'd quickly be overwhelmed by madness and blind murderous rage. The only ones who'd benefit from that would be the wolves, who had the upper hand in information. It's quite uncomfortable here, so let me treat you to something sweet, perhaps. She presented us with something, and I had no idea what.
何ですか
What's this?
これ
Anko? Nope. My bowl had something gray and paste-like in it. It was steaming, too.
あ、タコ
Oh,
だ
it's taco!
懐かしい
Everyone was overjoyed and began digging into the paste with their chopsticks, so I had no reason not to do it, too. It looked like Anko, and was about as soft. I brought my face closer, and it actually had a good smell, like cubic rice crackers. The steam made it obvious, but it was pretty hot. Sweet too, above all else, though it smelled good. It reminded me of barley or rice, grain basically. Tea, it just happened to be sweet.
初太鼓だわ 大麦の粉をいってお湯でね
よそではそう言うんですか
ええまあ地方によっていろいろ呼び名はあるけどね戦前までは広く食べら
ええここは昔から麦を作って教わったのよ昔
タッコという呼び方は聞いたこともないわね初太鼓がなまったのかしら
Even in this situation, Mamiya-san was acting professionally. Though everyone lightened up and made room for some idle talk, no one brought about anything about the feast. No one was in the mood for it either. However, I was sure that just about everyone here had the same thing. Wait, that everyone here had thought the same thing, that Hisako Mamiya was a wolf? She was a bad liar. From what I'd seen during the previous loop, Haruchan was the same way. However, since she was a bit of an eccentric, no one would notice if she acted a bit unnatural. Mamiya-san, however, was clearly the cool and intelligent type, so the sudden change in her behavior immediately stood out. It didn't seem like it had anything to do with the burden she had as a snake or fear of the nightly attacks. If she had nothing to hide, she would calmly defend her actions and do something to help survive the night. The first impression was a very important thing. She was lying. Everyone thought that, not just me. I wasn't able to get them to accept the badger's existence as fact, so they all should have assumed she was a wolf. On top of that, I was thinking about what she'd do and what I'd do with her tomorrow. Enjoying the simple sweetness, I continued to think all by myself. Time passed. We weren't too hungry, but we had dinner, rice gruel, at 5 p.m., then split up. Takumi-san had yet to return. Go back already. I appreciate the help, but this is my job. Just go back. Crap, the bluff from yesterday was too strong. Oh, he thinks he's gonna bang his mom. I had absolutely no intention of laying a hand on a widow with teenage sons, but Yoshitsugu-kun was acting like a real knight protecting a princess.
まあ
Well, he's insisting, and you've been a great help so far. Why not go and rest early?
それでは
I
お
will do
言葉
just
に
that
甘え
then.
て。
転んで田んぼに落
Hope
っ
you
こち
fall
や
in
が
a
れ。
fucking field.
あんた
Watch your
はまた
language.
何を
See you
それでは
tomorrow. Yes, you too.
じゃあな。
See ya. See ya, huh? That made it seem like he didn't see me as a complete enemy. I had no idea what he was thinking. What had they talked about back there? Dude, he went up there and told his mom that I was gonna bang her. And now she's into me. She's like, that young boy wants to hit this? I'm in. I was a bit curious. I'd probably have to ask Yasunaga-kun to find out. As I walked to my hut through the dark mist, I ran into the students.
あ、ハッサンだ。
Hassan, you're early today.
早く済ませて帰
Do what you
ろう
have
よ
to, and let's go back.
すみませ
We
ん
were waiting for you.
待たせてもらってまし
Hope it's
た
not a bother.
何の用かな
I couldn't sense anyone else hiding in the dense mist, but that didn't mean there was no one there. Also, the only one out of these three I could trust is Yasunaga-kun. I hoped he wasn't about to reveal something dangerous.
一言
I wanted to thank you.
俺
Thank?
ええ
Yes, you stopped
昨日
Yoshitsugu yesterday,
吉
didn't
次
you?
を止
You
めて
told
くださ
us.
ったのはははは
Ha 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 ha, whatever do you mean, ha 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 ha.
まあ
So I
言い
can't
方
say I
につい
approve
て
of
は
your
ちょっと
methods.
問
He
題はあった
did
と思い
tell
ますが
them!
え
Huh? You
あ
even
の言い
mentioned
分ま
that?
では
Yes.
え
Oh, can I go hit my head on the rock and
死ねば
die?
いいいやいいですよ
It's
あいつもそ
fine.
こまで言われ
He
て
said it
頭が
helped
冷え
him
たって
cool
言ってま
off.
したし
何言っ
What's
た
this
のよ
about?
スケベの気配がするぞ。
Anyway, if he knew that much, I didn't have to hide it. Mochi held Haru-chan back while Yasunaga and I continued talking.
なんていうか
Sorry
も
about
申し
that.
訳
I
ない
needed something to provoke
とっ
him,
さ
and
に
it was
彼
the
が
only
逆
idea
上
that
しそう
came
な
to mind.
なるほど
I see.
彼は
He's
一本気なのはいい
single-minded,
け
which
ど
is good, but he doesn't
そ
seem
の
to have
立
a
ち位置を
clear
決めか
position
ねて
in
るん
or
だろう
outside
ね
the feast.
はい
Yes, that's why I
だ
wanted
か
to
らち
tell
ゃん
him
と
to
考
actually
え
use
て
his
決め
head,
ろって
but
言いたか
mom,
何かおっしゃったのかいまあ
just something ominous and boring,
縁起
but
で
that
もない
also helped
つ
Yoshitsugu
まらない
pull
ことを
off.
言ったんですけど
It
ね
didn't seem like he'd get any
こ
more
れも義
detailed.
継、
I see. So
と
that's
りあ
the
えず
theory you were talking
あ
about.
そういうことで
Yes,
す
please don't suspect
歌
this.
そうよ。
Yeah, Nichan would never
兄
do
ちゃん
anything
が悪い
bad.
ことなんてす
You're
る
way
わけがない
shadier
じゃ
than
ない。
him.
まあ、
Well,
ハッサン
Hassan
から
probably
見
thinks
た
that
ら
Haru-chan and I are
僕もハルちゃ
bullshitting.
ん
というわけ
Anyway,
で
that's it. Also,
ここまで
sorry
で
for
す
being so helpless.
あと
What a grim face. It was the same one. It was the same as the one he made when his efforts to prevent Tae-san and Mamiya-san from being Lynch target turned out to be in vain.
とんでもない
Don't be. I'm an
大人
adult
な
here,
の
so
に
that's
無
my
力な
line.
まあ、今
To be
現
honest,
在
at this point,
無
only
力でない
Haru-chan's
のは
grandpa has any
ハ
real
ルちゃん
power.
のじっちゃん
Don't
くらい
blame
だろう。
yourselves. Everyone's powerless is what it is.
なんか
You
まとも
said
っぽい
something
こと言う
normal
ね
for once.
ヤッスンとハル
Holding
ちゃんが
myself
前
back
だから
as
事情だ。
Yasun and Haru-chan are here. That makes sense.
じゃあ
We'll be
戻
going
りま
now.
すけど
Be careful, Musaishi-san.
明日死んでたら
We'll
骨
bury you
は
if
拾
you're
う
dead
ぞ。
tomorrow. That's pretty
縁起でも
morbid.
ない
I sent them off with a simple goodbye. But one of them refused to leave.
ハルちゃん
Haru-chan?
もうやったとは
What did you mean by I already tried it? What? I wonder what she meant by that, but then
僕
I
がもう
already
やったか
tried
ら
it. Did she mean the thing I told Yoshitsugu-kun last night?
は
What
る
are
ち
you
ゃん
talking about?
何のこと
Yasunaga-kun didn't know? Did Yoshitsugu-kun not mention that part?
あ
Oh, you were listening in on us
もしかし
yesterday.
て
I
は
would
るちゃん
explain
は昨
everything.
日近くで
Kaku-san had done
話
exactly
を聞い
that,
て
and
た
it
のか
wouldn't
な
have surprised me if Haru-chan had done the same.
昨日は
The
3
three
人
of
で
us
とっ
went
と
back
と戻
early
った
though.
よ。
Did you go ask
そ
him
の
something
後、
later?
一人でなんか
They
聞
had
き
no
に行
idea
った
what she
の
was。talking about. Mochi's words supported my assumption. There was no response. Dude, look at her eyes. She looks so fucking creepy. This talk wasn't that big of a deal, but the silence made it feel needlessly tense.
はるちゃん
Did my voice contain a little too much irritation? I regretted speaking up. But then, all of that was blown away.
そう
I see. So you rose and
落
have
ちて
tried...
きたか
You have tried it again several times, have you not?
己
Oh,
幾度かやり直
why
し
did
て
her
おるわ
voice change? For a moment, it felt like her mouth displayed a frighteningly menacing grin.
はるちゃん
The next moment, her expression returned to the usual sullen face.
あれ
Huh?
どう
What's
かし
wrong?
た
戻ります
Let's go back, you two.
うん。
待ってくれ
Hold on, what
今
was
のは一
that?
体
ハッサン、
Hassan. The one who stopped me from going after the other two is Mochi.
これはね、
This is our secret.
僕ら
No
だ
one
けの
else's,
秘
and it
密だ。
probably doesn't have anything to do with the
多
feast.
分
Ignore it
宴
and
と
go
は
to
全
sleep.
どういうこと
What are you talking about?
今のはるちゃんの
Haru-chan's
様子が
state just now?
そうだ。
Yep.
昨日も
She
は
also
るちゃ
went
ん
all
は
weird in the middle of the
宴の
feast,
最
didn't
中に
she?
おかしくなったよね。
Yep, that happened when Rikaku-san used the word God.
それ以上
You
は
shall go
立ち
no
入り禁止
further.
じゃあ
See
ね
ya, Hassan.
ハッ
Do
サ
your
ン
best tonight.
今夜も頑張ってね
Does she think I'm a Yomibito now because she thinks I'm reviving? He also left with a bombshell. Do your best tonight could only mean he knew I had a guardian. Who was I supposed to trust? Or rather, who was sane here?
複雑回帰で
God,
ござ
why
い
is
ます
everybody creeping through the mist? How complicated and mysterious.
あな
Are you
たも
talking about
大概
yourself? How mean? That was my line. I almost screamed when she popped out.
なんでいるん
What's
で
up
すか
with you?
昨日のこ
I
と
remember
が
what
あった
happened
ので
yesterday, which had me worried. It would not be good if you found shelter too late.
しかし
Also, it appears that Haru
牧島春様
Makishima-sama has not healed yet.
まだ治っ
Healed?
はい
Yes, when Haru Makishima-sama lost her parents,
か
she
つ
was
て
left
牧
with a
島
mental
春
illness.
狼様に
Some
疲れ
went
た
as
な
far
ど
to
と
say
い
she
う
was
もの
possessed by the Okami-sama.
狼
Possessed by a
つき
wolf? I've heard of
狐に
possession by
疲れると
fox,
かは
but
聞
that's
いた
new
こ
to
とがあり
me.
ますが
Doesn't seem unlikely
とは
though.
狼様
Okami-sama do not possess humans.
そういう
Is that
感
how
覚
it
なんで
is?
す
I'm not sure I understand.
僕に
いい
How do I put this? It is something that would be troublesome if it
ど
could
う
happen
言いまし
easily.
ょう
The Okami-sama and the other guardians are godlike entities.
他
Even
のお
the
守りは
Yomatsu Okami-sama rank highly
神
on
の
that front.
偉大なる
To
神
summon
の
a
許
god of
し
that caliber, you must prepare an appropriate ritual.
相応の儀
Possession by
礼に
wolf
のっ
is
と
not
るべ
something
き
that can
だ
happen so easily.
簡
That
単
was a
に
decent explanation.
勝
I
手
can
に
understand that it would be weird for famous gods to
取り
just
つかれる
possess
ような
someone.
じゃあそれこそ
So this,
狐や
so
タヌ
was
キの
this
仕
the
業
work
と
of a
か
fox or a tanuki? We
神
serve
内
great
明
Lord
神に
Shinai,
仕えて
so
い
we
る
should be
私
warded
たち
from those kinds of cultures.
でも
Creatures?
狼様は人と他の眷属の裏切
Didn't
り
the
で
wolf
殺さ
get
れてしまっ
betrayed and
て
killed by humans
隙
and
が
other
できてしまって
guardians?
るん
Maybe
じゃ
that left an opening.
それは
That is something we still do not know.
というと
What do you mean?
実のところ
Yasumizu is actually the only place where it
狼
is said
様
that
が死んで
Okami-sama
い
are
ると
dead.
上富士吉の
Kami
長者
Fujiyoshi
家
had families. It is even said that it is the
Yasumizu
Yasumizu
のものの
inhabitants who
方
are
が
the Yomibito.
それ
Is
は
that true?
え
Yes. Could you keep it a secret from the villagers?
それは
What would happen
聞
if
い
I
たら
told
どう
them?
それは
They would be quite upset, surely.
普通に
Yeah, of course they
気
would.
分を害
It
さ
wouldn't
れ
make
るか
sense for them to become murderers just because they heard something like that. A long time ago, when I was still a girl, Kami Fujiyoshi got drunk and revealed the truth behind the feast of the Yomi
本
Purge.
当の
Yeah, Tason herself
話を
said it
ね
last time. Just knowing the real story wasn't enough. That knowledge alone didn't motivate the wolves and badger to kill. Back then, Chiyomi was probably just dealing with her own problems. I'd badly misunderstood her situation. It really did seem like the wolves had a change of heart due to more than simply words. This was good. I can now see a bit more of the overall picture.
春明様
あ
Oh, sorry, what is
すみ
it?
ません
怖い顔
You're making a scary face. Did I say
なさっ
something
てい
bad?
る
いえいえそん
No,
な
no, sorry. We were talking about Haru-chan, right? So what's
Haru-chan
up with her?
野里のお医者様は
Nosato's doctor said that she has a mental illness. However, Kami Fujiyoshi, as well as here,
上富
people
士
never
吉で
stopped
も
whispering that she was actually possessed by
い
the
や
wolf.
だから
That was why
上松
Uematsu
家が
came to banish the corruption.
汚れ
She
払い
became
を
better.
それは
Did you pray or
家事
chant
人
something?
まあ
Well, something like that.
その
That
よう
makes
なもの
sense.
です
The four families ruled through the local faith, so cracks in their beliefs are serious trouble for them. I didn't quite relate to the idea that some beastly possessions couldn't happen. But since they'd brought in the Uematsu to deal with it, it could only mean they'd wanted to handle it from a religious standpoint. In a way, that was an admission that Haru-chan was an exception in their faith. The family heads probably wanted to treat it as a problem that had nothing to do with the religion, but that hadn't worked out. Well, if they didn't allow healing her with a change of the environment, this didn't seem that unusual. There were stories of beastly possessions all over Japan. Mamiya-san probably had tons of them in her head. It did freak me out a bit. It happened here of all places, but I felt like I had to consider it separate from all the other strange
ちな
phenomena
み
here.
に読み人
By
付
the
きと
way,
いう
did you ever
話
hear
は出
anything
なかっ
about
たんです
possession
か
by Yomibito? That would be strange as well. Yomibito are fearful
奇
creatures.
妙です
They have no human intelligence or virtue.
牧島春
Haru
様
Makishima-sama did not seem to fit that
ご
description.
様子はそれと
That
は
reminded
少
me
し
of that last time Rikako-san had been declared a Yomibito when something went wrong with her mind. Haru-chan wasn't like her at all.
でも
And since
他
no
に
one could
思い
think
つ
of
く
an
ものがない
explanation,
か
they
ら
began thinking
世
that
も
she
つ
was
狼
possessed
が
by the
憑依した
Yomatsu
と
Okami,
いう
right?
はい
Yes, Kami Fujiyoshi had
Kami
many people who
Fujiyoshi.
knew Yasumizu's legend.
汚れて
They
も
said
神
that,
の
corrupted or
神
not, a god was a god, and that since she was in such an eerie place, she might have been possessed by the wolf.
そして
And the
人
prayers
によっ
healed
て
her,
治
huh? Yes, in the end, it was considered to be merely minor trouble. caused by the corruption.
軽い汚れに
I didn't get it completely, but it didn't seem like a big deal. It ended a while ago, but now it had come back.
みなすことこれはね
This is our
僕らだ
secret,
け
no
の
one
秘密
else's,
だ
and it probably doesn't have anything
多
to do
分
with the
宴
feast.
とは全
No
然
one
関
go to
係ない
sleep.
話だから気にしない
This
で
is
寝
our
るといい
secret, no one else's.
子供た
Perhaps the
ちは
children know something of Haru Wakashima's illness.
聞いても教え
I
ては
doubt
くれ
they'd
なさ
say
そうです
anything,
ね。
though. If Mochi wasn't lying, then this had nothing to do with the feast, and that was what I thought too. This was a Fujiyoshi problem completely independent of the feast. However,
そうか落ちてきたか己幾度かやり直しておるな
see, she sounds like totally different. So you rose. You have tried again several times, have you not?
落ち
What did she
と
mean by
いうのは
rose? I think I heard
どう
something
いう
like
意味
that
なん
during
でしょう
today's
か。
feast too.
今日の宴でも
落ち
To
たら
rise is to come back, especially from the land of
戻って
Yomi.
くる
Rose is its past tense.
じゃあ
Then
落
rise
ちな
not
かれ
means
と
don't
は
come back from the
生き
dead.
返るなと。
Rikako-san nodded. Well, that made sense. Yasumizu considered returning from Yomi to be ominous, so it served as a farewell to the dead here.
そうか落ちてきたか
I see. So you came back from the dead. You have tried again
Onore.
several times, have you not? How?
幾度かや
How
り
did she
直して
know
お
that?
るな
I was being subjected to some weird death loop, and I was the only one aware of it. This was the one thing that I couldn't justify in a purely logical manner. Had she noticed it when she was supposedly possessed? Was I just overthinking it? Maybe she'd been referring to something else or was simply spouting random nonsense? Was it possible that something supernatural really had possessed her and it could tell what situation I was in? I didn't want to believe it, but I would keep it in mind as a possibility. However, not even Rikako-san seemed to know anything about this supernatural entity. Was it completely unrelated to my situation, the feast, and Fujiyoshi's legend? I couldn't afford to overthink things. However, for all I knew, Haro-chan could be the key to unraveling this strange situation. I'd have to keep that in mind. I'd gotten lost in thought again, but this time Rikako-san just silently waited until I was done. She too was wearing a profound expression, hanging her head and lost in thought.
私た
We
ち
are ignorant mountain people. Wisdom was buried, and now we are dancing a pathetic dance.
こんな状況なら誰
Anyone
だっ
would be
て
like
そう
that
で
in
す
this
よ。
situation.
春明様は
I see you will not go
それ
any
以上
further. What do you
それは
mean? Like I said before, I don't have any
どういう意味です？
special powers.
特別な境
What
遇
about
もあり
special
ませんか
circumstances or a special past?
いえ
No, it does not matter.
私
I merely want to believe that you are special, Haruaki-sama.
春明様きっか
I
け
do not know what started it, but after seeing you through the shadow that leaves the
あの日
through the shadow of that
墓
that
越
leaves
し
that
に
day,
私
I have
は
been thinking of nothing else but you. Ayo!
最初置き
It
場
could
に
be because you
頭を
helped
打ち
me
つ
when
け
I
た
hurt my head on
私
the
を助
Okibo,
け
or
ていた
because
だ
you
いた
called me by name.
名前を呼んでいただいた理由
I looked for reasons, but I'm still not certain. Perhaps none exists.
を期待しております
I cherish you.
不妻子春明様
So I made her say it.
リカコさん、
Kako-san,
いいのです
it is fine. No need to say it. I am not the type of person
Oshararezu.
who could hope for something like that.
私はそれでも
I only said it because I had something else to say.
おつ
She's a
なんでしょう。
wolf.
逃げて
Please flee this place.
逃げ
I
られな
can't,
い
can I?
でしょ。
I knew that well. I believed that I could escape last time and ended up failing to protect anyone.
僕にも
I understand why
わかり
everyone
ま
here
す
is
よ。
so afraid of the mist.
皆さんがこの霧を恐れる理由がきっと
It's because you can't
この
escape
霧
it
から
and
は
remain
逃
until
れ
the
られ
feast
ない。
comes to an end.
だから僕
That's
は
why I...
言わないで
Please don't say it.
ください
I am
私
not doing this because I want your gratitude or
あの
comfort.
丸
I
尾
am doing this as the descendant of the bedroom women
ネ
servants
アのはした
who
もの
must see
が
their
連れ
guests
出
on
し
the
た
way back, and as a woman who treasures you.
春明様
I truly want you to survive this. You have no reason to die in a place like this.
ここで
I'm
死
sure
ぬ
you
け
have
り
a
は
place you must return to.
いいのです
Do not worry if you have, even if you have lied or become indebted, it is nothing compared to the sacrifice the mountain asks of you.
だから
So, I will
私
help you escape.
逃がします
What? That actually sounded like she knew a way to escape this place. I wanted to ask about it. I had to, even. Despite feeling that way, though.
言わないでくだ
Please
さ
don't
い。
say it. I refused. And I knew full well what that meant for her.
命が
Even though you were as good as deceased?
命がないんですか。
いえ
No, but it will surely happen if you continue this.
リカコさん、他
Do
に
you
後
have any
ろめ
other
ない
dark
隠し
secrets?
事
I
は
bet you she's a wolf.
ありま
Huh? She stared at me in bewilderment.
あ
You
なた
always
は
knew that you could help
自分
someone
の
run
思い
away
や
if you discarded yourself
自
and
分
your
自身を
feelings.
投げ打てばだけど
However,
そ
you
れを
didn't
行
know
使
if
す
you
るか
could
ど
go
うか
through
迷
with
っ
that,
ている
right?
植松
You
家と
didn't
し
know
ての
if
義
you
務
should
を
throw away your
放棄し
duty
て
as an
誰
Amatsu
か
and
一
save
人を
someone
逃
or
す
stay in
か
Yasumizu until
そ
the
れとも
ending
最後
keep
まで
being
休みず
an
に
Amatsu.
迷った後
After a lot of
あ
inner
なたなり
conflict,
に
you
理論
decided
武
that
装をし
letting
て
me escape was the right
僕を
thing
逃が
to
す
do
こと
and
が
that
立
you
場的
wanted
に
to.
僕
You
が無
wanted
事
to
で
make
あ
me
りさえ
believe
す
that
れ
it
ば
doesn't matter what
あなた
happens
が
to
ど
you
う
as
な
long
って
as
も
I'm
構わない
alright.
気に食わないんですよ
Man,
ね
this was
そういう
fun.
のは
I'm
僕
gonna
は
play this by my own
ルール
rules.
は自分で決めたい
It
ん
was
ですよ
fun and she was just lovable.
あ
Sorry.
というわ
So
け
I
で
want to change the rules.
そ
How
う
about
だな
this?
も
If
し
you
あ
cut
な
it
た
out with the
が
unpleasant
他に
secrets,
もうこんな
the
不愉
man
快
called
な秘
Haruaki
密を溜め
Fusashi
込ま
will
ないで
trust
いいというなら
Rikaku
ば
Uematsu.
久
Seriously,
石
love.
春明そして
I will survive for
僕は
Rikaku
上松
Uematsu's
里香子
sake
のた
while
め
you
に
survive for
あなたは
Haruaki
久石
Fusashi's
春明
sake.
の
So
ため
we're
に生
over
き残
Chiemi,
り
now we're going after her.
それで
And if we both
もし生
survive,
きのあなたは久石
you
春
can
明
ask
に僕
Haruaki
は上松
Fusashi
里香
for
子に
whatever you want.
何でも
And
好
I
き
can
な
do
こ
the
とを
same with
望んでよ
Rikaku
い
Uematsu.
そんな賭け
Wanting
を
to gamble on that?
ほら
Sounds way more fun,
こっ
don't
ち
you
の方
think?
がずっと楽しそうじゃないですか
Rikaku-san was trembling. Her face was all red, her eyes are full of tears, and her shoulders are shivering.
私
This might be a foolish understanding of mine, but do you mean that,
つま
I
り
wasn't rude enough to force her to say it. Instead of waiting, I just embraced her. Dude, she looks like a little
あなたを
girl.
見捨てて逃げることで
I'm not gonna abandon you and run away. That'd be letting go of such a
もったい
tasty-looking woman. It'd be one hell of a waste.
だか
So
ら
please survive.
さ
Well,
あ賭けに乗
are
り
you
ますか
taking the bet? I felt her heated breath on me. It seemed to penetrate my Jesus Christ. I found the fucking, like, sex story. It's so dirty. No, you must flee.
可愛い
You're
ですね
adorable.
リカ子さん
So much that I wanted to take her right then and there.
でも
But the rest will have to wait for
この
later.
先
そんな
No, now.
やっぱり
I'll have you ask it
賭け
again
に
when
勝
the
った
bet's
時
won.
ね
That's alright with you,
ミカコ
Rikaku-san? I tightened my embrace a little. She's a wolf. Eventually, she nodded, sealing the wager.
おやす
Good
み
night.
え
You
え
too. Good night.
おやすみ
It's
な
a
さい
battle, I shouted, and she responded with a, "Haw." The flirting continued for a bit, and then we parted ways. Alright. With that out of the way, I had to make sure she kept up her side of things this time. Now, who to choose today? The situation was completely unlike yesterday. Takumi-san was in an even more critical position than before. It reminded me of Kaori-san's situation last time. If he went out of control, the only one who could stop him was probably Kanto-san, but even then, someone could die. Kiyonosuke, she was, as Mochi had pointed out, in the feast, a convenient dumping ground for votes. Knowing Kanto-san's influence, Omiya-san would definitely become a candidate for a hanging. In fact, it was more or less obvious that she was an enemy by now. On the other hand, we had people in important positions in completely different ways than yesterday. I feel like they fucking did like a horrible job writing this. Why is he like convinced? He knows that she's a fucking wolf, but every time he mentions her, he's like, oh, it could go either way. Mochi had good intuition and used it on me a lot. And Haruchan, she had little to do with the feast, but she might have had a hint or two regarding my looping phenomenon. Investigating her would be completely personal, but I'd already let Taesan die because of my selfishness, so that wouldn't be special. It was pretty messed up, clearly, but so was a situation where a selfless act could prove fatal. Besides them, Kaori-san, the old wolf guy, and Yoshitsugu-kun were still total blanks. Whether Kaori-san was a wolf or human, she'd be a real danger if her sons died. She wasn't a good target for the snake. Yoshitsugu had a tendency to go wild, but he had a little influence over the feast. The old wolf guy was the same as always, an unpredictable vote. I went and picked him this time. Come to think of it, could I investigate the same person I checked yesterday? It'd be probably pointless, but I was curious. Who did I check yesterday? Who did I have to go for? Holy shit. Okay, so we know Takumi and Kiyonosuke are human. We know Hisako's the wolf. So between Mochi and Haru, I feel like it's not Haru. I think Mochi's the most suspicious, even though he's like fucking weird. If a wolf replaced him, it's doing a really good job at keeping up him. I wrote down the name, left it near my pillow, and went to sleep. Walking disaster is dirty. He's a wolf. I fucking knew it. Poor Mochi. I woke up to yet another day and got the info I wanted as a snake. See, why does he not react? You could also say the wolves had let me live. Could I trust that Yasunaga and Mochi were the only ones who suspected me? Wait, but what? Yasunaga's the only one who fucking trusts him. This game's falling apart. I could contribute to the human survival by hiding my identity as a snake and gathering information about the others. I already know who 2 of the wolves are. However, that had me worried. Would everyone believe the snake who'd survived by hiding his identity and revealing himself late into the game? I was particularly worried about Kanzo-san. He hadn't said anything completely wrong so far, but there was a tendency for anyone he cast suspicion on to be dogpiled by the others. That seemed intentional on his part, but it seemed like a mistake to me. Yasunaga-kun's attempts at resistance hadn't gone well so far. He didn't have many cards to play yet. Perhaps he believed that I could be one of those cards? Would I be able to act today? Weighing my options, I opened the door and saw Takumi-san. My surprised gasp quickly became a cry of pain. Knocked backwards, I was thrown back into the hut. Sitting on the floor, I looked up at him. He wasn't saying a thing. His expression was stern and his eyes seemed to be boiling with hatred. In his left hand, he held a hoe. Even that seemed like a lethal weapon when held by a man with such a threatening visage. He was out of control and I was clearly in danger. He still wasn't saying anything, not because of hesitation, but because he was waiting for my reaction. He would decide what to do based on what I did. Why are you here? Still on the floor, I asked him that. Oh shit. 2 died today. His response wasn't an answer to my question, but it was an important thing nonetheless. We had a death that broke the rule of 1 per day, 1 per night, something commonplace during the previous loop. It happened again. Who? I was more or less certain that one of them was Yoshitsugu Oribe. The boy went wild during the first night last time, and he tried the same this time, so I assumed that another night was all he needed to gather his resolve to go wolf hunting. Instead of answering, though, Takumi-san just took a step forward and closed the door behind him. He crouched down and looked me in the eyes, but even from that position, he loomed over me. You said you voted for me to protect me yesterday. His voice was quiet, but I hear barely concealed rage in it. Explain that to me in a way even I can understand. He then rested his right hand on the hoe. I couldn't read his true intentions. However, he was definitely in charge here, and a wrong answer would be punished harshly. This would be a tough one. I knew this would happen. Huh? I had to consider what was on his mind. He was probably planning to beat me up no matter how I responded. However, he did seem to leave some space for consideration in case I gave him a good answer. I was now being tested. In this situation, he'd only understand if I provided him with something unexpected. If I can do that, I can get him to agree with me. I'd already planned a response to this. It was both well-rounded and difficult to pull off. Yesterday, you were at a crossroads. You always believed that Yasumizu was unified and that no one here would kill anyone else. However, since you also valued their words, regardless of which generation they were from, you were unable to commit to a course of action. I paused for a second. Go on. He prodded me with the hoe. It didn't hurt, but it seemed antagonistic. However, he was still giving me a chance to talk. The elders, especially Tei Yamawaki-san, believed that the feast was a paranormal phenomenon with absolute power over all within, and that death was unavoidable. The legend she recounted to us was the reason why Yasumizu became isolated, even here in Fujiyoshi. But it was also part of its identity. Make it simple. Because of the story about killing the wolves and revenge, Yasumizu was given the unfair role of being the defense against Yomi. However, if you accepted life here and looked at it from an optimistic standpoint, the story was actually something to be proud of. That was why, despite saying that the stones were nonsense, you couldn't just brush them off. He seemed to understand me so far. On the other hand, you were better at using your head and thinking logically than most others here, so you were better at telling truth from lying. That was why you could relate to Chami-chan and Yasunaga to more modern, logical ways of thinking. One had lived in the city while the other had a keen mind. However, they themselves looked at the situation differently. While one calmly thought that you couldn't just go off and murder, the other calmly thought
冷
that
静
you
に
can't
考え
avoid
てさ、あ
murder.
なたはそれら全てに共感している。
That was why you wanted to take the middle road, but that would make it impossible for you to move
それじゃ
forward
前
or
の
back.
休み
As
ず
the
のリ
leader
ー
of
ダーとして
Yosemizu and the
世
mediator
代の
between
仲
the
介役と
generations,
して
you had to
向け
live
ら
up
れ
to
てい
their
る期待に
expectations.
そこであなた
That
が
was
取
why
る
you
のは
decided to assume who were
休
the
みず
enemies
に
of
対する
Yosemizu
敵を
and
想定し
prioritize
て
attacking them.
幸いに
Fortunately
し
for
て
you, you had few
敵
options.
その人
One
は
of them was the mystery
不吉
girl
な
Meiko,
存在
and
で
the
あ
other
る
was
ね
Rikaku-san. She was a
休み
village
ずの
head, and
敵
they
対
had
者
a
であ
history
る
of prejudice
四長
against
者の理香子さん
Yosemizu. And then
そ
there
して
was
素
me, the
性
guy
不
with
明
the
の
unknown
僕だ
background.
時点で
After that, there was
素性が
Mamiya-san.
明らか
Her
ながら
identity was
よ
clear,
そ
but
者
she
の
was
間
still
宮
an
さんには
outsider. And
長者
lastly,
でありながら
Masato-san.
次男坊で
The
何
village
も知
head
ら
didn't
なそう
seem
な
to know
雅人
anything
さんを
because
設
he was
定
the
して
second child.
もちろん
Of course,
ご
Yamawaki-san
自分
and
と関
Kaori
係の深い
Orime-san,
山脇
both
さん
of
や
whom we were
織
close
部
to,
薫
were
さんは
lowest on this
言う
list.
あなたは要
He
する
simply
に
wanted to attack
こ
them
の優
based on
先
this
度に
order
従っ
because
て
he
順
wanted to
番に
avoid
攻
hurting
撃し
those
よ
he
うと
was
いうだけだ
sympathetic to.
そ
I
れが
wouldn't call it
断りに沿
unreasonable.
ってないとは
It's
言いませ
natural
ん
to
よ
believe that the
隣
invaders are
人
the
が
enemies
殺
rather
人鬼
than your
表現した
neighbors
と
who
いう
became
より
murderers.
で
You were able to carry
昨日の朝ま
carry
では
on
あな
this
た
way
は
of
その
thinking
主張を
until
続けて
yesterday
いられ
morning.
た
No one died
前
that
の
night
晩に
after
誰
all.
もしかし
However, that all crumbled at noon when
それは
Yosemizu's
根底
people
から崩れ
prioritized killing a local mainstay
休
over
み
an
ず
outsider.
だからあな
That's
たは
why
一
you
人
locked
閉じ
yourself
こもっ
up. You
た
needed time to rethink your strategy.
そこであ
You
なたは考
considered
え
how to
たはず
rework your list of enemies and how to determine Yamawaki-san's murderer.
山脇大さんの
My
敵
words
を
are
どう
cut off
判
when he
別す
threw
る
away
か
the hoe and grabbed me by my collar.
違う
It's not true. Being shaken by his powerful fists made it hard to breathe, but it wasn't violence just yet.
本当に違
If
う
it
と
really
思って
isn't,
い
you
る
can
なら
argue with words instead
手を
of
出さ
threats.
ずに
That's
反
how
論
you
すればい
usually
い
are, right?
しかし
However, you decided
あ
to
なたは
create
敵を
enemies
作
for
る方
yourself.
そうなれば
That left you only
出る
one
答えな
option,
ん
to
て一
post
つ
the
で
ones
す
who killed Taesan and
タイさんを
avenge her by
殺した
attacking
連中
them.
違う
No.
違わないね
Yes, though she
いくら
claimed to
保
have
者
a
を名乗って
guardian,
も
it was
間
clear
宮
that
さんの態度は
Mamiya-san's
怪しい
attitude
こと
was
は明
weird,
白
and
だ
yet the one who was
な
hanged
のに
was
くくられ
Taesan.
だから狼
That's
全
why,
員が
that was
タイ
why
さんに投票して票
you
を
thought
寄せ
that
た
the
に
wolves
違い
must
な
have
い
banded up and voted for
狼はタイさん
Taesan.
への投
They
票
had
者
to be
の中に
lurking
いるは
among
ずだ
those who voted her into death.
あなたはそう考えたはずだ
I'm sure that's what you thought, and in turn,
僕
I
は
thought
この
this.
時点で
At this point, the
あな
guild
た
was
は
not
タイさん
saving
を救
her.
えなかった罪悪感から
Wait.
自己
At
犠
this
牲
point,
的
the
か
guilt
つ
from
捨て
not
身の
saving
行動
her
に
would
出か
get
ねな
to
い
you, and you would go berserk without any regard for yourself.
汚れ覚悟で
Perhaps to the point of
容
killing
疑者
all
を
the
皆殺
suspects,
しに
even
す
if
る
it
と
meant
か
getting
ね
the
で
corruption.
は僕はど
That's
う
why
す
I
べき
thought
か
about what I had to do. If I
僕は
voted
考
for
えた
Yamawaki-san, I would be
も
your
し
enemy
僕が
number
や
one.
メイコは
Meiko
幼い
was young, and while
リ
Rikaku-san
カコさん
voted
は
for
山脇さんに
Yamawaki-san,
投
she
票こそした
accepted
が
that. Me, though, I
山
have
脇さんは
nothing.
あなたが
If you
暴
went
走して
berserk and
殺し
started
に来る
killing,
と
I
す
would
れ
be
ば
the first on your
僕が
list.
一
That
番
was
先
why I
だ
couldn't vote for her.
そ
That's
れ
your
が理
reason?
由
You
だ
had
とでも
another
人
choice,
気か
damn it. He
て
was
めえ
right.
には
Though
もう一
Taesan
つ
had
選択
already
肢があっただろう
had more votes. I saw the difference clearly, and you can use my vote to take it to the final vote.
それでも
Even so, I
間宮
couldn't
久
vote
子
for
に投票するこ
Hisako
と
な
Mamiya. Oh,
ぜ
you
だ
suspected her too,
てめえ
didn't
もあい
you?
つを疑ってるんだろうがなのに
What was I to do here? There was no guarantee that no one was listening. It was probably best to assume that someone was. Even if there wasn't, was it a good idea to tell him about my guardian? I didn't have much time to think about this. Takumi-san grabbed the hoe again. Oh yeah, he's... Yeah, I can, because I know he's human. My decision wasn't new to trusting him personally. I did it solely because I knew he wasn't a wolf.
僕は
I am the snake.
蛇のカゴ者です
Still, this was enough info to allow me to reveal it to him.
だから
That's why I knew she
彼
was
女
a
が
fake
偽
right
物
from
だ
the
というこ
start.
と
His grip relaxed for a second, but then...
なら
Why
な
didn't you
おさ
say
ら
it? If
な
you
ぜ黙
revealed
ってやがっ
yourself,
た
Bachan wouldn't have...
狼側が
It's
一人
because I
犠牲に
understood
して
that
ま
the
で
wolves wanted to know who
蛇
the
を
snake
特定
was,
した
even
がっ
if
て
it
るの
meant
が分かったから
sacrificing
で
one
す
of
よ
their own.
どう
What do
い
you
う意味
mean?
だ
昨日僕
Yesterday
は
I said that I had to have...
狼が能動的
Wait,
に勝つに
yesterday
は
I said that to make an active effort to win, the wolves had to pretend to have guardians,
あくま
but by
で
that,
狼陣 陣営全体の話です。いくら演
No
技が
matter
上手
how
く
good
て
of
も
an actor you are, by
カボチャ
acting
を
like
名
you
乗
have
り
a
出る
guardian, you will be
そう
suspected of
疑
putting
い
in
の結
danger.
果
As a
い
result,
ず
the
れ
figure
語
would
ったこと
eventually
は
be
覆え
hanged,
るが
but it wouldn't have
残った
brought
狼
time.
陣営に
But it would have
得
bought
難い時間
some
稼ぎが
time
できるわ
for
け
the
です。
remaining wolves.
しかし
However,
誰
pretending to
も
have
死
a
んでい
guardian
な
when
い
no
あの
one
タイ
else
ミン
had
グで
died
語
was
るのは
way too
リスク
risky.
が
The
大
real
きす
one
ぎ
was
る。
still alive after
と
all.
なれば目
That
的は
meant that
一
the
つ。
wolves could have been planning only one thing, to draw out the real snake and kill
そ
them
の
that
場に
very
殺
night.
すというのが
There was also the
狼側の
possibility
狙いで
that
す。
she was a badger, but that would have only made it more confusing, so I admitted it.
僕は黙っ
I
て
did nothing to stop
山脇さんを見殺しにした。
Yamawaki-san's death. I
そ
won't
れは
deny
もちろ
that.
んただ
However, I thought it
そ
was
れでも生き
necessary
残
for
っ
me
て
to survive and get back at
狼
the
に
wolves.
そして
I couldn't have voted
間
for
宮さんに
Mamiya
票を
Son
入れ
either.
る
It
こと
was
も
to
で
keep
き
the
なかっ
wolves
た。
from realizing that I actually
僕
knew
が彼
exactly
女を
what she
紹介
was.
しだから
That was
間
why,
宮
instead
さん
of
でも
using my
山
vote
脇
on
さんでも
them,
な
I
く
used it to send
あ
you
な
a
たに
message.
正直
It was a pretty bad
策
plan
として
if I
は
say
か
so
なりダメです
myself.
よ。
I had no idea if
あ
you
な
would
たに
understand.
しかし事
But the
実
result is clear. You came
あ
to
な
me
た
and
は
gave me a
僕に
chance
こ
to
うしてギ
explain
リギリの
myself.
このチャンスが
This chance was necessary
僕に
for
は
me.
どういうことだ。
一旦話してもらえますか。
He did as I
多
asked.
数派工
We
作
can avenge Taisan by fixing the majority and killing all the
た
wolves.
だ
However, for
その
that,
た
I
め
need
に
you
は
to trust me.
僕は
I already
あな
trust
た
you
を信
after
じ
all. I use the snake's power to
なぜ
confirm
な
that you
ら
are
僕
human.
はあなたは
Can you trust me?
信じてくれますか
This was very one-sided. However, it was in line with his desire. He was conflicted between three things: sympathy for me as an unfortunate outsider, the unfairness of the final vote yesterday, and my suggestion. This was especially hard for him because he wanted to be impartial. I can't
いき
decide
なり
that
は
so
決められ
suddenly.
え
I understand, but I kind of believe that you are the
お前
snake.
えいいんですか
Are you sure that's a good idea?
結局は
Please
信
follow
じ
that
るか
whether you
信じない
believe
か
or
だ
not, right?
読み意味の宴ってやつそれと
Also, your assumption is right.
どの部分でしょうか
俺は昨日
I was thinking of killing
お
you
前を
yesterday.
殺そうかどうか迷ってた昨日の段階で
If
こ
I'd
こに
come
来
here
て
in
たら
that state I was in yesterday, I'd have probably killed you before listening to anything you had to say.
だが
But I
思い
couldn't
切れ
go
な
through
かっ
with it, probably because I wanted to
た
know
お
what
前
you
に
meant.
言われたこ
So
と
I'd
が
work some
気にな
magic.
ったからか
So I'd work some word magic there, huh?
ただ
But that has nothing to do with whether I
本気で信じるかは
trust you or not, and I'll
別だし
think about your suggestion
お前
after
の
you
手
tell me more.
十分です
That's good enough for
が
me, by the way.
その前二人
You
死んだっ
said
て
two people died.
一体誰が
あ
Oh, I was
あ
just
その
thinking
こ
of
とを
telling
今
you.
一緒
Come
に来
with
い
me, we gotta find the old
おや
man.
っさんを収めさねえと
The ones who died today were Haru Makishima and Hisako Mamiya. Damn, dude! Would they force her to get corrupted? Because if she survived the wolves, she'd be suspicious? When Takumi-san told me that, I was more confused than shocked. Why? Why them of all people? And then Mochi killed Haru because she was onto something, or she knew something, or something. However, I couldn't spend a lot of time thinking. Takumi-san predicted that Kanzo-san would go on a frenzy if he saw Haru-chan's corpse. That reminded me of the time he ran up to her when she was acting weird. Mochi had told me that he loved his granddaughter a lot, and that was undoubtedly true. Takumi-san had walked around Yasumizu before coming to me, but he couldn't find Kanzo-san anywhere. It would have been fine if they'd just miss each other, but Kanzo-san always woke up and walked around before anyone else, so he must have already seen Haru-chan's body. Considering the situation, I couldn't help but feel that something bad was happening with him right now.
おやっさんはライフル持っ
He's
てる
got
か
a
らな
rifle. Guy's more
俺
dangerous
よ
than
りは
me.
ない
Even Takumi-san, who almost killed me himself, deemed him a huge threat. At the plaza, we met Chiemi. Her eyes were all red.
兄ちゃん
Ni-chan, Haruaki-san.
おやっさん見
You
ろ
saw the old man? Huh? No, I kinda thought that you would be doing something to Haruaki-san.
匠
Wait,
兄ちゃんが春
oh
明さん
yeah.
と
We'll
そ
talk
の
about
話
that
は後
later.
だ
Haru's room is
春
open,
の部
right?
屋の
Old
戸
man
は開いてた
Kanzo
んだ
must already saw her.
全員固
Let's
まっ
stick
て移
together
動
and
しながら
search for him.
探すぞ
Chiemi, where are
Shin-
Chikamuchi and
Chikamuchi-
Yasu? They
ま
might
だ
still be asleep.
ならこ
Then
の
wake
辺の
them
全員
up.
叩
Let's
き起こ
gather
して
at
から
the
寮に行く
door.
ぞ
Musashi, grab a stick or something.
わかりました
Okay.
春明さん
Haruaki-san, are you
大
okay?
丈夫
何が
What?
その
Well,
指一
I
本
won't
触
say
れ
I
ちゃい
didn't
けない
touch him, but I didn't do anything to him. Let's just go
何
already.
もしてねえよ
His words and large frame
いい
made
か
it
ら
feel
今は
like his
急ぐぞ
physical strength and confidence had returned. Rikako-san, Meiko, Kaori-san, Yoshitsugu-kun, everyone from the nearby homes were still with us. We told them what happened, but since we couldn't wait for the women to get dressed, we left this place in Yoshitsugu-kun's hands.
よし
Yoshi, if you see the old man, stop him at all costs. You protect the women and kids.
お前
You
は
voted for
昨日
Teiba-chan
相葉ちゃん
yesterday.
に投票
Old
してる
man Konzo might go for you without
おや
even
っさん
giving
は
you a
問
chance
答
to
無用
talk.
で
But I kind of feel like it would
お
work
前
out
な
for
ら
you.
なんと
Sure
か
you
なる
won't
かもし
run?
れん
大丈夫だ
Don't worry and leave it
任
to
せろ
me.
匠
ちょっと
Wait,
待って
Takumi-san.
匠さん
Would Kanzo-san really attack him
大
just
さん
because he
に投
voted for
票したら
Teiba?
はい
I wonder that as well. Yesterday, Makishima-sama
Makishima-sama
suggested that we hung both Yamiwaka-sama and
山脇様と
Mamiya-sama.
間宮さ
And
ん
he himself was the one who put the
両
noose over
名
her.
あ
Yeah, unlike me, he
俺と
probably
違
won't
って
go
おやっ
apeshit
さん
over
は
Teiba-chan. But the journal lady
記
was
者
a
の
wolf.
女をそのことでおやっ
That's
さ
why
ん
it's
は
possible that he'll
あいつ
suspect
じゃ
that
なく
everyone
て
who
タイバー
voted
ちゃ
for
んに投票したや
Teiba-chan.
つ
Wait,
全員を疑う可能性がある
何断言してんだよ
yeah, what's with the confidence? He knows something. He just fucking let it slip. I was tense. It was entirely possible that Takumi-san was about to reveal what I was. However, I got a different response than I was expecting.
見ればわかる
You'll understand when you see her. So they transform when they die. As the three of us went uphill, an unpleasant reek tickled our nose. We arrived at the concrete stairs near the dorm.
臭いし
Fusaishi,
足元気を
watch
つ
where
け
you're
ろ
stepping. I thought there was no deeper meaning behind the words, but then I saw blood near my feet. A corpse. If I hadn't recognized it as such, I would have assumed it was a piece of modern art. Not because it was beautiful, but because it seemed so artificial. She was spread out. She was whittled down. All parts of her were turned, pulled, stretched in all directions. She actually covered the entire staircase. Muscle, fat, skin, tendons, hair, keratin, enamel, mucus parts, cartilage, eye lenses, clotted blood, excrement. All that had comprised this adult lady yesterday had been spread out over a large surface. It felt like I was looking at an anatomical drawing. It felt so artificial you could barely tell it was a dead human, but I didn't really know what to make of it. One thing was clear though, there was no special knowledge or intent behind this. It was pure, unadulterated violence that simply departed once it was complete. At the center of it all, you could find half of the bones needed to complete a human being, but the part of the face was still intact. Wait. Which clearly revealed that the corpse belonged to Hisako Mamiya. She died outside her room. You'll understand when you see her. That was why he said that. Chiami covered her mouth. I told her she could vomit if she wanted, but she said she had nothing left in her stomach. She must have seen this when leaving the doorroom and passing through here. We ended up avoiding the stairs and went up the steep slope instead. The grass below was wet. Thinking that some of it was caused by her fluids, became somewhat disturbed. Haru-chan would have fainted if she saw this. That thought reminded me that she too was no longer with us, casting an even deeper pall over the scene. We arrived at the dorm without anything else happening. Mochi was sitting on the stairs. It was the first time I'd ever seen him sad. Haru-chan's dead. I thought he was unique enough to treasure something regardless if it was dead or alive. However, Haru-chan seemed to be an exception for him. Last time I found out that he liked her, but I wasn't sure if this was that simple, nor did I see the point of thinking about it.
Yasu.
Where's Yasu? Upstairs. Yasu! After getting no response, we walked past Mochi up to the second floor. The door closest to the stairs was open. Yasu, you here? He was. He was on his knees, spacing out and looking utterly powerless. Get a grip, we're all gonna look for old man Kanzo. Yasu! Takumi-san rather violently shook him, and Yasunaka-kan made his first sound, a whimper. He didn't want to accept the despair before his eyes, and he kept his emotions from blowing up. I could see that in his face. It's my fault. The first thing he blamed was himself. It's the third day and I still haven't found a single wolf. I found two. No, Takumi-san shook him again. This is all the wolf's fault. If not that, then it's my fault for not stopping old man Kanzo. Your work has just begun. Get a grip, Yasu. Chiami, take over. Yasuka. She opened her arms. Yasunaga-kun refused the embrace, lightly pushed her aside and left. She glanced back at me for a moment. Her expression felt hesitant to me. Or was I being too conceited? We'll be downstairs. Yasuka, wait up. Chiami chased after him and tried to take his hand, and then I lost sight of them. Man, this is just horrible. I heard it from Chiami, but still. Takumi-san looked back into the room. Messed up. Felt the same way. This was nothing like the work of the wolves from last time. Kanzo-san had his face crushed, and Takumi-san had been shot in the head. Last time, Yasunaka-kun and Tei-san had both prioritized the head. It was a brutal yet efficient way of quickly taking the target's lives. This, however, was the reverse. Haru-chan's empty, somewhat sad expression was preserved perfectly. Though stained by blood from her mouth, her deathly visage was even beautiful in a sense. The rest of the body, though, was a complete mess. She was lying on a futon covered in aged, casual clothes. For some reason, it didn't seem like she bled much. It was clear that she was beat up with a blood instrument. Everything beside her head had been thoroughly crushed by something heavy. She was like a pancake from the neck down. Her limbs were bent in unnatural ways that made it seem like she had no bones. It was an excessive way to kill someone, and her face was clearly left untouched on purpose. It was openly malicious, like the killer was toying with their victim. Profiling wasn't my area of expertise, nor was I particularly good at it. However, I couldn't help but drawing a certain conclusion. The wet, bloody footprints made it clear that this was, like last time, the work of the wolves. However, these wolves were far crueler than the previous bunch. Prioritizing the search for Kanzo-san, we left the cleanup for later and quickly returned to gather the others. Mochi and Yasunaga-kun joined us, and the five of us went to the Nosato mansion next to meet up with Kiyonosuke-shi, who was just passing through the gate. He was surprised that two people had died, but he was more bothered by the fact Kanzo-shi was nowhere to be found. It seemed to scare him. He has a gun, doesn't he? This seems dangerous. The old man I know would never use it on people. He's like a different person when the mist around, though, he added. Kanzo-san had already pointed his gun at people. Takumi-san didn't want to see Kanzo-san as a threat, but it was clear he didn't trust him completely. His blind faith in the locals had vanished overnight. It probably wasn't virtuous in a general sense, but in the current situation, that naivety had been his only weakness. We then went to Tae-san's house, passing the supposedly empty construction site along the way. We still couldn't find Kanzo-san or anything out of the ordinary. After that, we went back to the plaza. In the dining hall, we found Yoshitsugu-kun and the woman, who were now dressed. They looked worried, but aside from that, everything was normal here, too. We left Kiyonosuke-shi and Yasunaga there as some extra defense. Yasunaga-kun was still in a state of shock, and everyone wordlessly agreed that he should be with his family now. Then we went to the north, downhill, but we still couldn't find anything. Takumi-san then parted some bushes for some reason, and as it turned out, the old wolf guy lived around here. It made me realize that I hadn't seen his place yet. Once we arrived, my first impression was that it didn't even look like a house. It was more like a wooden shed or storage room with frames that were barely stable and a door that didn't seem to fit properly. It honestly didn't seem like it could qualify as shelter. It wasn't all that much better than that outhouse I had hidden in. Around it, there were lots of useless things like small pieces of cloth and rusty farming tools. Apparently, he had a tendency to go around Yasumizu and collect or steal these sorts of things. He wasn't in the hut. The open door made me nervous, but there was no dead body inside. After some more searching, we found the old guy laughing around the pine, and he joined us. We found the old wolf guy. We now knew the whereabouts of everyone except Kanzo-san, and the body count remained at 2. We then checked Kanzo-san's house again. It was still empty. So we returned to the dining hall. Despite the tension, Kaori-san began making food. Well, it was important to stay well fed, so no one grumbled. It was rice gruel again, but no one complained about that either and just ate up. The students in Chiemi didn't seem to have an appetite, though. We then talked about what we'd do next. It was about 7 o'clock. The fact that none of us had seen Kanzo-san yet was unnerving. Takumi-san insisted we go searching again, but the others began to think that it was a waste of time. Some assumed that he either left the settlement, got stuck in some pond or field, or was taken by the corruption. Though those were all major problems that would require us to find him ASAP, most of us just didn't want to continue this. It seemed to me that while Kanzo-san may have had a lot of influence here, and many depended on him, a lot of the villagers had a latent aversion to him. In the end, though, we just couldn't ignore the possibility that he might have been lurking somewhere with his gun in hand. Once again, for the first time in this loop anyway, a search party was sent out. Uh-oh. Takumi-san, Chiemi, Mochi, and I all went around the misty settlement, but we couldn't find him. Just what's going on here? I feel like we're wasting time here. I had no evidence, but I felt the same way. Soon enough, we just went back to the plaza.
Meiko-chan.
It was a while since I last spoke to her. We hadn't talked once yesterday, and it seemed like it'd be a while until she found out my name. What's wrong? Where's Rikako-san? Oni-chan is talking about some difficult stuff, so I'm playing outside. What are the people in the dining hall doing? What if something happened to this girl? Meiko-chan voted for Teiba as well, right? Anyway, what's up? I saw Oji-chan. What? Old man, what are you doing? He'd been right under our noses. Specifically the hall where we held the feast. He was exactly where he would be during the feast. Right next to him there was an empty bottle of divine sake. Don't say it. He pushed away the bottle and stood up. He didn't seem the least bit drunk. In fact, his eyes were even sharper than usual. Haru's gone. All that's left is to bring it into the feast. That's it. In other words, the daily morning patrols he was always doing were for Haru-chan's sake. So now that she was gone, this was the only place for him. So you're waiting. He replied with silence and sat down, bringing his hunting rifle closer to him. I'll call everyone. It ain't time yet. If we let you wait here, everyone's gonna be nervous. Don't care. Give me the gun. Put it back. Put it back. Give me the gun. Instead of replying, Kanzo-san took his gun and aimed at Takumi-san. Go back to the dining hall and wait till noon. The scene seems symbolic to me. Kanzo-san wanted to leave by force and demonstrated it with his killing instrument. At this point, no one could get in the way of him leading the feast. But then something I didn't expect happened. It was right when Kanzo-san seemed to have finished talking. It's like a scene from Baki. Takumi-san grabbed the front of the gun with his hand, pushed it aside, took a step forward, and punched Kanzo-san right in the face. I also didn't expect the old man to instantly retaliate. In less than a second, Kanzo-san let go of the gun and threw a punch into Takumi-san's face. No! Blood gushed out of Takumi-san's face as he started in pain. However, that wasn't enough to take him out. A slap from the left hand, the base of the palm cleanly hit Kanzo-san's face, and the old man was thrown backwards. He hit the wall behind him with a large crunch, but even then, Kanzo-san stood up, clearly ready for more. There was an opening. I grabbed the hunting rifle, and gave it to Chiemi. Things are going so fast that I forgot that I wasn't supposed to know that she knew her way around guns yet. Take it apart and throw it away. But Takumi-san understood my intention. Right. Chiemi turned around. Kanzo-san tried to chase after her, but Takumi-san, Mochi, and I held him back. I know how you feel, but guns are unfair. So what? Can't trust no one. I gotta protect Yasumizu. What else can I do, huh? You can trust someone. Takumi-san glanced at me, but I couldn't agree with him in this situation. I could reveal myself to Kanzo-san, but not in front of Mochi. Even if someone had been eavesdropping on us when I told Takumi-san, it still wasn't the time to reveal it. There's one thing that's clear. The wolves went for Haru-chan to get to you, Makishima-san. You understand that, don't you? Making the situation even harsher, like you are right now, is exactly what they want. Don't act like you know. I do. After all, everyone is starting to fear you. You're the ones who started it. If it weren't for the gun, I'd be apologizing for suspecting you by now. They then fell silent and glared at each other. Mochi, get everyone here. We should start the feast now.
そうかもね。
You're right. Wouldn't want to leave the
じっ
old
ちゃ
man
ん一人
alone.
で置いとくのもなんだし。
Kanzo-san grunted, displeased, but offered no more protest towards starting the feast. Honestly, there was no real reason why the time for the feast started. Honestly, there was no real reason why the time for when the feast started had been decided when it was. Kanzo-san was only doing it on the same time as the first day. The fact that he insisted on the usual time so strongly that he brandished his gun over it made me feel like he was more obsessed with control over the situation than actually thinking things through. At the base of it all, there was mistrust. He couldn't trust anyone, so he simply repeated whatever had brought him success so far. It'd be good if that led to our victory, but the feast really had to be approached like a game. There was no single way to win, and there was competition. If you could read the enemy's strategy, you could also outplay them. That was significantly easier for the wolves. It was best to assume they understood exactly how Kanzo-san thought. That's why they targeted Haru-chan. It was necessary to rethink our own strategy. It would depend all on how today's feast went, especially for myself, since I was a snake and had to survive no matter what. I got pee real quick. Alright, so we're about to find out who the crow is. We know Mochi's a wolf. Oh, the other wolf died. So there's only 2 wolves left. Mochi's one of them. And we might find out the other. I'm like willing to bet it's either Chiemi or Rikako. Because we know Hanzo's not, Takumi's not, Nosato's not, Yasukun's not, and Mako's not. Could be the little brother. Everyone drank? Yes. Alright, we're starting the feast. Haru was killed by the wolves last night. Her body's still in her room. We won't let her death go to waste. We'll find the wolves and end this hell. It might even happen today. There was whispering. The people wondered if that was really possible. Takumi, I'd love to do that too, but what are you planning? Can't say that yet. Good move. I hadn't explained my intentions to him yet, but he had a vague idea of what I was planning. The keyword was fixed majority. If he understood that clearly, we would have a chance at winning. Think we'll believe you if you don't tell? After all that happened today, I'd kind of worried Hanzo-san wouldn't say anything, but that wasn't what happened. He also wanted to give us all to end the feast with victory. That was why he couldn't just stay quiet and let us all die here. He continued pushing his That was why he couldn't just stay quiet and let us all die here, and continued pushing his strong approach to the feast, denying our other ideas. I feel like it has to be Rikako, because this isn't the last loop. This is, like, we still have more loops after this. And now he's, like, in love with Rikako, so something's gonna happen to her to make him loop again. Unless he has to try to go for, like, a flawless victory. Save everyone on the first day. Just fucking walk into the meeting and be like, those are the wolves, and then hang them all somehow, convince them, and then, okay, we won, bye. Yeah, I can't say it. That might change, though. By the way, what were you planning to do today? Hang everyone who voted for Teba? I knew it. I could hear whispers of perplexion and fear. His targets today would be the 4 who voted for Taesan yesterday and didn't die last night. Basically, the old wolf guy, Yoshitsugu-kun, Rikako, and Meiko. Oh, right, I voted for Takumi. Hold on, why? The journalist was a wolf. How the fuck do they know that? How do you know? Because their corpse was outside. So? Yasunaga-kun seemed to have recovered a little and was now doing what he had to again. In the feast, you're supposed to get 1 death per day and 1 per night. The fact that 2 died in 1 night means that something unusual happened. Haru-chan was dead in her own room because she was visited by the wolves. Mamiya-san's body was outside her room, and judging by its state, she was probably taken by the corruption. Haru-chan was in a bad state too. I know, but her case was still something that could have been done by humans. Mamiya-san was on a whole nother level. What about it? She just walked around at night, didn't she? Yeah, exactly. Then why would she be a wolf? Wasn't it the old hag? That's because... Wait, Yasu, let me say it. Okay. That woman was acting weird all day. The old man said he'd hang her, so I can't say I don't get her. What would happen if her death was all but certain? An outsider would try to escape Yasumizu, right? She'd think she could run away. But the lady didn't do it. Yeah, she hadn't even tried to run. What of it? If you're running away, it's better to do it during the day. Even with the mist, you can see stuff better than in the light. You can't see anything at night. There's really no reason not to run away during the day. The mist would hide her and let her escape without us realizing it. If she'd run away yesterday after we all split up in the evening, she could have gotten to the very edge of Yasumizu. But that's not where she succumbed to the corruption. Maybe she had some other reason for going out at night. About that, anyone else but me here try to stay awake at night? The question came out of left field, but Yasunaga-kun... Ooh. Yasunaga-kun, Chiemi, Yoshitsugu-kun, and I raised our hands. Didn't you say you stopped? We ain't talking about going outside, are we? I took a stick to my futon in case something came for me. You went against the law of dreaming? Yeah, just 2 nights ago, like Yoshi. I grabbed a weapon and waited for something to come, but I still ended up falling asleep. Yeah, they passed out. Can you believe that? This whole thing's such a crisis, you wouldn't be able to fall asleep at all. Yet before you know it, you wake up and it's morning. It's not that you're allowed to stay up at night. It's not that you're not allowed to stay up at night, you just can't. It's one of the things that freaks me out about the feast. Like, yeah, how would you not wake up when somebody's beating the shit out of every one of your limbs? You should know if you try to stay up, only the wolves can move around at night. That's because she was an outsider. Outsider or not, the feast is above all of us. If being an outsider was an excuse, the journalists wouldn't have fallen victim to the corruption. So who just said they didn't try to stay up? So Chiemi is human, and Yoshitsugu human. So that leaves Kaori, the old wolf guy, and Rikako. We're down to 3! I had the mysterious experience of being spared by hiding in a toilet, but I had no choice but to stay quiet this time. Hashimoto-san, the large cameraman died by going out at night, didn't he? I don't know much about that, but if I gotta guess, he died because he wasn't sheltered properly. Clan shelter, as long as you have those 2 covered, you'll definitely fall asleep, but if you stayed outside right from the start, it's just an assumption though. Yeah, it is. You can ignore it if you want. But if the woman was a human, she'd have had no reason to risk going outside. She's a wolf who was walking around at night, messed up somehow, and got punished for it. That's the only possible explanation. Maybe she tried to kill a second person. Yasunaga-kun and Yoshitsugu-kun both fell silent. They couldn't argue against that anymore. Sure, it was strange how we just somehow fell asleep. There were cases of people going out at night, both this and the previous time. I'd have to think about it some more later. Did you do that too, Makishima-san? Only 2 kinds of people go out at night. Wolves and humans who die like dogs trying to kill the wolves. With how important the dreaming law was to the locals, it was natural for them to assume that anyone who went out at night was a wolf. When you looked at it like that, Yoshitsugu-kun, who insisted on going out, was extremely reckless. That's why Hisaka Mamiya was a wolf, so Bachan, who she set up as a wolf, was clearly human. Ain't it possible that both of them were wolves? I felt for him. It was his vote that killed Tae-san. Even if he was prepared for it, it was hard to justify. That's not possible. Not impossible, but extremely unlikely. No, it isn't. Yamawaki-san, who we hanged yesterday. Oh, she's a doctor. Was a human. Sorry for keeping... Or yeah, she's a crow. I love Gnosia. The game's so fun. Sorry for keeping it a secret so far, but I am the crow. What? What? Seriously? I shall take responsibility for my son's rudeness and his vote that killed Yamawaki-san. I'm ready to take all the blame you give him, especially for Takumi-san, who loved Yamawaki-san like a mother. So please, don't punish him. Her voice was sincere and sorrowful. She put her hands in front of her and placed her forehead on the floor. Why is he surprised that she came forward, though? I guess he probably realizes that Rikako-san is most likely a wolf. Stop! Stop! Hey, I'm the one who voted. You had nothing to do with that. Oh, that's probably how I looked yesterday. Don't worry, I know. Kaori-san, Yoshi, we ain't talking about who's to blame for Bachan's hanging. But, no buts. No one said it was a mistake back then, so we're all to blame here. The votes that killed her were like something to help us decide what to do, not some sins that get the noose around her neck. Is that right, Yasunaga? Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. Are you sure, though? I won't forgive the wolves or whoever got them to kill. I'm with the old man on that. Kanza-san slightly opened his eyes, looking surprised he'd come up, but then looked away with the... Something's bothering me. Can I say it to Takumi? Yeah, of course. Do we have anyone else willing to be the crow? Yasunaga. I know, I want to believe, but this is what's expected of me here. Do we have any other crows besides Kaori? Aniki, you damn... Yoshitsugu's silence learned from his example. Yasukan. I felt like the power balance here in Yasumizu was shifting. Kanza-san was losing his influence, and Takumi-san's authority bridged the generations. That amplified Yasunaga-kun's voice, putting him back at the front. However, this was a temporary thing that could only last when Kanza-san's high-handedness was failing. It could be turned around if someone messed up, or was hanged today and drove someone else over the edge. I will say this just in case, but if you're real and you're keeping your silence, you're being nothing but a burden for us. If you know Kaori Oribe is a fake and stay silent despite that, you won't be recognized as real if you decide to claim later. Claims he fucking knows. Those words felt like they were directed at me too. Scary. Looks like we have no one. Wait, we had no one come out against Mamiya's claim that she was a snake, and she turned out to be a wolf, didn't she? Yo, Rocco! Thanks for the... I can't read it because it's green. I think it says 26 bits. Somebody boo Nikolai! And now we have a whole 3 less people than yesterday. Isn't it a bit too early to decide she is real just because no one is revealing themselves now? Yes, you are right. But the possibility that Teiba or Mamiya-san were the crow is extremely low. Exactly. Teiba-san would have revealed that before she was hanged, while Mamiya-san wouldn't have had a reason to pretend to be the snake to begin with. There's nothing that says Haru-chan was a crow, but I know that she was absolutely terrible at lying and keeping secrets. She didn't act like she was hiding a guardian, and we were together most of the time. I'm confident I would have noticed any signs that implied she was the crow. Well, there's also no fucking reason for the crow to come out at any time before now because we just hanged our first person. The possibility that Kaori Oribe is a wolf who realized that Haru-chan was the crow before I did, and then killed her to take her spot is pretty much zero. There's also the possibility that Haru-chan hid her role until the end and the wolves just happened to hit the crow by killing her, but that's unlikely too. None of those who died were the crow. Can you agree to that? Your proof that Haru Makishima wasn't the crow is thin and circumstantial. You weren't the only one close to her, were you? What if a wolf that was also close to her realized she had a guardian and told Kaori Oribe? You can't deny that possibility. Yeah, this is true. Mochi's the wolf. Yasunaga kept his eyes straight. To me, it seemed like it was a way of preventing those doubts from taking root. Wait, did you just suspect me? Yes. No way, Mochi would never kill Haru-chan. I wouldn't be so certain, Shady. But I don't believe he did it either. What's your proof? What a strange silence. It didn't look like he had nothing to say. More than that, More that it was hard for him to say it.
やだな
Come on, you said it yourself,
おっちゃんも
Uncle.
言
I'm
っ
an
てたじゃん
eccentric. I can't understand
僕
how
は
others
結局
feel.
ハルちゃんとヤス
I
を
was at Haruchan and Yasun
僕
because
が
they
好き
don't
放
mind
題
no
にし
matter
て
what I
もいいし
do.
僕は
All I know is
二
that
人
they're
がいい
good
や
guys.
つだ
I
って
don't
こ
even
と以
care
外
about anything
全
else.
然ヤスンも
You should say it too,
言っていいんだ
Yasun.
よ
Tell him that,
僕が
that
そういう
it's
や
what
つだ
I'm like.
そんなこと
I
は
wouldn't say so.
ないけど
Ooh, does he know?
とにかく
Anyway, I find it hard to believe that
ハルちゃん
Haruchan
に
was
カラスだっ
the
て
crow
バ
and
レ
got
て
killed
殺され
because
た
of
こ
it.
と
Oops. I think that the crow is still
私は
alive,
カ
and
ラ
it's
スで
her.
す
Yes, I am the crow. I see it very well. Even I understand I'm pushing it with the theory, so I should
私
keep
と
to
て
myself a
これ
bit.
しかし
However, since we can
同じ
say the
ことが
same
言え
about
る
the
だろう
snake
から
as well, that means the real one is
つ
still
まり
alive,
蛇の
right?
保護者もまた
He was right.
まだ
That
死
was
ん
the
では
right
い
way
な
to
い
look
わ
at
けだ
it.
ね
And it was true.
彼
Let's push
ま
aside
た
the
は
reason
彼
why
女
he
が
or she didn't
偽
say anything
物
when
の
the
名乗
fake
りに
came
対し
out.
て沈黙を守
Is there a
る
guarantee that the same thing isn't happening
あとに
again?
つまり
What if another
昨
fake
日
showed
の
up
よう
and
に
the real one's keeping
偽
their
物が
silence
出て
just
きた
like
にもかか
yesterday?
わ
You're just pushing it again. There's no way she's lying. If the journal was a wolf, then the old hag was human, damn it.
偽物だから
Even
と
a
いって
fake has
嘘
no
を
reason
つく
to lie.
必
If the
要
goal
は
is to
ない
make people trust you, it's best to
信
speak
頼を
the
得るの
truth.
この瞬間
Even if another crow
本
shows
物の
up
カラス
today,
が
they
名
can
乗り
only
出た
tell
と
us
し
the
ても
truth we already know,
彼
that
または
Tei
彼
Yamawaki
女が
was
言える
human.
の
Yeah, this is true.
山はそれとオリベ
And we
夫
would
人
have
の
no
並
way
べ
to
方
tell
を
whether Lady
我々には
Uribe or the other
見
one
分
was
け
the
る
real
術が
crow.
ないのだよ
His assertion was a bit cynical but accurate. If he was the modest and cautious one, he would be way more valuable to the humans.
それについても
I must object to that. After all, Mamiya-san was the wolf who wanted to use the guardian to survive.
狼しかし
However, Kaori Uribe has
オリベ
revealed
香織は
her
カゴ持
guardian
ち
will
の
beg
開
you
示を
to
し
take
な
all
が
the
ら
blame for
オ
Yoshitsugu
リベよし
Uribe.
彼女は
It's neither wise nor
賢
right,
明で
but I
も
believe it's
正し
the
くも
real
な
her
いと言っ
talking,
て
not the
います
cunning of a wolf. The
愚
foolishness
か
proves
ゆ
it,
え
you say.
これが
That's my reason for
僕
believing
がオリ
Kaori
ベ香織
Uribe.
を
よしが
Higuchi's
狼
wife's
な
gonna
らオリ
protect
ベの
Yoshi
神
even
様
if she's a
は
even if
カバを
he's a wolf. My heart skipped a beat. Kanjo-san's voice was like a rumble, and just like before, it was dense with gloominess and anger. He had a point too. If it were for her son, Kaori-san was capable of breaking the feast's mental shackles. You old fart.
こいつは
He's
そん
not
な
that
や
type
つ
of
じゃない
guy. He spoke forcefully.
こいつ
If
が
he was a
狼
wolf, he'd declare it
自分
and
から名乗
go.
っ
He'd
て
declare it.
全員直に殺して回れ
If he was a wolf, he'd declare it
そういう男です
and go around killing us directly. That's just how he is.
父さんと
He's
母
like
さ
our
んに言われて
parents, straightforward,
こいつ
stubborn,
は
and won't
一本
accept
気で
anything that doesn't sit
頑
right
固
with
で
him, not even God.
きっと
If he had to die to
オ
prove
リベ香
Kaori
織の
Uribe
無
is
実を証
innocent,
明するために
he'd
進
surely
出
do
を
it.
家族の
That's not something that I and the only sly coward of
ず
the
るいばか
family
り
can
の
do.
卑怯者である
Yoshitsugu
僕
is a
に
human. Hey! Yoshitsugu-kun rose to his feet and howled at his brother. Don't act like you know shit. If you spent more time with Mom, she'd... I do know. My cunning comes from my Higuchi blood. Mom has no reason to love me.
母
She
さんが
loves
つい
you
て
way
くれる
more.
理由だか
That's
ら
why I'm
僕は
working hard and studying so I can pay her back with money and other
勉強して
things.
お前は
You should be more grateful that she
まっ
loves
すぐ
you
に
just
生ま
because
れ
you
た
were
ってだ
born
けで
honest,
母さん
Yoshitsugu.
なんでそん
Why
な
are you
君
bringing
に
yourself
言う
down
ん
so
だ
much, Nikki? Listen to you.
黙れ
Quiet, you
二人と
two.
も
The mother's voice quickly silenced her sons.
この大事
Why are
な
you
時
fighting
に
over such nonsense
何
at
を
a
くだ
time
ら
like this?
牧島
Kanzo,
勘蔵さ
Makishima-san.
ん
The old man grunted in response to the mention of his name this time.
私の
I
暴
heard
風
that when my late husband,
樋口貞義が亡
Sadayoshi
くなったと
Higuchi,
聞か
died,
さ
there
れ
was
た前
mist in
後
Yasumizu.
夫は
Did he die in a feast?
読み耳の宴で死に
He
ま
was
し
a
たか
wolf.
あなたが
Did you kill him?
殺したのですか
やつ
He
は
got killed by the wolves on the
最初の
first
日
day. Oh,
おやっさん
old man.
わしは
I've
こ
been
れ
in
まで
2
2
feasts.
度
Only this old
宴
fart and
に
I
出てき
survived.
あ
Past?
昔か
で
What about it?
いいえ
Nothing. Even if you were the only one who
Yes.
killed him. Even if you were the one who killed him, it was because of the feast.
ただ
But know this,
Yasunaga.
Yasunaga, Yoshitsugu,
私
I
は
don't want to
もう
lose my family to the feast ever
家族
again.
を
So please
だから
wait.
お願いだから力を合わせなさいたった二人しかいない
Was she
兄
not
弟でしょ
here? If they had a feast with her husband and the 2 kids were born, they were already together, so she would have been here.
僕は
I didn't say I have
そうし
anything
ないなん
against
て言っ
that.
てない
俺だっ
Me
て
neither.
あのな
Hey, sorry to bother you, but this really ain't the time for a family feud.
おやっ
The
さんが
fact that the
宴
old
の
man's
経
been to
験
the
者
feast
だって
doesn't
いう
matter
ことも
much. Right
今
now,
は
anyway.
大したことじゃない
Kanzo-san clicked his tongue.
俺は
I
この
believe
親
the
子を
Uribes.
信じ
Yasuda of the monkey, and Yoshi and
奴
Kaori
は
are the
猿の
type to
カゴ
lie.
車だから今
That makes it all
ほとんど
quite
はっき
clear
り
that
したのは
Teba-chan and Haru were
タエバー
humans,
ちゃ
while
ん
the
と
journal
ハル
lady was a
この
wolf.
場には
We have two more
狼
wolves
が
and
2
10
人
humans
残って
here.
その中
Out
で
of them, the old man and
Oya-san
Yasu are
と
confirmed to be
Yasuが
monkeys, and it's likely that Kaoru-san is a crow. I trust Yoshi too, but it's not like we have any proof he's human, so I won't add him here. Fine by me. Now how do we proceed? If the still living real snake has the right info, the face might be as good as over. There it was. What do you mean? If the snake reveals themselves and state that 2 more of us are human, there would be 6 confirmed humans, meaning we would have half of the votes. With those 6 being confirmed, it would unlikely that the rest of... Oh my god. How was your burrito today? I actually went to In-N-Out today. One of my Discords was, they were talking shit about Chipotle, and it was making me want to go, and I almost did, but I was like, I want some In-N-Out. The plan today was go get lunch at In-N-Out, go to this like Crane arcade store place and like play more Crane games. We went to round 1 last week, and my girlfriend kind of got me addicted to like claw machines. So like Monday we went out and played a lot. I have one right down the street from my house, and since yesterday when I worked I got tipped, I had cash on me, and I was like, I'm gonna go eat lunch, and then on my way home I'm gonna stop by the Crane place, and I was just gonna go try to win a bunch of stuff. Like they have a thing where you can make an account and you give them your phone number, and then like you can trade in shit you win to like put it into your account that way, because you can trade up. So they have like this really big fucking My Melody plush that I want, but it's 40 fucking plushes. And so I was just gonna like go like maybe win like 5 or 6 of them and then give them back and then like put them on my account and just like casually, you know, like every day or week or whatever, just like throw 20 bucks in, get a bunch, put them into my account, and eventually walk out with that fucking giant thing and then like sell it. The price tag on it is 120 bucks, and it's like fucking huge. It's probably like 2 or 3 feet tall. But they were fucking closed. And then I was gonna do homework. So I had like that plan. That was gonna be like a good fucking day. Get in and out, win some prizes, and then do my bullshit homework. But yeah, it was closed. My homework is fucking stupid. I fucking hate online classes and their stupid fucking discussions. With those 6 being confirmed, it would unlikely that the rest would vote for the same person, meaning that victory would be as good as ours. Fixed majority. Exactly. And we can hang one of the 6 unknowns while the wolves would kill one of the 6 confirmed. Their primary target would be the snake, but it's likely that the spider is still alive. If he or she protects the snake tonight, we would have 1 less confirmed human and 1 less unknown, and gain another confirmed human or wolf tomorrow. It would either become 6 humans and 4 unknown, or 5 humans and 4 unknown and 1 wolf. Those confirmed humans would become a majority regardless. This number can't be turned around, so we would most certainly win. The snake's gotta find 2 humans. Lucky for me, I do have 2. Or do I only have 1? Because we're assuming Takumi is human. So I know Nosato, but I actually can't scan anyone else. So there's no other key I would need. Even if he does find a wolf, we'll only have 5 confirmed humans, and we'll get rid of the wolf right now. In that case, even if we hang the wolf, we'd still be left with 4 confirmed humans and 6 unknowns. Oh, right. The human's victory wouldn't be ensured. Of course, hanging a wolf would give us a great advantage, and if the snake comes out, the wolves wouldn't keep quiet either. Personally, I won't promise that I will certainly kill whoever reveals themselves. The snake's reveal could help bring certain things into the open. That was the opposite of Kanzo-san's approach. The old man clicked his tongue and some squirmed uncomfortably. But if the snake only looked into those who died, like Haruchan, Yamawaki, and Mamiya, he or she should stay quiet. I did look into Mamiya, I knew she was a wolf. I did not look into Haruchan. So I know Nosato and Takumi. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the spider would be 6. But we don't know who the spider is until they vote. But if that isn't the case, I would like the snake to reveal him or herself. It's time! I had to think. Was the info I had enough? I couldn't tell them that I used my looping to gather info. That was why I can only reveal 2 results, one for yesterday and one for today. Oh, so I can't reveal Mochi yet. I had already told Takumi-san that I checked and confirmed that he was a human. Thus, it was important for me to reveal that along with someone whose identity would help us. If I continued my silence, they might begin to believe that the snake wasn't fulfilling his duties properly. It was a do-or-die situation. Okay. So, Takumi and Kiyonosuke are humans. I don't need to reveal Mochi as a wolf yet. From the one still alive, I could declare that Kiyonosuke no Satoshi was a human. With him, me and Takumi-san, we would have 3 more confirmed humans, completing the fixed majority Yasunaga kind of talked about. For that, I had to believe that Kaori-san was the crow, but that seemed reasonable to me, dude. If she's not, we're so fucked. After a bit of hesitation, I made my decision. I had to hurry. The wolves must have been conflicted right now. They had to be considering whether they could start faking before I spoke up. I had to declare it.
Hi.
Yes. My voice sounded stupid. I raised my hand. Everyone looked at me. I was even more tense than I imagined. However, now that I'd spoken up, my hesitation was gone. I, Haruaki Fusaishi, am the snake. I made that as clear as possible. I invested Kiyonosuke, Nosato-san, and Takumi Muro-san. They're both humans. Their reaction was strangely calm. There you go, I guess it goes without saying, but I'm admitting that I'm a human. Same here, why did you keep quiet about this until now? Like Yasunaga-kun said, completing the fixed majority required 6 people. Normally I would have needed to use my guardian once more, but then Mom suddenly revealed herself to be all but certainly human, prompting you to act ahead of schedule, right? Yes, I do apologize for staying silent until now. People have died as a result. However, when Mamiya-san's declaration was such an obvious trap, I could no longer renounce my role. I then gave them a mostly accurate summary of my intentions, similar to the one I gave Takumi-san. So that's why you said those things on the first day. Yes, I mistyped some things though, so I probably sounded a bit fishy. Anyway, that's all for me now. Do you accept this, Kanzo-san? We still left the final call to Kanzo Makishimashi, and it was actually a good thing it was still like that. Though some people resisted him, he was well respected here. A split here could destroy the fixed majority. You said something yesterday, didn't you? Something about having no special powers. I knew he would go there. Like I said, I just couldn't reveal my identity until now. Why? What do you mean? You ain't planning on dying. I'm sure I told you that I couldn't die. That was because I still had to fulfill my role as a snake. We hang liars, peace rules. I didn't lie. Yasun, why do liars get the news? Humans search for the wolves under the assumption that humans don't lie, because that's something the wolves definitely do. Exactly, it was wise to create a situation where exposed lies could lead to the discovery of wolves implying humans are harmful to humans. That's why I said I didn't have any special powers rather than I didn't have a guardian. After all, I don't have any superpowers, do I? Yes, that's what I thought when I heard that. I figured your roundabout phrasing was implying something. Like, I'll believe that. He's an outsider. We don't know what he is, and he lied. He said that Kyo and I are humans. Wolves can do that too. He wasn't wrong there. If I was a wolf and got comfortable on the human side like I was trying to do now, the humans would be as good as dead. After all, I could investigate the other wolf and just say they were human, adding them to the confirmed human count. If I did that, in a few days we'd get in a situation where all the suspicious people were gone while the feast was still going. That was a waste of time. This was a waste of time difficult to recover from. In a sense, the fate of the humans depended on whether they believed me or not. It was a huge gamble for them. But why? Why wasn't any wolf taking this chance? So you're saying he's a wolf to use Mironai, who's using Mironai to survive? That's not impossible, but I shall believe him. He may hide things, but I do not believe he means any harm. She was overestimating me, but at this moment I appreciated it. Same here, my reason is that Fusaishi-san analyzed the feast with reasoning similar to mine, and is so far doing the logical thing for the sake of the humans. I appreciated that. It made me want to buy him a drink once he was old enough. I trust him too, old man. Why? Because I believe he ain't planning on dying. You're afraid that he might pick the wrong targets and we'd end up with a feast that's not ending even after we got rid of the wolves, right? If that happened, everyone would hang Fusaishi, right? He's an outsider. He's not gonna die for Yasumizu's sake. That's why he wouldn't say a lie that get him killed. It's also why he didn't come out when you said that all the snakes should be hanged. But the situation is different now. And now that he's out in the open, he's probably thinking he can even get the spider to protect them. Right, Fusaishi? Was he being honest? Or was he only saying that to make Kanjo-san more tolerant? Whatever the case, his analysis was correct.
No comment.
No comment. That was why I couldn't respond honestly. I couldn't lie or gather more antagonism than I already had. To my surprise, Kanzo-san chuckled. It sounded like a mocking laugh though. Did this mean that he now accepted it as just a cowardly outsider? If that were the case, he probably wouldn't lend an ear to any of my proposals. After all, I wouldn't give my life for Yasumizu. I'll ask one thing then, which of the 6 do we hang? I didn't think about it yet. What about you, Kyo or Yasu? Kyo and Yasu? The two shook their heads. You got someone? Oh no. Because she voted for Seiba-chan? Uematsu got something to say? If necessary, I am willing to be hanged. I have not lived in Yasumizu for long. I never thought I would be trusted. However, there is one thing I can say. I have the spider as the guardian. What? So that was her play, but Rikako-san, that was the spider? Did she protect the first night? We're right, no one died then. It would help to know that. Oh no, fuck dude, they just ruined it. What a bunch of idiots. Dude, they better catch this shit. She just outed herself as the spider, so now she's guaranteed to die. She's gonna get attacked by the wolves, while Meiko is the real spider. I guess that's gonna... It's gonna let Fusaishi survive long enough to find the other wolf. Tonight they're gonna kill Meiko, and then they're gonna go to kill Fusaishi. Or no, tonight they're gonna kill Rikako. The next night they're gonna attempt to kill Fusaishi, but Meiko's gonna protect him. And they're gonna waste the night, and then they're gonna be fucking back to square one, not knowing who the spider was. And Rikako's lying right now because she saw me lie. So she wants to be like me. This dude. And if they ask her who they protected and she actually answers it, the wolves are gonna know she's fake and they're not gonna go to kill her. Oh my god. The first night I protected you, Kanzo Makishima-sama. That made sense. Sounds true to me. The old fart was pretty loud on the first day, the wolves saw that too. And yesterday I chose Yasunaga Aribe-sama. Me, but I didn't do much yesterday. In all honesty, I sincerely believe that Yasunaga Aribe-sama would make for a more valuable survivor than Makishima-sama. I believe that we shouldn't mistreat those who claim to have guardians. Well, Takumi-san was choosing his words carefully. We couldn't shoot down all of Kanzo-san's suggestions. If he became too emotional, he could destroy our fixed majority. However, I was more or less certain that Rikako-san was human. I'd made a theory that she was using Meiko, and now she just named herself the spider rather than the snake. For me, all of those things made sense. So...
I know.
What happened next was completely unexpected. What? We'd always thought that the old wolf guy and Meiko wouldn't take part in the feast. Boy, were we wrong. After all, their only contributions were their votes, and it was hard to tell what they based their votes on. They were just two swing votes who were otherwise harmless and best left ignored. It wasn't that simple, though. Unlike last time, when we had exceptions like me, everyone who was participating in the feast, everyone here was participating in the feast the way they were supposed to. That was why everyone could have a guardian of some sort, even if they were too childish or senile to make good use of it. I'd been actually afraid that they would get and waste their guardians. I didn't expect them to come out as a second spider, however. Why him of all people? And why the spider? Really? Spider. Uematsu. I am the spider. The old man is lying. You are the liar. Old man, sorry about this, but I always assumed you to be senile and nothing else. Do you understand the current situation? Hey, was he like this in previous feasts? Always been like this. Was useless in the feast. Mochi, you're friends with him, right? What do you think? I'm sorry, I don't really understand others. You okay, old man? He's alright. How troublesome. Old fart, who'd you protect first and last night? Oh? Listen, our lives are on the line here. If you're just messing around, I protect that. He ended the question by raising his finger and pointing at Yasunaga-kun. Me?
1
On
日
which
目と
day?
2日目
Oh? On both? Oh. He responded with a smile. That means that the wolves went for Yasu first.
わからな
I
く
believe
は
I can understand. I mean, it kind of doesn't make... I mean, I guess it does. To try to kill a confirmed human. Hey, why him? Nothing.
適
Just
当
because? Yeah. That definitely wasn't a good standard for deciding who to protect from death. What was this about anyway? Wait, could it be?
無事
The
な
badger? Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
どうした
What's wrong, Fusaishi?
前
I
に
remember when
言
I
いま
told
し
you
た
that
よ
there
ね
might be a badger? Because there are badgers in prayer to Shrine at the shrine?
しかし
But it's so minor, don't you think it's a bit of a stretch to assume they would be humans who serve the wolves?
え
Well, in this situation, it doesn't really matter
え無
whether
事
the
なと
badger
いう
exists
役
or
割
not.
はっきりして
All
い
I
るの
know
は
is that either
リカコさ
Rikako-san
んと
or
狼
the
じ
old
じ
guy
い
are
の
lying.
少
No
なくとも
arguments against that.
片方が嘘をつ
Honestly,
い
I
て
thought
い
they
る
were both
と
lying,
いうこ
but I
とです
more or
ね
less knew what Rikako-san was going for. She was probably ordering and controlling Mako, the real spider, effectively making her the one who protected people. That was why the info she gave about how she used her power. Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. But that's... Oh, yeah. Because now she does seem like the real spider. Duh. In a way, she was the spider's representative. The advantage of this messing with that, even if she died, the real spider would survive! And of course, Mako wouldn't have someone helping her make decisions if Rikako-san died, limiting the Guardian's effectiveness. But even so, if the spider the wolves thought was dead was actually alive, it could turn the tides in the endgame. The spider was best kept hidden at all costs, but Rikako-san revealed it so it'd draw the votes towards her. She used it for her own plan. I didn't know how accurate my assumption was, but it did seem like an effective course of action. That's fucking genius. Though she probably didn't expect a sudden fake. It was day 3, and the fixed majority plan was becoming reality, yet no wolves came out as either the snake or crows. So Chiemi has to be the last. Either Chiemi or Yoshitsugu are the last wolf. We all knew the dangers of the wolves taking the snake's role, while taking the crow would help them hide the amount of wolves still alive, giving them a path to victory. However, there was next to no point in pretending to be the spider. Even if you claimed to be the spider and said you would protect someone, then even if no one died, you could still be suspected of being a wolf fixing the game. However, there was an exception. It was effective in helping the wolves know who the badger was. It was probably true that Kanzo-san was the target the first day, but was stopped by Mako, who was ordered by Rikako-san. That was why the wolves, who knew what they were aiming for that day, had recognized Rikako-san as the real deal. They also understood that the old wolf guy was lying. That meant that, from the wolf's perspective, he was human who just told a lie. It was too obvious. The wolves knew about the badger. The wolves and their ally needed to be proactive about lying. The old wolf guy defied that rule, letting the wolves know what he was. With Isaka Mamiya's death, they had lost a vote, but with this, they now had 3 again. Also, Kanzo-san was considering his opponent, Rikako-san, as the next candidate for the hanging. In this situation, we had to make good use of the 6 confirmed humans and hang the lying spider. The easiest choice was to trust Kanzo-san's decision and vote for Rikako-san. By gathering wolf, badger, and confirmed human votes, Rikako-san would be sent to the tree. It was a chance for the wolves to kill the spider and make them think that the humans killed the wolf. This was really effective for them and extremely dangerous for us. Even if the real spider, Mako, survived, it would be really difficult for me to talk about the badger and explain that Rikako-san was a fake spider on their side. Yeah, I had to convince the human side that they should vote to hang the wolf guy instead. Was that really right, though? I had to think carefully. I only came to understand Rikako-san's intentions because she told me to vote for her in a peculiar situation. But that was on day 1. She couldn't be the badger because the badger gets blessed later. I was assuming that both she and the wolf guy had some ulterior motives, but was that really right? Was the old guy even capable of that? He played with a pretty useless guardian. Maybe he'd only come out because he found it strange that another spider had named themselves. In fact, that was the most natural reaction, especially in the other's eyes. Same went for Rikako-san. From what I saw of her, she was more legend and harmony than intelligence. What if she was actually thinking that protecting Mako, she would be considered a good guy and avoid gathering votes? What if her affection for me was all part of the plan too? Crap, this is obviously the more reasonable line of thinking. Also, Rikako-san could have been lying to let the wolves know something. Anyway, we had a relatively sane young woman going up against a completely senile man, no matter how you looked at it. Matsu, you're lying. The choice was obvious. Fuck.
違います。
Why'd you say it now then? You once told us to hang you if we had to. This was after some boats went in. Yes, I did say that. Then why are you saying you have a guardian now that you're about to be hanged? She fell silent. I couldn't tell whether it was a silence to protect Mako or just an awkward silence because he pointed out a harsh truth. It's obvious. What about you people? I'm leaving my boat to Yasunaga. That will make it easier for you to believe me, won't it? Yeah, that's fine. Kyo, you? Rikako-san, are you really the spider? Yes, Nosato-sama, that much is certain. Both are lying if you ask
なん
me.
かどっちも嘘くさいな。
He's right. Kawashita, if you got nothing better to say, then shut up.
お姉ちゃん
Don't worry, I'll protect you.
なんかおかしく
Isn't
ない
this weird? It's not fair. Rikako-san went through a lot of bad-mouthing here in Yasumizu, but fought through it for our sake.
なんでおじいちゃんがいきなり言い出した
Why did it flip upside down just because of the old guy's words? Why did he even say it?
おじいちゃんは
Someone
誰
might
か
have
に
told him to
騙
say
され
that,
てる
and
か
it
もし
might
れ
be
ない
that Rikako-san's going through some inner
決意や
struggle.
何が本
We
当な
don't
ん
know
てわ
what's
から
true.
な
You
いよ
can't just whip up an answer and simply kill someone like that. It's dangerous. I know, but in the end, it's either you believe or you don't.
結局不採取
Usaishi, what do you think? What was I to do? How was I to approach this? Ah, dude. I don't know, man. I think Rikako... Fuck, dude. I originally thought Rikako was the other wolf. But, like, her plan just seems way too fucking genius. Fuck! This would be a gamble. I had to remove the unpredictability and simply play the odds. I would have to rely on common sense. Or by the first impressions I had. Or maybe I would just believe Rikako-san.
僕は
I
僕
believe
は
that old wolf man is
狼
lying.
根拠
Your proof is... It didn't have to be true as long as everyone was won over. No. The feast was a game where people hunted lies. I couldn't let my eloquence alone do the talking. I needed truth. Did I have to talk about Mako then? No, that would make me simply unforgivable. Then...
実のとこ
It
ろ
actually doesn't matter which
ど
one
っ
we
ちで
hang.
もいいんですよ
I would play the role
ここで
presented
く
to
く
me.
るのは
That was the only way for me to gain their trust. What do you mean?
僕がもし
If I died
今
tonight,
夜
it
死
would be
ねば
proof that I was the snake
僕が
and
間
that
違いなく
Tsukumi-san and
ヘビ
Nosato-san
だ
are
ったという
humans.
今日一
We're
人
hanging someone
くくって
today,
るのだから
so that'll leave 10
残り
people.
10人
5 of which would be
Hito
confirmed
確定が
humans.
5
Yeah, actually none of them.
ただし
Both of them were
香
unconfirmed
織さんの
humans,
み
so it
自
didn't
己申
matter.
告
However, Kaori-san was just a self-proclaimed one.
しかし
Even so, the remaining
残り
5
5
wouldn't
人
be able
は
to get enough votes
香
on
織さ
her.
んな
Right, Yoshitsugu-kun?
義経
Yeah, I'm not voting for mom.
だから
Then the 5
必ず
confirmed
5人
humans
組
would
の
win by
方が
votes,
投票で
and
勝て
they
る
would have the fixed
多数
majority.
まあ最終
Well,
的
we
に
still need insurance that
吉嗣
Yoshitsugu
君
can
が
won't
裏
betray
切
us,
らな
but
い
in
と
the
いう
end,
保証が
that
必
too
要
is
です
just
が
about whether you trust him or
結
not.
俺は
I ain't betraying
裏
anybody.
切
判断は
I'll leave that
皆
decision
さん
to
に
the rest
任
of
せ
you.
ましょう一
On
方
the other hand, if I didn't die,
僕が死な
those
な
of
かっ
you
た
who
場合
couldn't trust me would be worried.
皆さんただ
But if I survive, I would use my
僕が今日
guardian to look
生き残
into
る
the
なら
most shady person among the
残り
5
5人
unknowns.
狼が
If
当
it's
た
a
れば
wolf,
そ
we
れを
hang
く
them,
くり
and if it's a human, we add
人
them
が
to
当
the
たれば
confirmed list
そ
and
れ
hang
を
one of
確
the
定
4
として
unknowns.
扱いその次の
Even
日
if I die then, there would be
僕が死
5
んでも
confirmed humans and 3
確定
unknowns.
者は5
Kaori-san
人
can tell you how many
残
wolves
りは
ever
3
lived.
人最
Even if
悪の
worse
最
comes to
悪
worse and all 3 end up
残り
hanging,
3
the
人くくっ
humans
て
will
も
still win.
最
Someone
終
from
的には
Yasumizu
人
would
が勝ちま
survive.
すそこから
Then
先
no matter when I died, it
どの
only
タイミン
increased
グ
the
で
number of
僕が死
confirmed
んでも
humans with no drawbacks.
確
Human
定者が
victory
増
would
え
be
るだけ
certain.
でじゃあ僕が生
But
き
what if I
続け
keep
たら
surviving? I understand why you'd
そ
be
れが最も
I
気にな
understand
る
why
と
you'd
こ
be
ろでし
curious
ょう
about
が
that.
僕は最
That's
悪
why I
でも
promised to exterminate the
あ
wolves
さっ
by
て
the
ま
day
で
after
に
tomorrow at
狼を
worst.
全滅させることを誓
That
いま
was
す
an impactful line. I could see and hear them gasp. It felt good, but I didn't show it.
失敗したな
If I
ら
fail, you can hang me right then.
僕を
Even
くくって
if I was
結
a
構
wolf, you would still have time to
その
find the
結果
last one.
つまり
So as things
現
are,
状
the
はど
humans
うし
have
た
the
って
advantage no matter
人が
what,
有
so
利
it
な
doesn't
状
matter which
況な
one
の
of them
で
you hang.
正気か痴
However, I
法
don't
か
believe we should leave the old
それ
man.
とも悪意を持っているの
Personally,
か
I
す
can't
ら
even tell
判
if he's
別の
sane,
つかない
senile,
老
or
人
just
は
malicious.
春秋さん
それに
Also, it's likely that
おそらく
Rikako-san
リ
would
カコ
soon
さん
be
は
taken out by the wolves.
早
The
晩
true spider is a real
狼
threat
にや
after
られ
all.
てしまうこと
Indeed, I am prepared.
その
しばら
Let
く
us
その
continue
方
with
針で
that, and if
進
it
めて
doesn't work, you
そ
can
れ
hang
で
both
ダメ
of
なら
us. That
僕
should
と
give
リ
you
カコ
peace of
さんを
mind.
くくればいいしかし
But if you
言
leave
動
the
に
old
責
man who
任を
doesn't
持
take
たない
responsibility for
彼
his
を
words
残
and
してい
actions,
れば
there will always be an element of
いつまでも
uncertainty.
だから
That's why I believe he should be hanged.
僕は
That
彼
will
を
make the
くく
path
る
to
べきだと
victory
提
clear.
案あと
Another thing,
僕は
I
彼
think
女
she
が
is
本
the real
物だ
deal,
と
and
思
I
って
have
い
a
ま
minor
すし
detail that makes me
非
inclined to
常に些
believe
細
her.
なことで
It's
す
not
が
very substantial,
信
though,
じ
so
る
I'm
要
keeping
因
it to
もある
myself for now.
ただ だ
But just as Takumi-san
匠
said,
さん
I
の
don't
言う
plan
よ
to
う
die
に
yet.
リカコ
I'm
さんが
expecting
命を
Rikako-san
賭
to
して
put her
守
life
っ
on
て
the
く
line
れ
to
る
protect me, so this is my decision.
そう僕は実
I
のとこ
truly
ろ
am this cowardly, but since
こう
I'm
いう
the
卑
snake,
劣
I'll
な
go
人
through
間で
this
すが
strategy.
僕
The
の
fact that I'm
将来
putting
の
my
命
future
を
life
か
on
け
the
ると
line
いうこと
is
が
proof of the only
信頼も
certainty I, a
後ろ
person
盾
with no
も
one
ない
who trusts or supports me,
ただ
can give.
命信じてく
Please
ださい
believe me. That is all.
以上
ヤス
Yasu, Kyo, what do you
どう
think?
する
Takumi-san instantly asked that.
信じま
I will
す
believe him. I thought he was a
僕は
snake
最
right
初
from
か
the
ら
start, though he
草
turned out
石
to be a
さんが
lot more
蛇じゃない
heartless
か
than I
と思って
expected.
ましたから
Yes, I will believe him as well. Above all else, I want to present Rikako-san's
何
hanging.
を
香織さんは
Kaori-san? Yes, I am entrusting my vote to
安永
Yasunaga.
に委ねます
So we're gonna hang the old man. This was. Oh no, we're not. It depends on him.
おやすさんは
You
信
not
じられ
believing
る
him. Fuck. Not as much.
こいつが言った
There's
理
gotta be
由
holes all over his reasoning.
とあな
We
た
got no way to make him take responsibility for causing them.
それ
I'll
より
believe myself and say to kill Matsu in order for Teba. The fixed majority will fail then.
おやすさん
Old man. But Takumi-san did something unexpected.
頼む
Please give me
お
your
やす
vote.
さんの票を
He lowered his
俺
hands
に
and
くれ
forehead to the floor.
匠
Takumi-ni-chan,
さっき言っ
like
た
I
ように
said, I believe
俺
the
はこ
guy,
いつの考
but I
えを
don't
信
trust
じ
his
て
humanity.
こいつは
He ain't a
善
good
人じ
guy
ゃ
and
ね
would
え
probably give us loads of trouble if he was our enemy. But being a
しかし
bad guy doesn't mean you
悪
become a
どい
wolf.
人間だからって
Those things aren't
狼
related.
俺はこいつ
Listening
の
to
言
his
葉の
words made
端
me
々に
realize that he was
こい
serious.
つの
That's why I'll
本気を
believe
見
him.
出した
I know it's a bit
だ
complicated
から
for you,
だから
but
俺
that's
を
why I
信
want
じ
you to
てくれ
trust me as someone you've known for
休
30
みで
years.
信じてくれるもし
I promise I'll
久
kill
石が
both
嘘つき
Fusashi
だ
and
と分か
Numatsu
った
the
ら
moment we find out they're
たとえ
liars.
汚れを受け
I
て
don't
でも
even care that the
久石
corruption
と
will come
植
for
松を
me.
そう
That's my promise.
約束する
He did the same as me, bet his life on his words.
頼む
Please. He even gave his honor. Takumi, you dumbass.
おやすさん
Well, man, you gotta clean up when the feast's
宴
over.
のわし
I got nothing left. I'll take the corruption with me all the way to Yomi.
おう
Hey, Fusaishi.
はい
You better prepare yourself. I still think you're guilty of Teiba's death.
俺には耐えそれを
If you
ヘ
can't
リと
make
して
up for
取
that
り
as a
返せん
snake,
なら
I'll skin you
わ
alive.
しが手から生皮剥いでく
I
れ
was
る
being glared at by an old hunter who was no stranger to death.
植松
You too,
覚
Uematsu.
悟の上です。
こっから
Tally the votes.
じ
Your
じい
turn, old
て
fart.
めえだ
Without an expression or a word, he pointed at me.
じじい
Old guy, 1 vote.
狼じじい
Old wolf guy, 2 votes. The
お
old
じいさ
fellow,
んに
3 votes.
安光の
Yasumi's
ご老
elder,
人に
4 votes. One for the
狼じ
wolf
じい
man,
一
5
票
votes.
じ
Old
じゃ
guy.
あよしくん
Yoshi-kun,
さ
are you voting for him too?
じ
Yeah,
じゃ
then it's
あ
settled.
そんなら
I'll do the same
僕も
then.
一緒でいいや鴨志田様
Kamoshida-sama,
狼じじいに1票
1 for Haruaki-san. What?
知恵ね
Chani, that seems... I mean, I just don't get it. I don't want Rikako-san to die either, but
おじいちゃん
it's
が
possible that the old man said that just because he's seen now. Why is no one pointing that out? Why isn't Haruaki-san saying that?
言っただ
I
ろ
said it doesn't matter, didn't I? You can't predict Mako-chan's votes either, can you?
ね
疑わ
If
し
they're
さが
both
同じな
suspicious, I
ら
would prefer the old man to become a sacrifice instead of the little girl. It's the reasonable
ちな
approach.
みに
That's
高
enough.
子さん
Rikako-san,
ご老人
old
に
fellow,
おじいちゃ
old
んに
man,
おじいさんに
old man.
縄持って
Bring the rope. I need time. Shut it. Kanza-san suddenly punched the guy.
こい
I'll
つは
hang it
わし
myself.
がか
The
かっ
rest of
て
you
く
go
る
back. He quickly
Damn
tied
it,
up the wolf
Amo.
guy and pulled them off
戻
into
っ
the
と
mist.
け
His voice was strangely subdued, but I could feel intense emotion behind it. None of us knew what made him like that, so we all just sat paralyzed.
おや
Old
すさ
man,
ん
what's gotten
どう
into
した
you? The one to move first was Takumi-san.
牧島さん
He wasn't a wolf. He wasn't the one who killed Mochi, so we couldn't. He needed time to repair last time too, right? He died. Makishima-san,
なんだっ
what's
つう
up
の
with them? By the time I went outside, Takumi-san had already disappeared into the mist.
匠さん
Fusaishi, you stay there. You should hold him back. Huh? Well, alright.
どういうことなんです
わ
I
からん
don't
が
know,
て
but
めえ
you're
は
the
今
most
一番
important
大事
human
なん
right
だ
now. You gotta stay
万
safe
一
just
の
in
ことがあっ
case.
たらまずい
Just in case. Oh yeah. The last time when the wolf guy was gonna be lynched, it led to some unexplained murders.
匠さん
Takumi-san, don't go. I shouted that.
あなた
You
は
were
絶対
necessary
に
for us to win this
宴の
feast.
勝利には欠かせ
There
ないん
was
だ
no
から
response. Even his footsteps were vanishing into the mist.
何が起きる
What
と
do you
知って
believe
お
will
る
happen? I felt my heart jump. I turned around and saw nothing beside Yoshitsugu-kun, who was wearing a suspicious scowl.
なんだよ
What? Let's
とに
just
かく
go.
行くぜ
The old farts
匠に
Takumi name.
しかし
But
てめえが今一人で消えたらどう思われるか考えろよ。
he had a point. They only trusted me because Takumi-san was vouching for me.
そうだね。
Alright, let's just go back to the
みんな
dining
で
hall.
食堂に戻っていよ
My worries were for nothing, and in about half an hour we were joined by both Takumi-san and Kanzo-san. Their expressions were grim, but implied nothing specific.
う。狼じじいは
Where's the old man?
くくっ
Hanged.
た。
He sat down on the seat closest to the entrance.
匠に
Takumi ni. I
俺
didn't
は
see it,
結
but
局
you
見
know
て
how
ない。
old man Kanzo is. He
まあ
ain't lying.
おやっさんなら間違
With
いね
that,
えだ
today's
ろ。
feast had ended. Everyone sighed quietly in relief. There must have been some of the wolf's depression in that. After all, from my perspective, we were just one step away from victory. However, this step would be the one that was very hard to take. How easy it would be if I had died and it all ended then. However, it would once again be pointless until I solved why death hadn't come for me or remained afraid of this unexplained phenomenon. Until I solved the mystery and escaped this loop, I would see many tragedies, fight against fear, and keep seeing many bad endings. A part of me hoped that winning the feast would end it. But if it didn't, I would have no clue where the core of this mystery was. Was this mystery even solvable? Could I cling to my own sanity until then? I remained uneasy. After a bit of rest, we had tons of things to do. The top priority was cleaning up Mamiya-san and Haru-chan's remains. I wanted to help, but they stopped me since something might happen in the mist. I couldn't help with the food either, probably because they were wary of me too. I couldn't blame them, considering what I said. In a way, they were now more distant with me than last time, when I was just a pure outsider. I continued watching the people carefully do what they had to, making sure there were no blind spots under Takumi's guidance. I wanted to win. I'd gotten this far, so I wanted to defeat the wolves. Though, that was actually just a part of my desire to survive and expose the things I had no choice but to keep quiet about. I'd said all that horrible stuff in order to protect Mako. I just wanted to finally find peace from the stuff that bothered me. That felt like escapism, though. It seemed like proof that my mental state was weakened and I didn't like it. By the way, Kusaishi-kun, you said we would win at worst the day after tomorrow. Do you think it's possible to win tomorrow then? As everyone worked and I had nothing to do, Kyonosuke-shi, who wasn't too involved in the work, whispered that to me.
ええ、
Yes, I do.
そうですね。
And I didn't know if everyone else believed me, but I did feel like it was close to the conclusion.
それは教えても
You
らう
cannot
わ
tell
け
me
には
why,
い
I
かんの
assume?
かね。
そうです
No, not
ね。
yet.
今はまだ。
I couldn't let anyone find out that Mako was the spider. In fact, I tried to survive after someone... In fact, if I tried to survive after someone found out what she was and that I prioritized my own survival over hers, I would be the target of everyone's scorn. That was how complicated my current position was.
まあ、
Well, I suppose it cannot be helped. That aside, you seem to be getting close to Rikaku Matsu-san.
植松里
Well, I
香子
knew
さん
he'd be curious about that.
親密な関係
Incidentally,
になったの
Rikaku-san
か
had insisted on going with Takumi-san and the others to mourn the ones lost.
無事に霧が晴れたら
We decided that it
そう
wouldn't
い
be
うの
bad
も
to
いい
get
かもしれ
together
ない
if we both
という
survived
話
this.
そうか
I see. What was I supposed to say here?
野里さんが
Rikaku
植
Matsu-san
松里香子さんを
is
大事に
important
さ
to
れてい
you
る
as
のは
more than
長者
just
と
a
して
fellow
の
village
共感
head.
うん。
だとすればま
Just
だ
so you
何
know,
か
it's
が
not
決ま
all
った
set
わ
in
けじゃ
stone
ない
yet.
の
Why
で
not tell her how you
野
feel?
里
いや、
Oh, that wouldn't
そう
do.
いうの
Just
はね
clinging to the past.
あ
Oh, is she your
あ
ex
も
or
しかし
something?
て
恐れ多いこと
Hardly. Though it's just the spider's family,
雲
she
の
is
家
still
と
the
はい
head.
え
A
ご
second
当主
son
様
like
だ。
myself is a poor match
次
for
な
her.
それを言え
And
ば
I'm a nobody.
流
Going by
れ
that
者である
logic,
僕
we're
なんて
worlds apart.
その通りだ
I
よ
would。like to say that's true, but this is a time when the
言いたい
feelings of
とこ
both
ろだ
parties
が
are important, at least
当
outside this
人同士の
village.
気持ちが私も
I
外
spent
の
a
暮ら
long
しが
time
長かっ
outside,
た
so
か
I
らわか
understand
る
that all this praise and censure binding
彼女
her
を
are just
高みに
relics
支
of an
えている
age long gone.
だから
That's why I believe that a man who doesn't
そん
have
な
such
束
bindings
縛のな
might
い
be able to
男
make her
が
happy.
この霧の中で
After
ず
the
っと
mist
考
came, I
えている
eventually
うち
came to
に
think that way.
そんな風にも思えるようになったのだよ。
僕から
I'm
は
not sure what to say
何
here.
とも言い難いで
I
す
still think that she's the
最
one
終
who will
的
have
に
to make
何
the
をど
final
う
call.
そのあたり
That
は
is something just
君
between
と
you
彼
two.
女の間の
I
こ
know
とだ
full well that I have no say in the matter,
私が
but
口出しを彼女がネ
what
ア
she
の
bears
は
as
した
a
めとして
bedroom
背負っ
woman
てきた
servant
も
would
の
be
は
quite a strange and heavy burden for you. I feel like that's
君
like
には
a...
ひどく奇
bad
異に思えるだろうし
What do you mean?
そ それは
It's not
私
really
の
my
口
place
か
to
ら
say
言える
though.
こと
I
で
am
も
willing
な
to
い。
consult you about most other matters.
それはぜひ。
I'll appreciate it. He then gave me a business card. Kyonosuke no Sato, MD, graduated from university. Doctor? Wow, so he really was an elite. I thought we knew he was a doctor. It wasn't for a specific job, it was just his personal info. Was he looking for a new job? It had his email and phone number on it, and it felt like a relic looking at it. Looking at it prompted a bit of nostalgia even. The bedroom woman servant's role, huh? Was he being considerate, or was it some sort of warning? It didn't seem like I could ask any further, especially with all the people here, so I would just take it as goodwill and move on. I didn't think much of this, but I had absolutely no idea that I could catch a glimpse of a new kind of darkness from the Omata family. But I had absolutely no idea that I would catch a glimpse of a new kind of darkness from the Uematsu family, and Fujiyoshi as a whole. The cleanup was over and everyone returned to eat.
今日は
I
気
imagine
疲
you
れ
are
した
tired.
でしょ
Please eat as much as you
ありが
want.
とうございます。
Thank you. Kaori-san was a good person. I don't know everything about her, but she treated everyone with respect, keeping her relationships proper and bright. I knew for sure that her personality was supported by her sons. She'd arrived at Fujiyoshi, had to deal with their strange customs, lost her husband, and was sent here to Yasumizu, where she'd lived for over a decade. Her mind was actually very frail at this point. She lived here for 10 years, so she was in the last one. They said the last one was 8 years ago. Unless that's not when he died. Her mind was actually very frail at this point, and without her sons to support her, she would easily break. Bro, what is happening? However, even when it came from a strained mind and heart, goodwill was goodwill, and conscience was conscience. Not to mention that she didn't do anything bad yet. The fact that I checked my bowl for something green despite that made me realize how ill-natured I really was. Unfortunately, that was just how I was, so I would at least keep up my mask and effectively give them conscience of my own kind. I sat down, put my hands together, picked up the chopsticks, and ate the rice gruel. Like always, it was simple, beastly, yet still good. I only felt that something was wrong with it a bit later. At first, I just thought that I burned my mouth or something. But suddenly I couldn't feel my mouth at all, and after an unnatural sensation that overwhelmed my tongue and cheeks, I lost my sense of direction. Oh, fuck me, dude. Is he the little brother has to be the other wolf then. My body twisted, and right as a dull pain went through my head, I fell to the floor. I had been poisoned. I could understand that clearly, but all my processing power went into dealing with the unnatural feeling attacking my body. I couldn't see properly. I couldn't breathe or speak. Despite that, I still had a burning pain in my mouth and an urge to vomit, along with unbearable agony. I couldn't understand what was happening around me. It was probably pure chaos, but I was struggling to even breathe. And it was only getting worse. A sudden intense impact hit my back. My body jumped, and then I puked. My breathing stabilized for a moment, and I could hear a voice as well as see something. A wet floor in my own hands. However, the nausea didn't end. The spasms made me feel like my chest was turning inside out, and I soon puked again. What? Right after he ate it, the only thing here that potent is wolfsbane. Anyone else eat it? I did. Most of us did actually, so it's targeted for me. It wasn't me. We gotta make him puke it all out. Do you have a rubber hose? Hose? To clean out his stomach. I've never done it myself, but I have no choice. Connect it to the tap, hurry. I couldn't understand what they were talking about. My burning throat was a clear message that this was lethal. Yeah, I got so into it, I'm like skipping. Haruaki-san, hang in there. We gotta give him CPR or something. We do, but only after we clean out his stomach, clear the path, boil some water. Someone was treating me somehow, I could tell that much, but I also knew it was too late. I was strangely calm about it too. So this was the end, huh? Like I figured, making it to the end as a snake was pretty difficult. What about next time then? Oh, fuck, dude, is it Rikako? What was I supposed to do to move forward? Oh, shit, I wanted to bring as many memories as possible to the next time around. I wanted to hear what they were saying, memorize it, and analyze it properly on the next loop. That was unlikely, though. All my memories of my final moments were pretty vague. I was fated to never die, yet to die so many times. It was a really interesting thing to think about, but not even those who returned seemed to be given the key to the mysteries of the final moments. This part is... How do I... No. Even the pain was becoming dull. My mind was on the verge of fading. Everyone.
ここから出てください。
Was that Rikako?
リカ聞かねえ。
彼の病
I will
毒は
take in his poison. Uh-oh.
私が引き取る。
Everyone suddenly fell silent, and I thought this was because my senses were fading. However, it was actually the opposite. My senses were absurdly clear considering the situation. This could have been a pre-death lull, or perhaps some sort of delusion. I would have preferred to die while paralyzed, though. Clearly feeling the pain of death wasn't exactly a good time. That was a weird statement to make, but the absurdity was lost on me. Suddenly, I felt the light past my eyebrows grow weaker. Past my eyelids. Once it was almost completely dark, I realized it was because the windows were closed. I slowly opened my eyes. I couldn't see clearly, but only because of the dim lighting in the shut dining hall. I moved my head and it felt really heavy. My heart had almost stopped pumping blood. My pulse was dull and weak. I was certain I would die soon. But then I felt Rikako-san approach me. Her expression wasn't clear to me, but her breathing was strangely loud. She was panting, but trying to endure it. I thought that because of the slight quivering in each of her breasts. After wiping her mouth, she brought her body close to mine. No, she actually straddled me. Though she was in a position where she could look down on me, she looked at me with upturned eyes. That, in addition to her bashful expression, made it clear when she was about to do something sinful. She stopped hiding the intensity of her breathing. Her small tongue, wet with saliva, was peeking through her mouth. And it was extremely lustful. I could feel her warmth on my abdomen. With her every breath, I felt the hardness of her pelvis despite all the cloth between us. Even though I was dying, or maybe because of it, the feeling of the opposite sex on me awakened the instinct, the man within me. Dang! Her voice felt like it didn't belong to her. A refined traditional woman, a woman that appeared younger than she was. A clumsy woman with some unfortunate tendencies. A mysterious woman. None of that was there. She was now lustful, bewitching, overpowering. An enchanting, mature lady squirmed as if suffocating in her familiar black clothing. As I noticed that, she reached for the edge of my shirt, lifted it up, and went in with her fingers with practiced motions. They were cold. I could feel them on my skin, passing my belly button, making me moan lightly. What the fuck is happening? She then reached her other hand in and moved them both without restraint. As her arms went deep inside, her palms caressed my torso and her fingers lustfully searched for any sensitive spots. Despite my confusion, it made me moan over and over. She was toying with my near-mortal clarity, which was both confusing and a bit uncomfortable. However, I didn't resist. Because my limbs were weak from the poison, no, that would just be making excuses. I enjoyed that she was having her way with me. It was exciting, pumping, paralyzing. However, when she reached for my belt and tried to undo it, I somehow found the power to put my right hand up and try to push her aside. It was a feeble gesture, but enough to get the message across.
So?
I see. Her whisper told me that she understood me, but was somewhat indifferent about it.
仕方ない.
Very well. She moved and backed away to the side. As her warmth faded, the coldness from the impending death came back.
少し痛いけど.
This might hurt a bit, but she then smiled, and then took something out of her sleeve.
楽になって.
Relax. An ice pick? It seemed like a Japanese-made awl. Upon seeing it, I couldn't understand anything anymore. Was she going to make love to me? Torture me? Kill me? I couldn't understand, but it appeared that my resistance from a moment ago left me completely powerless and unwilling to do anything. As my vision grew dim, so did my senses. But then I felt pain in my left shoulder. Had she pierced me with the awl? That was the last thing I thought and felt before losing consciousness. My eyes opened and I sat up. Dude, I can't believe I fucking survived that.
Haruaki-san!
Chami was right next to me for some reason. She was holding my hand, crying her eyes out. I'm so glad you're alive. She then rested her forehead on the back of my hand and began crying even more fiercely. So I guess she's back in the mix. I looked around. This was the dining hall. Everyone else was here too, but they all wore conflicted expressions. Chami was the only one openly expressing how they felt. What happened? I actually had no idea for a moment, but then... Right. I almost died. What saved me, though? And why did it feel so good? It was like I'd had a full night's sleep. Hard to believe I was just on the brink of death.
ごめん、ちえみちゃん。
Sorry, Chiemi-chan.
ちょっといいかな。
Can you, yeah, sorry.
いや、いいんだ。
It's fine. I just,
ただ、
what happened?
黒
You've
木
been
さん
asleep for about
5
5
時間
hours.
くらい
It's
眠って
dark
て
outside now, but not
もう
much
大体
changed.
夜なんだけど
野里さん、
Osato-san, what
僕
happened
は
to
どう
me?
なってたんでしょうか。
鳥かぶとによる
Aconite
中毒
poisoning. The symptoms are so bad that it should have been impossible
ま
for you
ず
to
助か
survive.
し
But
か
for
し
some reason, you're alive. I
な
believe
ぜ
it
だ
must
と君は
congratulate
成
you.
功した
His tone seemed to be somewhat sarcastic, but he was probably just hiding how suspicious and uneasy he felt. He was eyeing Rikako-san, who was standing near the window. Oh, she survived too, and comforting Meiko. He wasn't the only one. She was the center of attention here. Wonder, disbelief, reverence, worship.
お祈りって
Prayers really do
聞く
work,
んだ
Mom.
ね。
I had little doubt that was what he actually thought. He's so surprised that I'm alive. Do they? I don't remember much, but thank you,
よく
Rikako-san.
覚えてませんが。
上に
I simply fulfilled my role as an Uematsu.
何でも
It's
いい
fine. All that matters is he's
生
alive.
きてたな
I didn't
それ
agree
で
there. Being saved by some religious rite was just as ridiculous as this death loop I was trapped in. Prayers? Religious rites? Did that experience really qualify? I reached for my shoulder and felt fresh bandages. The cotton was bloody, meaning she really had stabbed me. Did she suck out the poison? That couldn't be it. I wasn't bitten by a snake. I'd ingested aconite poison. You couldn't just suck that out of the bloodstream.
彼
I
の
shall
病
take
だ
in
か
his poison. She had
私が
said
引き
that,
取る
right? Take in my poison?
汚れを引
Yes,
き取る
because
の
taking in the corruption is one of the Omatsu's rules. That,
私
perhaps my role here is to take in the hatred of everyone present.
皆様の憎しみを引き取るという
彼女がネヤ
What
の
she bears
星
as
め
the
として
bedroom
背負っ
woman
てきたもの
imagine what she bears as the bedroom woman
君
servant
に
would
は
be
ひど
quite
く
a
非
strange
に
and
思
heavy
えるだろ
burden
う
for
し
you.
雲
The spider and bedroom woman servants.
ネヤの
Dude, I hate that
そこ
fucking
から
name.
かつて上松
That was
家
why the Omatsu of old had
野蛮と
the
して
role of protecting the dreams of the
村の
villagers.
夢
Yes, the Omatsu were also responsible for funeral rites. Our faith might have had some
葬儀
roots
の
in
家で
Buddhism
も
as
あ
a
りまし
result
た
of
が
that duty.
葬式仏教も混じ
So
っ
that
て
was
い
how
る
it
かも
was. I understood now. And I also understood how frightening the Omatsu were. However, there was something more important to worry about. Fusaishi almost died and Uematsu saved him.
狂言
Could
か
be
も
an
しれ
act.
ん
常
A
識的に
reasonable
は
thing
そう
to
思いた
suspect,
く
but
も
if
な
he
りま
really
すが
can
ね
make an act of stopping his own
狂
heart,
言で心停
he
止
would make a
寸前
living
が
out
で
of
き
that
るな
stunt.
近持ち
Chikamochi, you
貴様
saw
も見
him,
ている
right?
から
Those are real symptoms.
そ
Yeah,
う
eating
だ
wolf's
ね
meat is no joke.
それにりっ
And
ちゃん
Richan
も
ended up like
冗
that.
談であんなになん
Ending up
ないで
like
しょ
that isn't a joke either.
もっちやめとけ
Stop it. I just realized that her black clothes were gone.
おやっさん
Oh man.
うん妻子と上松
Fusaishi and Uematsu are
と
human.
らそんで
So...
待ってください
Wait, it
母
wasn't
さんは
mom.
違う
There it was. Everyone was here, but Kaori-san alone seemed to be in a different position. She was deep in the room, sitting, probably forcefully, on a chair with a pale face.
あの時
I wasn't
僕以
the
外
only
に
one
も
who
雑
ate the
炊を
rice
食べた
bowl,
人はいたんだよ
right,
ね
Yasunaga-kun?
え
Yes, no one
あの
ate
後
any
手は
more
つけて
after
ませ
you
ん
were
が
poisoned, but there
多
was
分
probably
鍋の
none
方
of
に
it in the
毒は入っ
pot.
てないおそらく夫妻さん
I
が使
believe
った
the
食
bowl
器
you
に毒
ate
が
from
付
had
着していたん
poison
だと
applied
思い
to
ます
it,
あるいは
or some was poured into the
よそった
food
時
after
に
taking it
毒を
from
持
the
った
pot.
違
No,
い
I
ま
didn't
す
do it.
私
It
じゃあ
has
りま
to
せん
be.
オリベさん私も別に意地悪で言ってるんじゃないがね
Uribe-san, I'm not accusing you.
あ
I'm
なた
simply
が
saying
一
that
番
it's
疑
far
わしいのは
that it's
確か
fair
で
to
すよ
consider you the prime suspect.
それを否定
We
しき
can't
るだけの
absolve you of
説がまだ出
responsibility
てない
because we haven't formed a
みんなあ
counter-argument
なた
yet.
を信
That's
じき
it.
れ
わかり
I
ます
understand I was the only one at
あ
the
の
counter
時は
then, but it
私だ
wasn't
け
me.
だから食器に
The
ついては
bowls
そ
were
っ
on
ちの
that
棚にあっ
shelf.
たん
No
で
one
す
was
よ
watching it, so it
誰
could
も
have
注
been
意してなく
anyone.
それ
It
は
could have
逆
both.
だねオリベ
That's the
安
wrong
永
way to look at it. Yasunaga,
誰でも
Uribe-kun,
見えるの
anyone
だ
could
から
see it.
怪しい
So
動
if
きをす
something
れば
strange
誰
had
かが
happened,
気づ
someone
い
would
た
have noticed.
ちなみに
Also,
盛り
you
付
were
け
the
前
one
に
who brought
食
the
器を
bowls out
運んだ
to
の
use.
は
Are you
君だ
saying
ろ
you were the
安
culprit?
それはありません
No, I had no
動機
reason
だ
to
って
do
ない
that.
だろ
True.
そも
And
そ
it's
も
not
積ん
like
で
there
あ
were
る食
names
器
on
に
the
名前
bowls.
が
The
書い
only
てあ
time
る
you
わ
could
けでも
target
ない
him
の
specifically was while the
改
food was
善
being
して渡す
served.
わかりま
I
すけ
know,
ど
but think about it. Mom
で
would
も
have been
考
the
えて
first
ください
suspect even if
妻
Fusaishi
子さんの
wasn't the
精
one
子に
poisoned.
こんなバレバレの
What
状
would be the
況
point
で
of
母さ
her
んが
killing
殺人を
someone in
犯
that
すメリット
situation?
安永君
Yasunaga-kun, I hate to
別
say
に
this,
私
but
自分
she
が
may
犠
have
牲
wanted
に
to
なっ
take
て
out the
でも
snake even if it
蛇
meant
を
dying
排
in
除
the
できる
process. It's because her son is the wolf. Takumi-san joined the
キヨ
exchange.
し
Kyo's right. Logically
理屈
speaking,
で
you're
考
the
え
most
れば
suspicious one
あ
here,
んたが
Kaori-san.
そしてキヨだ
That's
け
what
じゃな
everyone
く
thinks, not just
みんな
Kyo.
それを
Even I'm
疑って
starting to
る
suspect you a little.
ふみさんあなたまで
Takumi-san, you too.
キヨだけ
You
に
can't
嫌
let
われ
Kyo
役
get
を
all the
やって
hate here. How unlike you.
ただ
But personally,
俺
I
は
do
個人
trust
的には
Kaori-san.
理由は
What's your reason?
香織さんは
If she had to kill
義
someone
継
to
守
protect
ろうとして
Yoshitsugu,
殺すな
she'd
ら
kill everyone, not
この
just
場全員
Musashi.
殺すだろ
Oh,
うよ
true. She wouldn't make any excuses for
バ
it
レた
either.
そんな
You're a scary
おっ
mom
か
with
ね
serious
え
guts.
根性決まった母ちゃんだろあんたは
Yeah. I'd seen it. He was completely right about her. Takumi-san knew her so well and still fell for her, huh? He was serious about her. It made me want to cheer him on. In that case, I had to make it through the night.
僕も信じま
I'll
すよ
trust you too,
香織さん
Kaori-san.
久石さん
Saishi-san.
理由
Do you
はあ
have
る
a
のか
reason?
そうですね
Well, the circumstantial
確かに
evidence might not
状況
be in
証
her
拠では
favor,
怪しく
but
て
it's
も
cancelled out
彼女の
by her
人となり
nature
が
as a person.
あとは
Also, I want to
僕を
trust
信じてくれ
Takumi-san's
た匠さんの分
analysis. He
析を
believed in me after
僕は
all.
ありが
Thanks.
とう
よろしいの
What
か
do you say?
ど
We
うせ
can't
今
hang
日は
anyone. We can't hang
もう
anymore
くくれ
today. We'll worry about it
明日
tomorrow.
のことは明日考える
だなもう潮時だみん
Good
な
point.
今日は
Anyway,
引
it's
き上
late.
げる
Let's
ぞ
get to bed.
母さん
Mom, I'll help clean up.
片付け手伝うから
俺もやる服もここの使うぞ
Sorry, someone texted me. I'll do it too. Gonna use the stuff here. Wait. Oh yeah.
ありがと
Thank you, you two.
う安永義継
We left the family of 3 and went outside.
ちい
Hey, Chia, where's my
そうい
gun?
いいよ
It's fine. He's better now.
いや
Actually,
その
aha! Found it!
あ
Ah! To my surprise, the hunting rifle was placed against the dining hall's wall. But
ボルト
where are
ど
the
こやっ
bolts?
た
霧の中
I
に
threw them
投
into
げ
the
ちゃった
mist. Kanzo-san grunted in displeasure, snatched the gun from Mochi, and went off into the mist.
なんか
Man, I'm
ダ
no
メだ
good.
な
She chuckled emptily. There were still dried lines of tears down her cheeks.
いいや正
It's
解
fine,
だ
we had to take it apart.
バ
And
ラ
if
す
it
のは
went
必要
completely
だったし
missing, we'd have assumed you
完
took
全
it
にな
with you.
私
Me?
が
Oh, as a weapon.
あ
Yeah, I wouldn't want to draw
変な
suspicion,
歌
right?
もう
Man, this is such a pain. I'm
やだな。
tired of walking on eggshells. Can't the
疑っ
mist
た
just
り
go away
疑
already?
われたり
心
Don't
配せ
worry,
ず
everything will come to an end
明日に
tomorrow.
は
そうだ
Yeah, I'm going then. Good
じゃ
night.
あ俺も引き上げだ
As he left, Takumi-san
みん
lightly
な
tapped my
俺
shoulder.
回復は奇跡的だっ
Kyo
つって
said your
たぞ
recovery was a
気を
miracle.
大事
Don't
にし
waste
ろ
it.
よ
He gave my shoulder a firm squeeze, then left.
ええ
Of course, I would do whatever I could to survive.
じゃあ
I'm going
僕もこれ
too.
で
Sayuki-san, good night.
春明さん
Haruaki-san, be
本当
careful.
ああ
Yeah, good night.
Oyasumi.
Rikako-san didn't speak or even look at me until the very end. I crossed my legs and sat down on my futon. I wasn't tense anymore. Probably because I was used to it, or because I wouldn't die tomorrow. But Rikako's gonna die. I just didn't feel like sleeping though. I actually felt really good. Why had I survived? Was it really aconite? Even I'd heard that real aconite poisoning was lethal. What if it was actually some weird poison that just made it seem like you were dying, then fully recovered afterwards? That kind of trick would be kicked out of the Rookie of the Year mystery novel. Wait, that kind of trick would be kicked out of the Rookie of the Year mystery novel award I'm prep reading. In the prep reading. Just kidding. Yeah,
そ
anyway.
れは逆だ
Saying
ね
it's so bad
オ
they
リ
wouldn't
ビ
use
安
it.
永君誰でも
That's the
見え
wrong
た
way
の
to
だ
look
か
at
ら
it. Yasunaga
怪しい
Ribe
動き
Kun,
をすれ
everyone
ば
could see
誰
it.
かが
Hard eyes,
Something
motherfucker.
happened.
と考え
Everyone would
る
have noticed. Hey babe, how's work?
こんなバレバレの
Hey,
状
my job.
況で
Hey, me
母さん
too.
が殺人を犯すメ
What
リ
would
ッ
be
ト
the
があれ
point
ば
of
言
her
ってくだ
killing
さい
someone in that situation? I could relate to them both. Kiyonosuke, she was right that it was unlikely to be pure coincidence. And Yasunaga-kun was right that it was it was an unlikely risk to take for someone who didn't need to. All this thinking about who done it and why made me feel like I was in some mystery novel. Though since I could easily dispel the suspicions on Kaori-san, I could more or less see how it was. The very premise was wrong. Uh-oh. So, I knew exactly what I had to do today. No, not you. I was talking about this. He mentioned he was in a mystery novel. I took out my notepad, wrote down the name Yoshitsugu Oribe, and put it near my pillow. Suddenly, there was a knock on my door. I quickly became tense again. A visitor? Now? Right after I almost died? I decided what to do after seeing their face. But then I realized this hut didn't have any way for me to look outside the door. There's a fucking window right there! However, there were spaces between the boards on the door. most likely warped by changes in humidity. I peeked outside through them. Chiemi? Another knock.
誰です
Who is it? I went ahead and asked. It's
私
me, Chiemi Serizawa.
何
What
の
is it?
用
聞きたい
I
こと
want to
が
ask something.
なん
We'll
だろ
ask away. Shouldn't you be
と
sheltering
いう
right
か
now? It's dangerous
物言
outside,
いをし
isn't
なきゃなんないんじゃないの
it? Sure you should be here?
私は大丈
I'm
夫
okay. There's still people
まだみん
walking
なその辺を
around.
ブラブラ
Can we talk? I don't mind if it's through the door. Sure?
私
I realize that I can't
何
do
もできてない
anything.
な私
I'm a huge failure. I've been causing trouble for everyone here
子
ever
供の
since I
頃
was
から
little.
ここのだから必死で勉強して大学受かって外
That's
に
why I
出た
studied hard, entered a college, and went outside the village.
知ってる
Did you know that the only way people from Yasumizu can leave is either going to college or finding work somewhere else?
いや
I didn't actually.
知らない
Yeah,
な
people who work away from
出
home.
稼
Yeah, Takumi left once. His mom and dad are outside too.
そう
News
な
to
んだ
me. Yeah, his dad is sickly, so he goes outside every now and then.
逆になんで
Why is he here?
彼は
Because he
こっち
can't
に
leave. The incident, the feast 8 years ago killed a lot of people, and he returned to help clean up, but
ぶっちゃ
the
け
people that were still alive weren't enough for Yasumizu to function. Teiba-chan depended on
タイバ
him
ーちゃん
too,
も
so
頼
he,
りに
oh,
してた
right,
し
you know.
なるほ
I
ど
see, that's why Takumi-san
それで
didn't know
匠
about
さ
the
んは
last feast.
前の
The
宴を
rest
知
are
ら
in
なかったってわ
Kamafuji-yoshi,
け
right?
だ
Yeah. So no one
肝臓さ
besides
んと
Kanzo-san and the old wolf
狼
guy were
じじ
here.
じ以外は
そういえば
Oh yeah, Haru-chan.
ハルちゃん
Haru-chan was so lonely at night that she left the school we were staying at all by herself. Then she went through the mountain path and... Huh? She was in Yasumizu too?
わからない
I don't know. The adults said they found her in front of Yasumizu and there were rumors she saw something there.
そのせいか
I
わ
don't
かんな
know
い
if
けど
that's the reason why,
そ
but
れ
she
でしばら
started
くハル
acting
ちゃん
weird
がおかしくなっ
afterwards.
ちゃって
People said she was
み
possessed
ん
by
な
a wolf.
狼つきとか噂して
It came as no surprise, but Chiemi still had info that I didn't know of. Had Haru-chan caught a glimpse of the feast? But that would mean that she too survived the feast of the Yomi Purge. As things were, there was no way to leave Yasumizu when it was engulfed by mist. I didn't know if you could enter it, but it was natural to think you couldn't leave after doing so. Think rationally, she shouldn't have made it to Yasumizu in the first place. But her possession. If she'd seen something in the mist without ever making it to Yasumizu, could she have become afflicted with some trauma or something divine because of it? I see. So you rose. You have tried again several times, have you not? If I wanted to find out more about her, it was too late for that this time. I wonder if she's like Setsu and she also can loop. I could have been wrong, of course. There was probably a lot more info for me to find, not to mention I couldn't go back unless I died. Maybe that's why she hates me, is because in one of the loops I fucking, like, cheated on her or something. Also, I decided to save the humans so I would see it through to the end. Of course, that included her.
ごめん
Sorry.
それはともかく
Anyway, why do you
どう
think
し
you're
て役立
useless? I mean, I can't vote right, nor can I think like Yasukun and Takumi-chan.
よしくん
Yasukun and even Osato-san are doing whatever they can.
僕
If
と
you
して
ask
は
me, you're the reason why no one
君がい
crossed
た
certain
からこ
mental
そ
lines.
どう
What
い
do
う
you mean?
もちろん僕らは
We grew
人
accustomed
を
to
殺し
killing
て
and
しまったし
unfairly punishing each other.
不当に
In a
人を
way,
裁
we're
くこと
already
にもなれ
insane.
それでも
Still, we'd surely
怒りや
regret it if we killed
恨みや
people purely for
悲しみ
revenge,
に
and we
任せ
were
て
absolutely in
人
danger
を
of
殺
doing
せば
that.
僕は君が
And I kind of think that
そ
you've
うい
been
うの
racking
だけ
your
は
brain
避けた
trying
く
to
て
avoid that at all
心を
costs.
砕いてきたって
That's how it seems
そ
to
う
me
勝手に
anyway.
思ってたけどな
Did I miss the mark?
ごめんね
Sorry, I didn't mean to
別
act like
に
I know everything
ちえ
about
みちゃんの
you.
人に
I'm
は
just
向
saying
き
that
不向き
people
はあ
have
るし
what they're good at and
つい
bad
でに
at.
僕は
And I think you're
君
a
がちゃん
valuable
と
asset on
み
your
んな
own.
春秋さん
She gonna tell me she loves me too? All of a sudden, her voice cracked briefly, weighed down with sorrow. Why are you so nice? I'm useless. Even when you collapse, all I could do is cry.
いっそいっ
Just
そ
say it. Tell me I'm in your way and that I should die.
の
Jesus.
邪魔だ
誰が喜ぶ
Why would I
わ
say
けでも
something
な
I
いの
don't
に
mean? It wouldn't help anyone. Say it. I can't hate you if you don't.
嫌いになれない
I love you. Oh my god, dude. We're on the fucking dating route. I can't bear it
いろい
anymore.
ろ耐えらんない
This wasn't an admission of love. It was an SOS, if not a plea for death.
君は
Do
ふ
you
るさ
hate
と
your
のこと
home?
が
嫌い
I do.
ふるさとのみんな
Everyone
も
here too? I hate them so much.
そんなことは
As
ない
if
は
that's
ずだ
true. But there's no place for me
私
here.
の居場所なんて
In
な
the
いわ
end, she was someone who'd abandoned Yasumizu. Even if there was no space for her to live, she just couldn't adjust to this way of life. And her thinking was no longer that of a Yasumizu inhabitant. God, dude, I'm getting fucking tired. However, moving away didn't solve all her problems either. She saw a glimmer of hope in her homeland and returned here, or so I assumed. But she didn't get what she wanted and suffered in vain, and to top it all off, she was caught up in the feast. It must have been incredibly painful, so that was why she treated me so nicely when we first met. There must have been a profound emptiness in her heart, but I couldn't return those feelings during this loop. 'Cause I have Rikako! She's gonna fucking die, though! I'd already accepted someone else. I get it, Rikako-chan is cute, isn't she? I had no idea she had superpowers too, though. Superpowers? She took away your poison, that's why you survived. It's amazing, I don't stand a chance against that. You're charming too, you know. Then go out with me. Play with me, hold my hand, take me on a bike ride far away. Let me spend all day sleeping in your arms. Open this door. I wonder if she's the wolf. She's trying to kill me right now. I could do that, but that would be an empty gesture. Being granted false hope only led to greater despair, so I didn't open the door. I couldn't. Liar. I lied. Not blatantly, maybe. You let me get my hopes up, then just left me hanging, and now you say you didn't lie? How mean. So cruel and unfair. I'm just awful. I might have underestimated some things here. Trying to save someone you've given up on was just naive hypocrisy. In the end, you need to be prepared to never see them again, but that only works when you've been physically separated. I was probably the only refuge she had left, but in this mist there was nowhere for her to hide. She could only attack herself in a roundabout manner, by criticizing me. And I want you to reject me properly. No matter what happened, it wouldn't end well. Yeah, this is getting really bad. Worst case scenario, she could disappear into the mist again. Could I really write it off as simply drama between a man and a woman? But I'd already decided. The moment I opened my mouth. What are you doing here, Serizawa-sama? Rikako-san's voice. It's nothing, I'm just being pathetic. Night is for sheltering, and as the snake Fusashi-sama is in danger, should you not be more considerate? You're walking around too. As an Uematsu, I must perform what nightly patrols I can. That's just an excuse. Someone will die regardless, and what could you do if something did happen anyway? Even you could be a wolf, right? Stop it, Chiemi-chan. The head of the Uematsu family, a beauty, a woman of character. You're not very popular in Yasumizu, but everyone here thinks you're a good person. In Kami Fujiyoshi, you're actually respected and revered. You have a place to return to, but none of that matters, does it? Don't say my name. Rikako-san might be a wolf. She might be a terrible person. This might all be an act. I am human. Anyone can say that. What matters is whether you can get someone to believe you, and you use superpowers. Of course everyone will believe you. Of course he'll love you. I don't stand a chance against that. You have everything I don't have. You even took Haruaki-san. That's just too cruel and unfair. She didn't want to hurt Rikako-san. She only wanted to hurt herself. But as one who could do nothing but hurt her, I couldn't say anything. You're misunderstanding me. How? Haruaki-sama simply gave me hope. He merely lended his chest to me. In fact, he refused my indecent request. Even as he was dying, he clearly rejected me. There is nothing between us. Oh, and never will be. You're lying. You're just playing it off. Rather, I am one who has nothing. I am a hollow woman possessing only the Uematsu family crest, history, and faith. I do not have a place of my own either. I do not even have the power to cling to salvation. My entire body and mind was sold off to Shinai-sama. What do you mean? Once the mist clears, I intend to finish my business here, hand Mako to the police, let the float take me away from here, and accept where I end up. But you're different. Once the mist clears, Yasumizu will surely accept you. Your cheerfulness, strength, and consideration gives everyone hope. This is where you belong, and I have no such place. And Fusashi-sama belongs elsewhere. As those born in Fujiyoshi, we cannot dream of spending our lives with him. Let us go back. I will take you to your room. No, I don't get you at all. It's not that complicated. If you love each other, then date and do whatever you want. I cannot do that anymore. Why? She's right. Yeah. Rikako-san had my thanks. She gave me the best way to deal with this. I want to ask the head of the Uematsu family something about the feast in Fujiyoshi. However, I won't open the door. Chiemi-chan, you can go now. No way. If you don't believe that much, we wouldn't have worked out anyway. Then I'll stay here. What would you think if someone sat and listened as he went over your history with men? Alright, I'm going. I had no idea if she really understood, or understood the way I intended. But she can probably tell that we were about to speak about something unpleasant.
霧が晴れたら
Haruaki-san, once the mist clears, do what you have to do and
ちゃんとしてね
do what you have to and do it right. Backing down was part of a proper breakup.
おやすみなさい
Good night. I could hear her walk off, then nothing.
上松さん、
Uematsu-san,
一つ
let me apologize for one thing.
何でしょう
あ
Yes?
の時は
I showed you something unsightly earlier.
こんな
If
時
we
じゃ
weren't
な
in
きゃ
this situation, I'd have
嬉しい状
actually
況で
loved
した
that. God damn it, he's still going for her?
やめて
Please don't say that.
くださ
It
い
made the mood less tense, but wasn't quite enough. Then
Ja.
I'll just ask, was that an act
真
or
面目に聞き
something?
ます。あるいは
Or a mask you wore when you had to
上松家の
fulfill
務め
your
を
role as
果たす
Uematsu? I could hear her gasp.
ご
You
存知
knew? The response
だったの
proved my
ですか
assumption was correct. The bedroom woman servant. I should have questioned the lewdness, the derogatory nature of that term a bit earlier. Yeah, dude, it sounds so fucking wrong. The Uematsu were the Fujiyoshi head family in charge of the night, including the secret matters it related to it. They weren't just the night watch and people in charge of funerals, they also handled the nightly affairs of men and women. That meant they were Fujiyoshi's local sexual service providers. As the head of the family, Rikaku-san obviously knew how to handle such things. If I had to guess, all the Uematsu girls were given such a role. Also, I imagine that taking in the poison and corruption was closely related to bodily intimacy. I didn't know much about historic Japan's ideas of medicine, but I knew about the Chinese idea that lovemaking and health were closely tied together. Well, even if it wasn't something like that, is that why he called it a fucking miracle? Was because he knew I brushed her off? And that I should have died because she didn't actually do anything? Well, even if it wasn't something like that, knowing the human body, they could have easily formed the logic that it released negative energy. Spiders ate their prey by melting their insides and sucking them out, and boy, wasn't that fitting. There was also the Jorogumo, the orb-waving spiders, who shared their name with the yokai that was linked to many lustful stories. Oh yeah, I know that one. In the west, the female spiders that ate their males were called widows, and the black widow was extremely poisonous. It's actually venomous, but it's not, definitely not poisonous. Unnerving, elegant, and sexy at the same time, spiders were unique creatures that created webs they used to catch their prey and consume them by melting them with poison. Venom. I could understand why equating them with evil women and enchanting ladies was so universal. And just now I practically asked her if she was that. I was more or less right. Fujiyoshi was once a place where hunters thrived, attracting many outsiders, a lot of whom were rowdy. To keep them from going after the local women, Fujiyoshi had to train specialists with the right set of skills. The Uematsu gained influence by placing their own relatives in that role. Also prior to that, the Uematsu had some religious significance, turning their monopolization of sex into a sanctified act. Their influence must have spread to birth and child rearing as well, and the yoke of tradition made them very powerful. The Uematsu successfully gained control of the darkness most living people encountered by donning the filthy title of bedroom women servants and facing the darkness head on. The Miguruma controlled through the public side of faith and politics. The Higuchi handled food and smithing, new info, while the Nosato handled medicine, among other fields. I'd wondered where the Uematsu came in, and now it all made sense. But as time passed and their family business ceased having place in modern society, their influence began to decline. War, the drop in demand for hunting, and the spread of diseases from the outside had made the Uematsu lose relevance, and the final descendants of the family had neither the originality nor zeal to adapt to the times and survive. Because of our rule, we did not consider protecting the bloodline to be important. If an Uematsu girl gave birth, the child would be an Uematsu regardless of who fathered it. They would be taught the family's teachings, rights, some absurd laws, and become true Uematsu. The head would always be a woman, who also worked as a bedroom woman servant, and if she had a daughter, that daughter would be the new head. But if she did not, a different qualified girl would inherit the role. The Uematsu were bound not by blood but by ideals, and if Fujiyoshi rejected them, we would be a hollow shell of our former selves. And it is not like any of the other three families would want to merge with us. The head of the spider's family, the priestess of the spider, had a dark background befitting that title, and the future is bleak for her as well. The Uematsu were an unnatural relic of the past, and by cutting them off, the other three families would be able to further modernize themselves. Despite no chance of the family recovering, Rikaku Uematsu was born into an unenviable position and grown to be another bedroom woman servant. I wasn't capable of claiming I could understand her. It wasn't an exaggeration to say we lived in different worlds. It would have been absurd to even claim I could take on her despair. You are truly gentle. I couldn't understand what she meant at all, so I thought about it for a few seconds before I would ask. You heard all that, yet you did not curse me as filthy or talk me down. But this gentleness hurts. If you simply cursed me, I would find it much easier to give up. I think I understand how Serizawa-sama feels now. Motherfucker. Am I supposed to find out she's human and then come back? Why did the locals think it natural to put themselves down and give up on what they wanted? Was it common for local breakups to be considered the women's responsibility? Or are men the ones who dumped while the women simply continued pining for or something? Was it a custom? All I'd say to that was eat shit, but perhaps the ones making the mistake were the ones that fell in love with girls like that. Is that enough? Can I ask just one more thing? Yes. You're a family head. Do you have anything to do with the secrets behind the feast? I do not know what the Miguruma were thinking, but the bedroom women servants must be of no value to them. Then why were you so certain you could let me escape? I am a descendant of an old family that lived in superstition. I use my powers as such to take in your poison. I thought that perhaps I could use it to let you escape. There's nothing more to it. That made sense. And now that she used divinity as a basis, there was no room for me to argue. Is that enough? Yes, thank you. I believe you. I guess it's time to sleep. Hope we see each other again tomorrow. You shall not die tonight. The spider sent to us by Shinai-sama will protect you. She is basically saying that she would protect me. When you say that, it's strangely believable. Huh? Nothing. Give my regards to Mako. Certainly. Huh? Why? I'll probably mention this again tomorrow, but if I ask you, please tell the truth. That will end this game. If you're not with us at that point, I will take Mako to the police. She gonna die tonight. Thank you. I believe you. That was the end of that. Still behind the door, she gave me a boring goodbye and left. Remarkably fatigued, I collapsed onto the futon. It was pretty thin, so the hard floor below hurt my shoulders, but I couldn't be bothered to even react. Did I actually just break up with the two women? So it wasn't the love fucking route, it was the single, and now I have to redo everything. It hadn't even been that long since I'd broken up with Mitsuji, I'd already made a habit out of it. No, it hadn't even been that long since I'd broken up with Mitsuji, and I'd already made a habit out of it. I'd gone on a trip because of a breakup, only to find more of them. If I couldn't escape, maybe I'd be happiest if I just came in through Saranaga like last time and enjoyed some time with Chiemi. Or was there a better path to take now? I couldn't tell anymore. Wolves were out and about tonight, yet here I was thinking about this stuff. Was something wrong with my head? Well, there probably was, but this wrongness was different. Still, I saw how things would go. There was one thing that bothered me, though. Would Rikako-san survive? That question, no worry, remained floating in my brain. I tried to let go of my consciousness. Where's the achievement? What's the answer? What happened? Is it because I'm not choosing? Nothing I woke up to came to me as a surprise. I hadn't died. I'd known it'd be that way. All that remained was figuring out how to end things. I merely had to find compromise between what was happening and what I felt. No, there were two more things to consider. The wolves could go out of control before the feast even began, and I didn't know who I had to mourn today. It was 5 in the morning and everything was still covered in mist. I could see things better than at night, but not by a whole lot. Was Kanzo-san patrolling again? He was no longer like he'd been yesterday morning, so I could hope that he was, but he no longer had a gun. The fact that he, a confirmed human, was patrolling like that was actually pretty good for us. I carefully took a step forward. The wolves were liable to appear from the mist at any moment, so I snuck around just in case. However, this was a world of mist and ominous silence. As I walked, the grass swayed, and the crunching of the gravel felt loud enough to be heard by the entire village. In fact, even the sound of my heartbeat was deafening. To hell with this, I had to pull myself together. If they were coming, I surely would have heard them too. I just had to stand still to know if I was in danger. I didn't hear anything. There was no one. Or perhaps everyone was hiding. As I began suspecting that a murderer was about to pop out of the nearby bushes, I stopped running. I went to the side of the road and hid myself. I carefully thought about the situation. If If you look at the feast as a game, the judges were mostly uninvolved in the progression, leaving it to the players. They only dispensed supernatural deaths to those who killed more than one, or humans who walked around at night. It was really minimal intervention. On the other hand, though, that didn't mean that they would stick to the rules and keep the number of victims under 2. And so far, the sides that were cornered tried to kill people even if it meant getting the death penalty. It happened every time. In other words, observance of the rules wasn't valued, meaning that having more deaths than allowed was not a problem. Not only were the humans unprotected, but the wolves who saw justice in the real story were entirely capable of disregarding the corruption to commit murder. Looking at it that way, I had no idea what the Game Master, Great Lord Shinai, was trying to accomplish. Did he just want to see bloodshed? In that case, why the roundabout method? He was the god of the mountain, the corruption was his law, the Yomi Beetle were the enemy, but it wasn't clear whether the ones who once said to Yomi were the humans or wolves. It made so little sense. If the corruption was the prayer of the Yomi, it wasn't even clear when the boundary between the mountain and Yomi was. In other words, it was safe to think that the mountain and Yomi were the same thing. Shinai was both the mountain and Yomi, a two-faced god who split the Fujiyoshi people worshipping him into 2 opposing factions on a whim. His aim was this very bloodshed. The mist, the village, everything here was like a coliseum to him. A hunting ground, basically. I had to be overthinking things. How was your shower? However, the fact that the rules weren't strict and the punishment wasn't swift created an opening. There was probably a way to clear the game with minimal casualties. I had to make it through this situation, though. I made a gamble. After taking a deep breath... Yeah! He's gonna get people to come running. I screamed at the top of my lungs, then hid. If Kanzo-san or Takumi-san heard it, they were bound to come. If it was a wolf instead, they would make a move, wondering why something serious happened without their knowing. They couldn't catch me off guard if I hid and watched from the shadows. 5 minutes passed and I heard nothing. What if everyone was already dead? That was impossible. Maybe they knew what I was thinking and were now planning to ambush me? I was just guessing, but you never knew what would happen in this mist. My next option was to sneak around and look around the whole village. I would move swiftly and in short bursts. If I'd make noise for sure, but it would also make it harder for any other potential lurkers to find me. The Okiba were large and had decent amounts of space between them, making them good hiding places. I ran and hid. Then I held my breath. Nothing was happening. Not thinking much about it, I repeated the process. I ran and hid and stayed quiet. I ran and hid. Yoshitsugu kind of popped out of the stone I was aiming for and charged at me. I jumped to the side. A woodcutting axe slashed through the place I was just standing in. Fuck! Wait, it's me, calm down. You? Fuck! Okay, he thought he was being attacked. So it sounds like everyone had the same fucking idea. He then angrily threw the axe away in a random direction and screamed, "Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!" No point in sneaking around anymore. But this made me understand something. His rage could only mean one thing. Was the one who died last night. Oh fuck, dude, his mom died. After waiting for him to calm down a bit, we began walking together, no longer trying to hide at all. If he'd made so much noise and survived regardless, it was safe to assume there would be no ambushes. Even if there was, it would be 2v2. We would be on equal footing. As expected, we made it to the plaza without anything happening. Yoshitsugu-kun hadn't said a word the whole way. He was just breathing heavily, like when he attacked me, and his eyes were so wide that his agitation seemed to become madness. I'll look. Not waiting for an answer, I went to the dining hall. I was instantly assaulted by a strange reek. We would never eat here again. As I became certain of the fact, my heart sank, which is pretty out of character for me. I took a step forward. The cupboard's glass was completely destroyed and there were porcelain pieces all over the place. This must have been caused by Yoshitsugu-kun's rampage. Her bed was upstairs. I went up carefully just in case, but I didn't feel like there was anyone alive inside. The supports and walls were slightly damaged in places. Yoshitsugu-kun had taken it really hard, huh? Even the phone, the only one in the village, was completely broken and on the floor. After seeing it, I went further into her room. it was the same. The philosophy behind the murder was the same as Haru-chan's. The bloody footprints were standard at this point, but there was no doubt that this was done by wolves. What was different was that it wasn't a clobbering, but a slashing. Kaori Ribe's remains were cut up and drowning in a sea of blood. She hadn't been torn apart or split up randomly. It was best to say that she'd been cut into rings. Her body was lying on its back, covered neck to toe in horizontal slashes. They did make it to the bone, but didn't break through them. Her entire front was cut open like a fish fillet. I couldn't tell whether she died from blood loss or suffocation due to the multiple neck injuries, but whichever it was, she'd suffered an awful end. And yet again, for some reason, her face was left completely untouched. She'd clearly vomited lots of blood, and her expression was downright demonic. Had she been conscious while it was happening? Were the faces of the detestable wolves burned into her now dead eyes? I had seen how intense this woman could be, and at this point, a part of me felt like this was the real her. However, no matter how demonic, she was definitely a loving mother. To both her sons, as well as Yasumizu as a whole. Wait. This still means that, like, unless... Well, I have the answer to whatever Yoshitsugu is. But that only leaves Rikako and Chiemi. And the fact that Rikako didn't die... Well, I guess it depends. They're trying to make it unknown whether the old wolf guy was a wolf or a badger. But I guess at the same time, if they left the doctor open and they found out that he was a human, they would think Rikako was lying. Unless she is lying. Either way, everything goes back to Rikako. To both her two sons, as well as Yasumizu as a whole. Looking at her reminded me of the Buddhist goddess demon, Hariri, or Kishimojo Jin, no matter how irrelevant that was. And oh boy, was it irrelevant. In Shinai-sama's court, gods on the outside had absolutely no power. Suddenly, I realized that her arms were completely unharmed. I also noticed that some of the wounds seemed to be facing downward. The back of the hand was facing upward, while the palm was facing down despite the wounds being on the palm. Why? Upon further observation, I noticed something strange about her undamaged hand. Her fingers were in a peculiar position. Her right hand squeezed its pinky and ring finger. Meanwhile, her left was grasping all the fingers except the thumb. Had she been conscious when she'd gotten these wounds? Had she bent her arms and pushed her fingers on the floor into this position? Was it a shape created by her painful, absurd end? Or perhaps some sort of message? So she's saying 2 and 1. Everything but her thumb is 1. And her thumb is holding her ring and pinky finger. Her right hand squeezed its pinky and ring finger, so like 3 to 1? Yoshitsugu kind of caught up with me. And with Yasunaga kind of towed. That it. What are you getting at? You think you understand how I feel? You want me to wail or something? I'm grieving too. This is pure despair, but I need to think so I can avenge her. Mom always told me to think a lot, study a lot, and become a hallmark of excellence so that Dad can rest in peace. I'm jealousy, you don't have to deal with that. You lived however you wanted, yet you still got all of Mom's attention. In the end, I've been clinging to something so childish my whole life, always wasting time on such useless thoughts. But I still thought all these walls between us would be gone when you grew up and Mom became reasonable. But that's impossible now. Makes me feel empty. Aniki. Please don't say stuff like that. Mommy's gone. She'd always say something if we were being troublesome, but she's no longer here. Why were you being troublesome at a time like this? I will avenge her. I will find out what these fingers mean, understand it, and chase down who did it. That will be the end of my involvement with her. Mommy loved you. No, you'd always piss me off too. When we talk, she'd always talk about you. She'd do it with others too. Hell, she'd even talk about you when she's by herself. You live in the dorm, so you don't know this, but recently she often talked to Dad's photos, always about you. You're lying. I'm not. She loved you more than me. Of course she did. You're better than me. That's why she pushed this shit on me. Fuck. Suddenly, he pushed me aside, went forward, and reached for her body.
Oi,
Hey, what are you doing? Mommy, I'm so sorry. All choked up, he screamed and opened his dead mother's mouth. Shit, it ain't here. Stop. Did she swallow something? Yasunaga-kun's eyes widened at my question, while Yoshitsugu-kun reached for the wound on her neck. Mommy. Found it. What he took out was something small and covered in blood. He cleaned it with his fingers, exposing something transparent. Does he know how the crow works? Apparently, it was something covered in food wrapping. Aniki, open it. She told me to dig through her body if she died, and give you what I find. And give what I find to you. She really did love you more than me. Wake the fuck up. Saishi-san. Sorry, but could you open it for me? My hands are shaking. I felt apologetic. It probably wasn't even supposed to be here in the first place, so I would at least do this. Oh, I probably wasn't even supposed to be here in the first place, so I would at least do this much. The wrap had a rolled up piece of paper inside. When I unrolled it, I realized just how small it was. It was tiny. There was tiny but legible writing on it. The wrap protected any damage caused by blood or saliva, so I could read it clearly. Rikaku Matsu, Chiemi Serizawa. Oh shit. Yeah, okay, no, she knows it's Mochi. 1 for Rikaku, 2 for Chiemi, 3 for Mochi, 4 for Mako, 5 for other. And she held up a 3. Or a 4. I think only Americans are the people who count with their thumb first, or like who use their thumb last. I don't know if Japanese people count with their thumb first like the French do. Please read this together, you two. I always knew you were concerned about my attitude. I wanted Yasunaga to show what he's capable of somewhere far away from this dreadful place, and I would be too worried if I didn't have Yoshitsugu at my side. I came this far with such thoughtlessness, but it doesn't seem like I will survive this night, so please understand this much. I love both of you more than anything in the world. Please forget everything aside from that and have fun, brotherly love. This wasn't something I could read for them. I just spread it out and put it on the simple dresser by my side. It says you two should read it together. I will leave, but before that, let me examine your mother's remains a bit. They didn't say a word, and I took that as a yes. I walked up to the remains, and again I checked the wounds on the palms. And again I checked that the wounds on the palms were facing down. The right hand's thumb, index finger, middle finger were up. So 4. I looked into the wound Yoshitsugu-kun had reached into and extended my finger towards it. I opened it up and examined the cut. There was just one large tube. I see. I'm done here. I'll wait with everyone else downstairs. Wait a minute. Did she just tell us who both of them are? It's Rikaku and Mochi. Takumi-san was standing at the entrance to the dining hall along with everyone else. He was armed with a farming tool, like Kanjo-san had a hunting knife. While Kanjo-san had a hunting knife, it was obvious that they'd walked around all of Yasumizu and woke everyone up. Thus, they understood the situation. The Uribe brothers and I missed them because we left our houses earlier than they came to us. They had probably woken up early because they were worried about their mother. Takumi-san wasn't saying a word, he just cast his eyes down and tightly pursed his lips. He vehemently ignored his urge to run to Kaori-san. As a man who couldn't, or was too late to become their father, he thought he had no right to step into their family matters. It was a tragedy, from start to finish. Good morning, everyone. This might be a bad time for this, but I now understand everything. Once they're back, I propose we start the final feast. It took a whole hour. I didn't hear any loud noises from upstairs the entire time. That was why, when they came downstairs with red eyes, we all understood that they'd been quietly crying. Everyone silently agreed with my proposal, and we all went to the hall. We all had our sake, and the eldest among us spoke. Start the feast. Fuck, dude! Is it Rikaku? Yasunaga-kun instantly raised his hand. May I, Fusaishi-san? I don't mind. Then, I declare that Rikaku, Matsu, and Shikamochi Kamoshida are wolves. Huh? He's back in regular clothes. Wait, didn't she believe in Matsu? Saving the snake Fusashi-san from death made her trustworthy, but not completely. In fact, by getting Fusashi-san on her side, she probably avoided becoming the target of visibility last night. That might have been her intention. Well, it's true that I investigated Yoshitsugu-kun last night. You suspected me? What was the result? He's a human. I knew it. That means the only ones whose identities we don't know are Rikaku, Matsu, Meiko, Chieni, and Mochi. However, my now late mother, Kaori Oribe, did the final filtering for us. He reached into his pocket and took out the letter from before. Kaori-san's final words. Everyone came closer and read it. Some began to choke up and cry, but everyone knew that what mattered right now wasn't the message she left to the brothers. 1. Rikaku. 3. Mochi. What does this part mean? This is a list of people Mom found most suspicious written in her handwriting. It includes those who weren't confirmed to be human by the snake or anything else. Chieni, Mochi, Umatsu, Meiko, Mom excluded herself obviously. And Yoshitsugu was here simply said that because she trusted him. She'd also left another point, just in case Fusashi-san or someone else turned out to be the wolves. Though even if it was others, it would be a hint that Fusashi was lying. Which would be invaluable to us. She used this to leave us a message. Wait, this is just a list of names. How do you turn this into a hint? The number of fingers Mom was holding up. Most of you didn't see it, but her fingers were in strange positions. Fusashi-san, Yoshitsugu, you remember how they were, right? The right was clenching the pinky and the ring finger, while the left was clenching all besides the thumb. She held up 3 on her right hand and 1 on her left, didn't she? Yeah, that's right. The number of fingers are pointing to the wolves? Yes, when the wolves come, you wouldn't have time to leave a message like this. That's why she wrote it down and swallowed it. Paper isn't tasty. Be silent, Meiko. Oni-chan, you're scary. She had to go that far. Now you must remember Haru-chan's death. Just like Mom, she was brutally killed in her futon. There was no sign of resistance from her. Mom's surroundings were a mess, but that was because she went apeshit. Yes, that means they both died while for some reason being unable to resist or had their remains damaged after they were killed. That means that while you're dying, you aren't in a state to do anything, and the wolves are watching too. It's hard to imagine that she can leave any dying message in that situation, but Mom found a loophole. I see, it's hard to think you can write a message using your own blood or something. The wolves would see and just erase it. Exactly, you can't leave any major info. However, if you write the actual information somewhere else and provide the bare minimum needed to find it, that would be more than enough. Mom's way was using her fingers and the wolves didn't notice. I didn't think it was possible to go around the face rules like this. I must admit I was too hard-headed while I refused to try anything possible. Mom didn't. She went as far as to swallow this, so I can only imagine how dedicated she was to leave this message. That is all. Matsu, so you killed her, huh? So we should have hanged her yesterday. No, that is not true. That's pretty sloppy, Yasu. Is that really enough to conclude that Richan and I are the culprits? Exactly, I know full well I am no wolf. In which case, I can only say that Oribe-sama's fingers have to be some sort of mistake. What if you're supposed to read it differently? What if she counted the bent fingers? That'd mean it's Chiemi and Meiko, the complete opposite. Meiko is not a wolf and neither am I. If Yoshitsugu Oribe is a human, then we must be Serizawa-sama and Kamoshiro-sama. Oribe-sama's fingers must have made some sort of mistake. What are you saying? It's not me. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense. This is true. I saw in Pogo Chat that Shrek got... Oh, yeah, I kind of quit reading. Even though I've been waiting for Tony's response on the whole baptism and consomme thing. I thought that was fucking hilarious. Honestly, I think we should look into the possibility that Hassan's a wolf. They looked at me with suspicious eyes. Apparently, even almost dying from poison wasn't enough to earn their unconditional trust. We haven't settled it yet, Yasu. I have no doubts that the wolves are Rikaku, Matsu, and Chikamoshi Kamoshida. Do you have anything to support the trustworthiness of this message? I didn't want to say it, but when the poisoner used aconite, I thought of you. Oh, I see. Because he's in Nosato. Well, if that's true, we learned how to handle poisonous plants. Haruaki-san, do you remember if you ate something leaf-like when you were poisoned? I'd been on guard, so of course I remembered. There were some largest onions and cabbage pieces, but I didn't see anything strange. Exactly, we all checked your bowl afterwards, but it didn't look like there was any aconite inside. It must mean the poison was in fluid form extracted from the plant itself. The only ones here capable of doing that are Kyonosuke no Sato-san and him, the ex-heir apparent to the family who knows a lot about herbs, poisonous or otherwise. That reminded me that last time Kaori-san just put in cut up leaves and Kyonosuke-san instantly noticed.
そっかな
Really? Don't we all know what aconite looks like? Anyone can think of extracting poisoning, right?
汁をし
どうして知って
Why
く
aren't
れ
you
ない
just
んだ
saying that it's not
い
you?
や僕
But it
じゃない
isn't. I
って
mean, look at my arms. There's
Niki
no way I can cut up a
この細腕
corpse.
どうして
How
母
did
さ
you
ん
know
が
that
切り
mom's
刻ま
body
れたっ
was
て知っ
cut
て
up?
るんだ
Everything seemed to grind to a halt. I guess Mochi's not that fucking smart. Yasunaga Oribe glared at his ex-friend with both anger and a bit of grief. Chikamochi Kamoshida looked back at him with a poker face.
じゃあ
So
やはり
Kaori-san's message is
香
true.
織さん
ええ
Yes.
うーん
鴨志田様
That cannot be true.
嘘でしょ
はい
Alright,
スト
hold
ッ
it.
プ
I got some looks like a kill, but I had to do it. Everything depended on it.
安
I
永
believe
君の道
Yasunaga-kun
筋
is
は
on the
大
right
体
path
正
and
し
that
いと思う
Kaori-san's
し
work is invaluable
香
to
織さ
us.
んの功績というのは
The
確かに果
wolves
てしないと思う
obviously very intentionally left the fucking hands undamaged.
けど
However, I believe there are
ちょっと
some
読み
things
解
you
いておく
failed
べ
to
きことが
consider.
何でし
What
ょう
is it?
か
I'm all ears.
遠慮なく言ってもらっ
Ignoring
ていい
his
です
somewhat
よ
antagonistic tone,
香織さんの
you
遺体に
mentioned
ついて
Kaori-san's body. All of it was
さっき
covered in
話に
cuts
出たよ
except
う
for
に
the face and hands.
ここでまず
First
一
of all,
つ
why did they ignore these places?
なぜ顔と
Consider
手は
Haru-chan.
残された
Her face was attacked, but her
ハルちゃんの
hands
時は
certainly weren't.
顔は残されたけど手
I
は
felt
完全
bad
に
for
やられ
making
て
them
いた
remember things they didn't want to, but I had no choice.
顔は
I think I can
まあ
understand
わか
leaving
る
the
気はするんで
face,
すよ
considering how brutal the
こんな
murder
殺
is.
し方だと
The face being
顔が
untouched
残っ
just
た方
makes it
が
more
かえって
cruel.
残酷だ
But what about the hands?
指なんて
Fingers are easier to cut
一
than
番
any
切
part
り
of the
刻み
body.
やすい
Why did
部
they
位だ
leave them?
まるで
Wouldn't you say it
わ
seems
ざとダイイング
artificial?
メッ
Like
セージを
whoever
残
did it
そうと
wanted to
した
leave
み
a
たい
dying
に
message?
わざと
Artificial?
うん
Yes, to cut to the
先
chase,
に
the wolves
結論
left
を
them
言う
like
と
that to trick us.
待てよ
Hold the fuck on, the paper had mom's handwriting.
そ
Oh,
れ
and
は
it
間違
must
いない
be.
と思うよ
I don't doubt that. Kaori-san
香織
likely
さんは
swallowed
確
it
か
for the
に
plan you
安な
mentioned.
それを
And
万一の時
Yashitsugu-kun
に
was
取り
told
出
to
すよ
take it out in case something
吉嗣
happened,
君
right?
ああ
Yeah, it was.
ここ
I
に
think
も穴
that's
があっ
flawed
て
since all secrets are
内
likely
緒
to be
話
leaked
は
out in the
必ず
open.
漏れる
But I'm
と
not going to
僕は
talk
思っ
about
て
the
るんですが
possibilities.
問
The
題は
problem is that the way she was
今
killed
回
didn't
の
leave.
殺し方ではメッセージは残せないってところどう
You
いう
think she couldn't have
抵抗
resisted?
できないってのは
Wait, you think
指
she
一
couldn't
本
have
で動
resisted
かせな
because
か
she
った
couldn't move a finger?
それはわかりません
I'm not sure about that. Maybe
そうかも
yes,
しれない
maybe
し
no. Instead of
違うかもし
speculating,
れな
I
い
will just ask Masato-san.
私か
はい
Can you
腕
clench
の
your
内
hand
側
with
を
deep cuts
深
all
く
over
切
your
り
arm?
刻む
That is impossible. The muscles that move the joints of the fingers are connected to the arm. Yeah, they are.
指の第一関節と
What?
香織さんが
If
も
she
し
put her fingers
指
in
の
those
形をああ
positions
した後
before
で
she
切
was
られた
cut,
の
her
だと
hand
すれ
should
ば
have opened when the
筋
muscle
が
was
立たれて
damaged.
逆に
On the
切ら
other
れた
hand,
後
if
で
she
指
wanted
をああ
to
し
do
よ
it
うと思
after
って
the
も
cut, she couldn't grasp
指
her
をもう
fingers
握っ
anymore. But that, I see. So that's why the wounds are
だ
facing
から腕
down.
の
そうだった
Yes, the wounds on the arms
腕が
alone are
こう
facing the floor instead
傷
of
口
up.
を防ぐつまり
She
母さん
couldn't
は
clench her
指が握
fingers,
り
so
込
she
めない
moved her arms against the floor to force the fingers into that position. And
無理が
do
あ
you
ると
really
思わない
think
か
she could? Her arms are
あそ
destroyed
こ
so
まで
badly. I
腕
highly
をぐ
doubt
ちゃ
she
ぐちゃ
could
に
move them.
それは
I,
まあ
though
こ
this
れ
is
も
a
確
matter
率
of
論
likelihood too, so let's assume there was a
いいでしょう
50% chance she could do it.
今のところ
So
は
far, the only
不自然
unnatural
なだ
thing
け
is that the
な
fingers
点
were
が
unharmed.
指が無
Grass
傷な
and that the secret talk didn't
指
leak.
が加えて
There's also
明ら
another
かに
strange
木
thing
も
about it.
遺体
She
の
was
首に
injured
も
in her neck
傷
too.
はあっ
It was
た
a deep wound, but it didn't seem
も
to
ちろん
reach the
深いも
bone.
の断
There
面
was
には
one large
大
tube
き
in
な
the
管が
cut.
一つだけ見え
Masato-san,
た
what is the first tube you come across? It's
Masato-san,
the,
喉の
yeah,
気
the
管
trachea, where you swallow.
吉嗣君は
That means Yoshitsugu
気管
can
から
take the
包み
paper
を
out
取
of
り
the
出したこ
trachea
とに
of
な
the
るんで
tube
す
that passes air when
こ
breathing.
そんなところに物が詰まれ
With
ば
something stuck in a
すぐに
place like
窒
that, you
息してい
oh,
た
you
でしょう
quickly suffocate. Yeah, I'm
そ
kind
ん
of
な
dumb.
ことができた
There's
はず
no
が
way
ない
she could have gotten it in there.
それ
That
は
is
そうだ
true. We have
赤反射というものもある
if you swallow
物
something,
を
it's
飲み
bound to
込む
pass
な
the
ら
esophagus,
物
yeah,
は
instead
普
of
通
the
は気
trachea,
管の奥の
and
食
end
道
up
を
in the
通る
stomach.
ちなみに彼
Also,
女
just
は
like Haruchan,
は
she
るちゃんの
vomited
時
a
と
lot
同
of
じ
blood.
おそらく
The
殺害
letter
の
must
時
have left her body when
呼
血とともに手紙は出てきた。手紙は本物だが、後から喉に仕込まれたんです。そう、手が無傷だったのに腕の傷が逆だったのは逆にして床と挟み込まないと指の数が5。ちなみに狼は彼女が手紙を飲み込むって密談を事前に聞いていて、この狼は遺体の損壊にかなり全身くまなく破壊することで死者のメッセージが万一にも残らないように。恐ろしく抜け目がなく狡猾な狼だと僕は思いますね。
all at a loss for words. That's why Kaori-san's fingers are a red herring. We can't base our accusations on that. Kanzo Makishima-san, have the dead left any messages in previous views? The elders all used to say, the dead only tell the Yomimitsu, the Yomatsu Okami lies. There you had it. I like those words. They were on theme with the story too. You can't trust dying messages by merely proving that Kaori-san contributed to this immensely. I understand and agree. With all this new knowledge I didn't have, it does seem very suspicious. Then who are the wolves? What does Mochi slip of the tongue mean? We already have the answer. Rikako-san, what did you say before we talked about this? If Yoshitsugu Oribe is a human, then I and Mako are human as well. That just leaves Chikamochi and Chiemi. Her words were slow, and so is everyone else's reaction. Slowly, they turned to Chiemi, who'd almost never faced suspicion this whole feast. No way. I mean, what? Well, I don't want to believe that too, but there's nothing that says that it isn't Rikako-san, right? Then I would let her do the talking. Rikako-san, you aren't the spider, are you? Correct. I knew it. Naturally, the impact of that revelation was great. You could tell by just looking at everyone's shocked faces. Dude, the fucking humans are over here lying to win. Who is the real spider? Mako. Are you sure, Oni-chan? Yes, I trust Haruaki-sama. Yeah, I'm the spider. I had Oni-chan's thing on my tummy. She pointed at Rikako-san's brooch. Huh? What? Why? Did you see her guardian mark? Of course not. That is a taboo act. That would render me deserving of the corruption. However, as a bedroom woman servant, it is my role to watch over the darkness in Fujiyoshi. So in the case that the mist come and this girl became involved, I taught her a few things since she could not read yet, and so I could help her. I remember the symbols. What are you drawing? Those are guardians. She said if I'm the spider, my leg starts to hurt. Oni-chan, I rolled on my futon and hit my leg. It hurts. A bit later, I will make it better with some magic words. I knew it! And if you were the snake, my eyes would hurt. And the crow, my tummy would hurt. And a wolf, my head would hurt. Mako was talking way more than usual. She probably wanted to talk a lot during the feast, but we never gave her a chance to. And the monkey? Then I don't have to say it. That is because I cannot claim to be her when she is the monkey. I see, but how did Mako write down the names of the people she protected as the spider? I wrote them down myself. They gave it to her when changing her clothes. It doesn't have to be one of the guardians themselves who writes it. I was not sure, so I had her copy my writing. I learned lots of hiragana. This might be an actual loophole in the feast rules. Secret talks during the day are never actually secret, but if you somehow encrypt the information ahead of time, then the wolves who got it couldn't decipher it. They probably wouldn't even recognize it as info. And no one would think that such a little girl was bending the rules. When you looked at it as a game, it was clearly unfair. However, when our lives were on the line, we couldn't really care about that. Anyway, the Rikako-san wasn't the spider. She was like her representative and used the position to protect Kanzo-san. You seemed the most important one of us back then, but I could not predict that they would attack Haru Makishima next. It's fine, a spider that protects one is a good spider. I thought it was weird. The spider normally has no reason to out themselves. It was strange that we had two. That was true, but the old wolf guy being the other candidate, I really couldn't understand why it had happened. Still, there was no point in thinking about that this loop. I suspected this on the first day when she insisted I vote for her instead of Mako. She was probably thinking of becoming Mako's shield, coming out as a fake spider and letting the real one live on. Also, since you told Mako to tell you if she was a wolf, yes, I intended to kill her and suffer the corruption. And since I knew the truth, I was able to reduce the suspects to just 3. After, all that was left was to confirm which one of them was human. That would mean that the other 2 were wolves. The process of elimination. If you pick the wolf, you still wouldn't know the last one. I see, so you picked the least suspicious one of the 3, Yoshitsugu. More or less. Oh, so you didn't suspect me. Now after hearing all that, can you still say this is all a well-crafted fabrication? And you, two we have left to thanks for the process of elimination. Do you have any excuses that would work to prove you aren't the wolves? If I am, why was I a wolf in Mami Kaori's false info? Wait. If I am, why was I a wolf in Mami Kaori's false info? Oh. Yes, it makes no sense. Why did the wolves have to mix true information in with the false? Because he's the decoy. How do you believe I was poisoned? Yes, that's still clear. That's why Lady Oribe was suspected. She was the only one who could target you? Wait. Yeah, she's the only possible option if you're aiming specifically for me anyway. I see, so that's how it is. It didn't matter who died. Exactly, I wasn't a target at all. They didn't care about who died. Whoa, hold on. What do you mean? They targeted you because you're the snake, right? That's the very source of the misunderstanding. It just so happened that the poison bull went to me. He probably found a chance to get poisoned in the bull and took it. Maybe it was just a drop from the top. Maybe it was just a drop on the top bowl. He had more than enough opportunities to do something that simple. And when it came time to eat, the wolves just avoided their bowls and chatted while watching. If something happened to the others, they'd only eat after they saw who got the poison.
多分あの時は場が混乱してたから、もし誰も毒を食らわなければ自分たちの皿に毒が回ってきているから、とにかくこうすることで人の自由発言力の強い牧島さん、匠さん、安永君、立場が微妙な野里さん、自称雲のリカ子さん、人の多くが狼にとって殺す、そしていざ毒殺されればそれは調理した本人であり唯一個人を狙えば自称カラスである完全なる偶然でしょう。しかしちょうど僕があれでもし僕が死んでいたらきっと狼は香織さんを夜殺さず今日この場でくくっていたでしょう。
Probably because we were reflecting on the way they suspected her yesterday.
しかし結果的に
Not only
僕
did I
は死なな
survive,
かった
the
上
way
に
Matsu-san's strange power that saved me helped her gain some level
そ
of
の
trust.
である以上
That being the case,
上
they
松さん
assumed
は
that
き
she
っと
would
雲
use
と
her
して
spider
僕を
powers to
守るでし
protect
ょう
me,
から
meaning they couldn't kill me
夜に
that
は
night
殺せ
either.
ないリカ子
They
さんを
probably
殺
did
すことも
consider
考え
killing
た
her,
でし
but
ょ
as she proves time and time
た
again,
だ
her position here at
リカ子さんは
Fuji
常
Yoshi
々
is
証明
extremely
されてい
poor.
るちえみちゃんとリカ子さんのどちらをくくるかって
Mentioned
話にな
against
った時に
Jamie-chan.
まずリカ子さんがだから
They could kill her in the daytime, so they decided to kill Kaori-san instead.
この
Whether
辺りの
that was
住
a
民
good
付けが
second option
妥
aside,
当かどう
I
か
don't
は
think
と
it's
もかく
unlikely
と
for
して
these two to think that way.
で
Now back to the matter at
話が
hand.
だいぶ
Killing two
離れた
people
ん
in
です
one
が
day makes you a target of the corruption.
つまり
That
鴨
means
志田
that
近持ち
Chikamochi
は
Kamoshida poisoned the
覚
bull
悟の
knowing
上
that
で
would happen.
という
He
かお
probably
そら
did it
く
even while knowing that he, as
毒を
the
持った
son
の
of
が
Sato child,
野
would be the
里家
prime
の
suspect.
基本的に
Typically, it's hard for all the wolves to
狼は
survive.
全員
If
生き
they
残
actively
るなん
faked
て
having guardians,
ま
they
ず
would
できないん
certainly
で
end
すよ
up hanged.
しかし
However, thanks to some
な
form
ぜか
of unity
彼らは
between them,
固
they
い
could
結
choose
束の上
scapegoats from among them to
中で
serve the
犠
role of
牲
the
者を
baker
決
and
め
the
て
rule breaker.
鴨志田
That's
近持ちは
Chikamochi Kamoshida's role. That's why he was probably ready to
だから
die
今
because
日
of Kaori-san's
香
final
織さんの
message.
しかし
However, if
今日リ
Rikaku-san
カ子
was
さん
hanged
を
today,
く
they
れ
could
れ
kill
ば
me today, make a mess
今
of
夜
things,
僕
and
を
maybe even
殺して
survive.
そういう賭けだったんじゃないですか
That's
ね
why they were betting on. I
残
assume.
念ながら
Unfortunately for them, it didn't work.
とね
He looks down at the half smile, gathering everyone's attention.
やっぱそれ一方
That
的
seems
じ
really
ゃないか
one-sided.
な
I mean, we have no proof that
ハッサ
Hassan
ン
and
やリッ
Richan
ちゃ
are
ん
what
が
they
本
claim to
物
be.
だってのも
He brought up
決
something
まっ
we'd
て
been
ない
over
わけだ
already.
しさ
And since that was all they had left,
それ
and
に
maybe you
香
can
り
actually
ママの
read
指
Mommy
だっ
Kaori's
て
fingers some
まだ
other
ああ
way.
や
もっち
Mochi,
も
that's
ういいよ
enough.
苦
It's
しいよ
getting cringeworthy.
じゃあ
Then,
うん
yeah.
やるとしよう
Let's
よ
kill them all! Everyone here had a certain hope. They believed that if exposed, the wolves would admit and give themselves in. It would be too late for them to keep struggling after all. Dude, Mochi looks like a fucking sniper. What up, Rocco? Welcome back. Certainly, they wouldn't attack the humans head on. Certainly, their ex-neighbors wouldn't be that malicious and murderous. I couldn't blame them for their optimism. I was the only one who knew how badly Yoshinaga Uribe changed last time. So I should have been the one to take that care. However, even I could be taken off guard. I knew that the current wolves were wicked, but I thought it was because of Chikamochi Kamoshida, the boy with unusual tendencies and devilish intuition. I knew that she could use a gun, but I didn't expect her to whip one out right in front of us. She was the girl who told me to leave her and run despite the invisible god terrorizing her. The girl who'd opened herself up to me despite knowing it wasn't meant to be. I never would have thought she'd bring a gun to this place and try to take everyone with her. The turn was so unexpected that the smart ones here were frozen. Those who hadn't suspected her weren't moving either. The ones who did, Jamie, stop! Was the one most proactive among us. You fool, and the one who didn't trust anyone. When the first shot was fired, the buckshot aimed at the end of the circle was blocked by Takumi-san's body. His large frame absorbed the bullets, bursting apart. Past his collapsing body, I saw her face, a beastly smile. A moment later, Chikamochi Kamoshida fired his own gun, Kanzashi was charging toward him with the clenched fist, and the shot blew off his face. Next! Beyond the bloody mist they left behind, I saw the eyes of a bird of prey. Run! The next person Chiemi aimed at was Yoshitsugu-kun, who was trying to charge at her. That was when Kanzo-san, on the verge of death, landed a punch on Chikamochi. As I absent-mindedly watched, Kyo, Fusaishi, it's up to you. I felt like I heard that voice, which snapped me out of my torpor. Kiyonosuke was the same in that regard. Our eyes met, and then I hurried to take Rikako-san and Meiko's hands, while he grabbed Yasunaga-kan by the shoulders. Without even seeing the results of the third shot, we ran straight for the exit. We were closer to the exit than the other side. We heard another gunshot, but we weren't in a situation to turn around. Rikako-san dropped to the ground, letting out a cry as she did, and I ended up basically dragging her so we can evade our assailants. Kiyonosuke saw that, his expressions changed, and he, still holding Yasunaga-kan's hand, used his open hand to push my shoulder. I felt like there was a silent understanding between us. Not saying a thing, he hurriedly let go of Yasunaga-kan and took Rikako-san's hand, while I took Yasunaga-kan's now empty hand. It was an irrational action. However, I probably thought that I had no right to hold her by the hand, a feeling which made it hard for me to run. Kiyonosuke, she grasped her hand and started running. Following his example, I took Meiko under my arm and started running, pulling Yasunaga-kan with me. The young man seemed to be in a stupor. I'm assuming that's how you say the word. Was it just me, or was the mist even denser than usual? It probably felt that way because I was running, making the lack of visibility way more dangerous. I followed the gravel path and ran up a hill. It's okay, I can run by myself now. Hearing that clear voice, I let go of his hand. Where should we run? The Nosata Mansion, it's the sturdiest building here. That made sense. The other two were going there too, so if we regrouped and held our ground there. Suddenly I heard laughter coming from the side. It almost made me freeze, but I held myself together and lowered my head. Another gunshot. I could clearly feel the bullets fly past the top of my head. Chani, why? Keep running! Meiko cried for the first time ever. I had to keep running while closing her mouth. I had expected Yasunaga-kan to be right behind me, but I couldn't hear his footsteps anymore. Please stop! He was probably trying to convince Chiemi. I've always liked you, you know? That feeling ain't mutual. That brief exchange of the gunshot that followed seemed strangely clear. Please don't make a sound, Meiko. Shit. Was this the end of the line for this loop? Damn, we were finally about to win. With Japan being a mostly gun-free society, their power could easily be both overestimated as well as underestimated, making it hard for us to gauge. However, here in a mist where I could barely see anything and could be hit at point-blank range by surprise, I was all too aware. Guns are frightening tools that can end a life with a single pull of a trigger. Haruaki-san, where are you? I made it to Tei Yamiwaka-san's house, hid behind it, and waited. I had to catch my breath and figure out how the best route to the Nosato mansion. By following this path, I could pass the collapsed construction site and arrive at the mansion. That was the fastest way there, but I wasn't sure it was safe. Come out, I'll help you. Yeah, right. Hearing that cheerful voice, I heard the unlocked door open up. I had ran as fast as I could, but she caught up easily. Probably due to her healthy legs and familiarity with the land. Meiko was trying really hard not to scream, and I was hoping that she could hold it in. Hearing someone enter, I counted to 5 and snuck out. I didn't sense anyone following me. Going down the hill a bit, I passed the plaza and continued making my way to the Nosato mansion, hoping they missed me. Putting Meiko on my back, I continued sneaking. This is the second time I'd reached the final stage with her by my side. Was it fate or something? Shaking away that question, I went ahead. I kept moving forward, and quickly found out I was being too naive. Funny. There was a person right before the mansion. You're way funnier now than you were alive, Uncle. There was a mess that looked vaguely human in front of him. He poked at it with something long and thin, probably a shotgun. Anyway, guess that just leaves you, doesn't it, Hassan? I didn't know whether it was because he was a wolf or from the Crow family, but hiding behind an Okiba wasn't enough to fool him. Oh, if you turn around and run, I'm gonna hit Meiko-chan on your back and kill her. You don't want that, do you? He was right. That aside, can you just face me? Old man Kanzo and Uncle did. It'd be more fun to me this way. That snappy attitude he'd given us on the latter part of the feast was nowhere to be seen. Faking his behavior to keep up the act just because he was a wolf must have been stressful for him. Right now, I was close to him and could tell by his expression that he was extremely refreshed. But Man, Kyonosuke seemed to have struggled, probably to let Rikako-san escape. He had guts in him somewhere after all. I don't like shooting people in the back like I did Richan. It's in poor taste. Fuck. Let Meiko run away. That won't fly. I'm an Okami-sama, you know. Can't let the top Yomi beetle just walk away. Though she could just return to Yomi on her own or something. Was he bound by the curse of the real story? I let Meiko go. Put on the cliff until you reach the river. Can you do that? Doing that probably meant the same ending as last time, but it wasn't impossible that she'd make it. Chami wasn't with us. Maybe if the little girl was alone. Whatever the case, it was better than just letting her get shot. It's fine, it's gonna work out. And most importantly, if I died here, all of this would return to nothing and I'd loop. I'd actually reached the point when I considered that in my calculations. 11! Wait, the Switch? Sorry, I got like really into it. The Switch, Hulu still works on the Switch? And I do love me some Final Fantasy XI, so I'm always much excited. Go! Bye-bye! As she started to run. Yeah, nah, just kidding. As Chikamochi began aiming at her again, I felt intense anger. I couldn't understand him at all. Was this how they really were? Or was this caused by the real story? My body moved before my messed up brain, which was something I didn't expect. My instinct to protect children must have taken over. I heard the gunshot, then felt the lead bullets biting on my body. Because of the poor visibility and because the buckshot was small, probably meant for birds, the wound wasn't fatal. Still, the pain assaulting my body felt like I was pierced by a dull tip of a sword. I staggered a bit, then fell to my knees. It hurt a lot. I didn't feel Meiko behind me. She must have ran away without looking back. No idea if that meant anything. It hurt. Fuck, it hurt a lot. We're doing FF11 tomorrow. Are you bringing your level 172 chemists? We can only get to level 75, I thought. That's what all my achievements are for. What was that about? Why would you die for her? You're supposed to play with me, son. Get it? Play with me. Ignoring my pain, he just said that. Oh well. If you're not up for it, maybe I can turn you into a funny corpse. That's not what we agreed on, Mochi. As I heard that voice, I looked up and saw Chikamochi Kamoshida was dead. The wolf that popped out of the mist wielding a blade instead of a gun. I said, I'm gonna take Haruaki-san. It was an extremely sharp kitchen knife. It was embedded to the hilt in the other wolf's head. The boy quickly collapsed without saying a word. Chami grabbed his weapon, checked the chambers, and clicked her tongue. Then she walked up to the boy's corpse. Out of shots, what a waste of bullets. You sucked, Mochi. And removed the knife from his head. The body jerked for a moment, then lay still. She looked at the weapon, wet with gray matter, then threw it away. I wondered what she'd do next, and she took a new weapon out of her sleeve. It was like her entire body was a weapon. I began to question just how well I'd actually known her. It's not her! Haruaki-san, you're all alone now. It's just the two of us, not like that means much. She sounded bored, but I could feel the bloodlust and malice behind her words. Can't say anything anymore, huh? Why? Oh, you can talk. Good to know. Why are you doing this? Can you blame me? There's no other way for us, is there? I didn't think you were like this. I don't know if it's the law or the legend or whatever, but I always thought you'd always exist, no matter how scary it was. Yeah, you. Too bad. She spoke with unbridled malice. You think it's because Shinai said it? That's just stupid. It's God that's making everyone dance like they are. Listen, I just really wanted to kill him. Yeah, I even turned back home just because I wanted to kill someone. That's why I'm feeling great right now. Too bad, Romeo. That's how I always was. You have no luck with women, do you? But that was just... I thought about what it would be like to kill you from the moment I met you. In a way, this moment is like a dream come true. I'm breaking the rules, so I'll just be a pile of meat tonight. This will be my final bit of fun before that happens. So now, let's make a bet. All my curiosity about the mystery, the fear of the path leading to it, even the pain were gone. Only pride was left. Give me 10 minutes. I'll use them to run away. Once the time's up, you chase after me. If I get away, I win. If you win, I wanted to set my own rules. I'll die with love for you. That sounds great. Even if this was a meaningless, insane dead end, I would go and die on my own way. Albeit staggering, I could still run if I ignored the pain. Blood was flowing out of all the wounds in my body, so I was probably leaving an easy-to-follow trail behind me. Even so, I ran uphill towards Kami Fujiyoshi. I knew that path was closed off here. The last loop, Haruchan had entered the mountains and gotten stuck. The Misty Mountain was a separate realm avoided by the people of Yoshimitsu. Perhaps like when they left Saranaga, I was about to get lost in the mist and die to some monster. Even so, if I brought Chiemi here, I could maybe give a chance to Mako to escape. That was good enough for me. If she wasn't coming after me, it was unlikely she'd go after Mako instead. Chiemi would be left in the village all by herself, to her own insanity. In that case, I figured I had to try running away through here at least once. I'd given up on trying to understand her insanity this time around. Next time, yeah, I'd think about it next time. I passed the cliff and reached the mountain. The mist was even denser than usual. I looked down and noticed that a lot of the road was covered by a landslide. The earth, sand, and collapsed trees made it look pretty much impossible to walk past here. I couldn't tell if it was artificial, nor did I have the knowledge to investigate and find out. I just followed the path. Then 10 minutes had already passed, so Chiemi must have been tailing me. Whenever I stopped, I feel I could hear the sound of rustled grass in the distance. She was chasing me. From what I could tell, she was actually following the winding mountain path. That was good for me. I wanted her to keep it up. It made this more interesting. Maybe she wasn't really trying to catch me. The distance between us wasn't closing at all. I'd suddenly become a bit dizzy. There was the largest tree nearby. I sat down next to it so I could catch my breath. My vision suddenly turned dimmed. I quickly opened my eyes, but I had a bad feeling I could actually been on hold for a decent while. I tried standing up and realized that I couldn't move my limbs properly. I must have lost too much blood. The end was close. My dulled sense told me my pursuer was nearby. I tried finding the path again, but I couldn't for some reason. Apparently my sense of direction, perception, and judgment were fading too. Perhaps things would have worked out if I wasn't injured? No, this was a different realm. Though acknowledged by few, the outskirts of the village were the hunting ground of the merciless mountain god, Great Lord Shinai, the only ones free to move in here. I couldn't wait, so I just came down. Or the madman siding with the mountain god. This was unreasonable, unscientific, superstitious, abnormal. Why was Chiemi up the mountain? I'd always sense her coming from below. What was that all about? Alright, now love me while I kill you. I couldn't even say a thing, but I felt like I still had a chance. I rolled down the mountain. Go, 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 do your best! Brimming with the joy of the hunt, Chiemi chased after me. A part of me wanted the mountain to just collapse. My path was blocked off by the natural trees, plants, growth in general. So cute. My body was at its limit. Unable to tell whether my vision was turning dim or if the mist was becoming denser, I continued rolling. I used the last bits of my energy to face her. The wolf was coming. It was close. It would devour both my flesh and soul alike. She looks like a fucking scout from Attack on Titan. I'd won the feast, so I'd hoped that the mountain god would at least save my soul. I'd gone through a load of difficult shit thus far, and it wouldn't be unfair to let me have a peaceful ending, right? Yeah, I knew full well that the world wasn't such a kind place. The upcoming death would surely be more painful and desolate than any before. After all, I knew that the one granting it to me was a girl I'd once loved. I didn't want this. I never desired an ending like this. Shit. I didn't care who made me look like a sore loser. I wanted to go out in a way that would leave a thorn in Chiemi's heart. I thought a lot of meaningless things. Oh shit. But my words escaped me. The wolf's fang pierced the spider instead of me. Why? That was all I could say, physically and mentally. Why was she alive? Why was she here? Why did she protect me? Those questions spun in my head, but only the last one found an answer. Of course she would do this. She was a descendant of the Amatsu until the very end. Her sense of duty and justice hadn't faded, even on the brink of death. She glanced at me, completely denying my assumption. That wasn't it. She was simply obeying her wretched, unwavering heart. After all, I was special to her. Sorry. I said another word. Sorry I couldn't stay with Mako. Sorry I couldn't protect everyone. Sorry I talked the wolf into a gamble that made it impossible for me to look you directly into the eye. That was the last word I'd ever say. Even so, my eyes and ears were still active. Thus I witnessed everything that happened. Don't get in my way! With a maddened scream, the mad woman tried to pull the knife out, but she couldn't. It was probably snagged in her ribs so badly that neither pushing nor pulling helped. Serizawa-sama. Her voice was hard to make out due to all the blood leaving her mouth, but it was calm, gentle even. I shall take in your corruption. What do you know? Yasumi's corruption bites me no matter what. Would I remember enough of this to think about what those words meant next time? My failing vision merged them into one, and I noticed Rikako-san's hand reach for Chiami's neck by chance. Her finger caught on something. It was something on a string? A pendant? This is... Don't look. Chiami released the knife, snatched the object back, and held it to her chest to hide it. Serizawa-sama. Her voice was dense with pain. Not only that, it was also tinged heavily with pity. I am so sorry that this is a corruption not even I can take in. I had no idea what those words meant, but... They carried the impact of a death blow for the wolf. I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! God, God, God! I'll kill you! Where are you? Where? I'll kill you! So come out! Come out! With that scream, Chiami ran off somewhere into the mist. She probably had no clear direction. Rikako-san collapsed. I am sorry, Haruaki-sama. Trying to move in her heavy-looking robe, she tried to crawl over to me. I could not protect Serizawa-sama or anyone else. She wasn't the only one. I thought the exact same thing. I really wanted to say that and go out with a smile, but I could barely even breathe. I used the very last of my power to collapse toward her. I then reached for her hand. Haruaki-sama? Her hand lay over mine. All life left her eyes, as we were gradually reduced to mere objects. Even so, her dying hand somehow felt warm. When we rise again, I will be more honest. Yeah, I wanted to respond to those feelings properly. I would destroy all my chances of losing. And I would leave the mist alongside this foolish, pure, lovable woman. Next time, for sure. Next time I'm gonna end up with Haru. Chiami is dirty. Oh, there's key 15. What the fuck? Oh. Like, why is Raging Loop spelled wrong? Is this an ending? That's key 15, which is here. It's 9:30. Fuck it. Open door and persuade. Oh yeah, because we know she's alive now. And Chiami is the wolf. I suddenly opened the door. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did it. Of course I would. I didn't want to see that ending again. Rikako-san was crying. Her voice had been clear and composed, so I'd assumed that she wasn't feeling anything. I was wrong. She was merely hiding it. You promised not to open the door. I had intended to keep that promise, but you both used it to make me look like a bad guy, so I changed my mind.
何なんですかその見苦しい過去設定を並び立てれば無事嫌われて円満破局みたいな空気感は藤吉イズムですかぶっちゃけちえみちゃん程度の面倒さの子はいくらでも転がしてきましたからリカ子さんみたいなレアキャラは超絶美味しいとしか思えない程度には人間腐っまあそのあなたがどう思うかは知るちえみちゃんにもそう言ってあげたいところですがそれはあなた明日謎理論でしっかり丸め込んで僕の友人を紹介しましょういや待てよ先生の方がいいかなもしちえみちゃんがちょいピザ
Haruaki-sama, I do not think I understand, but why would you tell me that you like me now of all times? Like I said, I want to play this by my own rules. I don't want someone else telling me how I should feel, even if everyone else hates something. I'll happily take it. If you want me to hate you, find a better way to go about it. You're the one who said that you love me, so you better take responsibility for that.
Baka.
Rikako-san's a moron.
死んでる
Ah, she finally broke. Huh? What? What was that? What was that about? Are you a fool? Yeah, seriously, what's that about? That's my line. Anyway, enough with the personal grudges. Can we consider the bet still on? The one where we win if we survive and can ask the other for whatever we wanted. If we survive, we can ask for whatever we want. I'm not planning on asking for anything that ruin it. You are such a strange person. Sorry, Zombie-sama was surely right to call you a bad boy. I didn't confirm or deny that. Even so, hearing that from you makes me happy enough. I am satisfied. Not good enough? Well, maybe. Adult love wasn't solid enough to play out through just jokes and improvisation. Then again, we adults could survive without needing anything fancy. It was a virtue as well as a vice. Please give me your answer when you survive tomorrow. You might be killed by the wolves tonight. You took a gamble and revealed yourself to protect the nick of an eye. If you don't wake up tomorrow, it would mean that I wasn't worthy of asking you something like this. I'll back off when that happens. Haruaki-sama. There, I was now at a key point. This tragedy-drunk heroine wouldn't die today. It would be the most unfortunate. Kaori-san. Honestly, I wasn't sure how to feel about that, but I would test it this once. At the very least, can you grant me one final gift? No, I will survive the night with that aspect of life. It might be imprudent to me, but it makes me happy. I was the imprudent one here. After all, I was making moves on a girl that could die tonight. Anyway, bye. Wait. Anything else? I could finally get to the main matter at hand. There's something I'd like to ask you as a night watcher. And then we fell asleep together. Fuck, I'm so hungry. It was the day after I did the prep work. I approached the plaza, met up with Yoshitsugu, acted surprised when I heard the bad news. And once again saw the remains of poor unfortunate Kaori-san. I had listened to the brothers opening up. Saw them find the letter. Noticed that the fingers were placed in the same position as last time. This had to be Chiami's idea. In this particular timeline, she didn't seem to be anything more than a bloodthirsty madwoman. I felt like she'd be the one who decided that destroying the entire body was the way to go, and Mochi didn't hesitate to agree. I'd badly underestimated just how warped that boy's personality was. Poor Mamiya-san. I knew she was an enemy, but I couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. Thus began the Feast of the Yomi Purge. Yasunaga-kun presented the scenario set up by the wolves. I turned it around. Everything was about the same as last time. If I didn't change my words, things would go exactly the same way as last time. Of course they would. The people I was talking to were the exact same. Strangely enough, I also did the exact same things without relying much on memories from last time. Or maybe it wasn't that strange. After all, though I had memories of the previous loop, I was the exact same person. If I'd somehow lost the memories of the final moments of the loop, I'd definitely be heading for the same ending right now. But in this case, it didn't matter if everything was the same as this time. I could just go with the flow and do the same thing as last time. After all, it was already over. That's what they were betting on, I assume. Unfortunately for them, it didn't work. Just like last time, everyone focused on Chikamochi, who had a half smile on his face. Really seems one-sided. I mean, we have no proof that Usada and Richard are what they claim to be. And just like last time, he was bringing up arguments that had already been shot down. Maybe you can actually read Momikari's finger some other way? Mochi. Just like last time, Chiami. That's enough. It's getting cringeworthy. Then, yeah. Let's kill them all! They went and did it. They drew guns from their sleeves. I'd been wondering why Mochi was in a school uniform this time. Yeah, that makes sense. And this made me realize it was to hide the gun. The barrels and grips on both of them were cut really short, probably for the same purpose. One of them was aimed in our direction, while the other was aimed at Kanzo-san, who was already charging at them. Their intense change paralyzed everyone except for him and Takumi-san, who would not make a move and die to the shotgun blast. However, that didn't happen this time. The guns didn't fire anything. A moment after Chiami's expression warped the shock, Kanzo-san punched Mochi, while Takumi-san tackled Chiami. Her lightweight body was thrown backwards and hit the wall. Takumi-san quickly grabbed the shotgun, aimed it at the floor, and pulled the trigger to ignite the shell in the other chamber. Once again, the gun didn't fire. He frowned, then opened it up, removed the cartridges, and threw them away along with the gun. Kanzo-san handled this situation in a different way. He simply put Mochi's gun back at its former master. It His face swollen due to the punch. He was crouching down and glaring at Kanto-san. Bring the rope! Shit, let me go, let me go. Why, damn it? Takumi-san took advantage of her staggering and pushed her down. She couldn't move at all. Things became a bit disorderly as we tied them up, but now it was relatively calm in here. What the hell was that about? Those words weren't directed at anyone, but everyone besides me related to him. Wait, those words weren't directed at anyone, but everyone besides me related to him. Oh, they're dummies. These are dummies. Kanto-san said that while looking at the shells from the shotgun he'd taken from Mochi. Everyone understood what that meant. You got the wrong ones? No way! Exactly, there was no way the cartridges she checked just yesterday were switched up in a single evening. The only one with any idea what was responsible for this paranormal phenomenon was Rikako-san. Last night I asked her to catch Chiemi and have a cat fight with her. That gave me the time I needed to go into Chiemi's room and mess with her equipment. A lot of it depended on luck and I needed a couple loops, but I somehow pulled it off. It wasn't fair in the least, but my life was at risk here, and I actually died, so I didn't really care. Everyone continued to talk about how their shells were replaced, but since I decided to stay quiet, they didn't reach a conclusion. Now everyone was left with the harsh truth that these two were wolves who just tried to kill everyone here. Thus, everyone began talking about how to handle them. Yasunaga-kun suggested we tie them up and lock them in somewhere. He argued that, now that we knew they were wolves, all we had to do was prevent any further murders, was make them unable to move. Kanto-san was thoroughly against that, suggesting that we instead hang them over today and tomorrow. When asked for his reasoning, he insisted that wolves had to be hanged and their argument wasn't going anywhere. Most of Kanto-san's decisions were influenced by the legend that it was his own experience, so he didn't have a proper way to deal with the situation this unorthodox. Yasunaga-kun, on the other hand, was bound by conscience and emotions, making Kanto-san's option unacceptable for him. That left me no choice but the way in. May I say something? Now everyone, even Kanto-san, listened in ear to my words. It took too long for me to get to this point. Makishima-san, you believe it's important to kill only one per day and not anymore, right? Yasunaga-kun just doesn't want to kill them at all. Yes, I admit it. Now that the culprits are no longer a supernatural phenomenon, I believe we should leave their judgment to the rule of law. What they did is unforgivable, but we shouldn't be the ones to punish them. We only did the previous hangings because it was an emergency and we had no other choice. Since they aren't a threat to us, when bound, we can just leave them like that and wait for the mist to clear. We don't know that. Maybe they transform and break the rope. And if it doesn't, we will be left with no choice but to consider another emergency that requires drastic measures. The boy was talking sense, but first I'm not so sure finding them would be effective. What do you mean? The game master here, Great Lord Shinai, can unlock our front doors. Isn't it natural to think he can undo many bindings too? Also, if we only hang one each day, one human will die tonight. They have no chance of winning, but they still take this kill. No, we wouldn't. Yeah, it's pointless. They were so easy to read. Yasunaga-kun, do you want to know why I'm so certain they were killed? Yes, do tell. Because these wolves are extremely cruel. I walked up to them. Remember Hisako Mamiya-san? She suddenly claimed to be the snake on the second day and began acting all strange. She was probably ordered to do it by Chiemi Serizawa. There was some noise in the room. Chiemi was still hanging her head. She probably told Mamiya-san that being a snake was safe, even though she knew that Kanto-san was ready to hang anyone claiming to be the snake. And it actually led to Pei-san, an innocent, getting hanged. You planned that, didn't you? Does it matter? Mamiya-san that died that night, and that was probably her doing too. Why would you think that? Because she's an outsider, she couldn't trust her, and it was possible that she'd readily betray her. It was highly likely that she would have been hanged the next day. Kanzo-san was pushing for it after all. Those two tricked Mamiya-san into being a scapegoat, so she probably didn't trust them and was afraid of them. So it's completely possible that she revealed who the other wolves were during her hanging. That's why he killed her at night, basically silenced her. But that would mean that they killed two in one night. No, she was subjected to the corruption. The wolves must have rules too, and she went against them. Or rather, was made to go against them by these two. You're just guessing. Whatever. Please deny it, damn it. It's a pain, so I'll just say it. Yeah, he's completely right. Wow, Haruaki-san, you're so cool. And Yasuka's even more soft-brained than I thought. Chieni. We had a reason for doing what we did, and we had to keep doing it until the end, so stop it with the questions. They're a pain. Chieni, you damn... Please stop. I understand how you feel, but that'd be a waste of time. You can't reach an understanding with those who become wolves.
というわけで、僕の提案ですが、片方は手足、そうすれば今夜、拘束がなくても出歩けないでしょうから、安全そうです。それでもう一人を明日くくれば、狼は全滅。きっと翌日には霧も晴れ。 おい、不採取。はい。お前、今何ですから、拘束がなくても出歩けないし、凶器も持てないように、手足を切断するのがいいでしょうと。何か問題がありましたか？お前、本気で近持ちかちえみの手足を。はい。それじゃ不足ですかね。大腿部とか。やっぱイカれてるよ。それは残酷すぎますよ。
I understand they are wolves, but that is a step too far. What? Fusaishi-san, you're scary. Why?
Rikako-san,
Rikako-san, would cutting off his legs make us hurt for the corruption? I have not heard anything that implies that. Excuse me, but aren't you the ones who hanged a couple of people just because of history and legends? But we put him to rest. I've heard that hanging is actually a really painful way to go. Even if it wasn't, they were being lynched because of a popular vote. That alone must have been utterly terrifying. The wolves murdered so cruelly, yet you're all acting like this. You're all pretty good natured, aren't you? Wait, that's a good thing, isn't it? Humane. Oh, I see. They all fell silent. But even I could understand that there was something within them that made them averse to my idea. Can we break their limbs instead? That effect would be the same, right? Or perhaps Masato Sensei could poison them in a way that would make them die right about tomorrow? Stop it! I can't ensure that they would survive that. The shock and the pain alone might kill them. And I happen to be a doctor. I cannot poison them. We're not like the wolves. I see. I understand. I seem to have misunderstood you all. What now, though? I guess someone's dying today. This is such a pain. Wait, why did they suggest hanging two people at once? If they can't, why did they argue against my suggestion if they had none of their own? If it must be done, I shall take it upon myself. No, I'll do it. Don't push yourselves. We mustn't do that. Stop it. Well, we can still think this through. It's fine, that's enough. I'll die myself. Can you hang Mochi first? No one should get the corruption then. Wow, clear headed until the end, huh? Huh? What are you planning now? I don't want to get my limbs cut off. Even wolves are afraid of some things, huh? Alright, I'll apologize to Haruchan when I get to her. You're not going to the same place as her. Huh? I'm not? Richan? The hangs are saves. The one killed by wolves or not. Want to switch? I don't care enough. It's fine. Regardless of the way, it'll be over once you die. So I'll take it upon myself to kill you. Why did this have to happen? Just because? What's that supposed to mean? I don't really get it. But I felt like we had no choice. Yasunagiri even punched Chikamochi Kamoshida. Sorry, Yasun. I really am. Sorry. Or it's not. Yasunaga-kun pushed us forward. A moment later, the rope would taut. It shook for a moment, then slowly swayed back and forth, and finally stopped completely. Yasunaga-kun cut the rope. From the mist below, I heard the sound of something soft collapsing, then hit the shallow water below. You're next, Chiemi. Alrighty. Isn't this the same as directly killing you? Who knows? Shina-san or whatever will be the judge of that, right? You're gonna die just like that? Without even saying sorry or anything? Yeah, that's the kind of girl I am, right? You knew that from the start. I almost killed those brats of Kami Fujiyoshi, didn't you? Well, I went on to act like a good girl after that. Fooled you good, didn't I? How's it feel? I knew what kind of guy Mochi was and kind of used it to control him. Don't get mad at him, okay? It's not my fault. Hate me all you want. Looking backwards, she stepped off the cliff. Congrats, Rikako-chan. The obstacle's out of the way and it looks like it'll all work out, doesn't it? That's not what the Feast of the Yomi Purge is about. We who live with the mountain have been given a burden and we must bear to pay respects for all eternity. I am here to simply take in that burden. Then, if I'm born again, I'll come kill you directly this time. You're the last of the spiders, aren't you? Go have some descendants, teach them whatever grand nonsense has taught you, and wait for me to come get you. There's no need to be like that. Shut up, I'll kill you now. Joking. See ya. Chiemi. What? What is God? Her pupils instantly shrunk. I knew it. You really are the scariest thing here, Haruaki-san. I'm so glad. Thank you all so much for letting me kill myself. She took 3 steps back. You have no idea how scared I was when I thought my limbs were gonna get cut off. Seriously. Haruaki-san. If only we were wolves together. I don't want that. See ya! She turned around and ran, as fast as possible into the mist, and jumped. surprised not.
帰ってますね。
I'm going. I alone turned around. Huh? But you still haven't. I didn't want to hear it. She'd probably fallen into a world different from ours, and I got the impression I wouldn't hear a sound. I didn't want to listen to the echoing silence. We then went to clean up Kaori-san's body. After spacing out a bit, we all cut up some veggies and ate them uncooked. It was hard to make a fire in the mist, and as people of Fujiyoshi, no one felt like using fires other than the one in the watering hole. And everyone was averse to using the dining hall. Thus, everyone went to sleep. No, for the first time since the feast began, none of us could sleep. Morning came without us getting any rest. And the mist was gone. No one had died, of course. Everything was as the legend said. With the Yomatsu Okami gone, peace came back to the human village. However, it was hard to celebrate. Yudai Hashimoto, Tei Yamawaki, Hisaka Mamiya, Haru Makushima, the old man who cried wolf, Kaori Oribe, Chikamochi Kamashita, and Chiemi Serizawa. A whole 8 people died. Even if 2 of them were outsiders, the settlement had suffered great losses. Everyone had an aversion to using fire to dispose of any remaining objects that carried signs of murder, so it was decided that they would be buried. The tatami, the floorboards, the futon, all of it. We also ended up making new gravestones for those who were lost. Rikako-san had told us that the graveyard near the Hanging Pine was full of the feast victims, so there's nothing under the stones. So has he passed away or something? Yes, it was a peaceful death. Those who died normally would be burned at the crematorium in Kame Fujiyoshi, run by the Higuchi, then buried here. Those who didn't would be thrown into Saranaga and simply vanish. Making sure no one saw me, I went down to Saranaga. There was nothing, no corpses or belongings. Just like last time, Saranaga was a thin, shallow stream. However, I did find one thing. It was a pendant with the Yomatsu Okami symbol on it. What was this? Was someone wearing it? What did it mean for someone in Fujiyoshi to wear something like this? At this point, I didn't feel like investigating it anymore. Was that strange? No, I felt like it was just how things were. Days passed of us working on this and that. We somehow survived thanks to the food from the fields, and right as we were finishing up our work, help finally arrived. Kame Fujiyoshi sent some people to remove the landslide blocking the road, and now they finally made it. Are you all well? It'd been a while since I saw Shoji Higuchi. He looked as friendly as always. Shoji, what took you so long? We wanted to work faster, but we had some unexplainable accidents while trying. We were only able to make progress after the mist cleared. So is everyone alright? No one answered. Higuchi began looking sympathetic and started giving some orders to his people. Eventually, we were brought to Kame Fujiyoshi and were made to spend a few days like refugees in some community center. Apparently, this was temporary. The village had said they needed to clean up Yashimizu after the disaster. I really appreciated the 3-day meals they gave us from the nearby watering hole, and sleeping in a place without any mist at all was pleasant. The food was strangely fancy, and the people bringing it seemed somewhat humble. They'd always looked down on the people of Yasumizu, but now that we'd stopped the Yomi invasion, they'd actually revered us. That was just a guess, though, and I was still locked up in here with nothing to do. One day I actually got to see the officer. It actually felt kind of nostalgic at this point. Whoa. Oh, you're alive. That's great. This is yours, right? It's no use to us, so take it back already. My bike. The weeks of exposure to the elements had left it looking really shabby. They didn't fix it up for me. I had nothing better to do, so I decided to clean it. We were almost done restoring Yasumizu, so you'll be able to return soon. Fusaishi-san, why not drive far away for a change of place? I actually wanted to return to Yasumizu, though. When I told Takumi-san that I'd take Mego to the police once everything was settled in the return, he told me that I didn't have to. Rikako-san said she'd help him work the fields, and he'd accepted it. Kanzo-san fixed his rifle and began hunting again. Yasunaga-kun resumed going to school. Yoshitsugu-kun moved to the dorm and said he'd start going to school again too, joining his brother. Kyonosuke would ask Plan to become a part-time doctor at Kame Fujiyoshi's clinic. When Kanzo-san returned from our shelter, Kyonosuke actually looked after him like a proper doctor, which was some impressive character development. Anyway, since it all seemed to be fine, Takumi-san told me that I didn't have to return. Well, I can't say I don't have stuff we're gonna do. But you have a place to return to, right? I wouldn't blame you if you didn't come back, but keep in mind that Jim will be waiting for you here. And honestly, I'm not sure I want to do nothing but farm with her. I'll be back right after I'm done with some business. I didn't consider returning to the life I had, but I figured I should stay here instead. Well, I guess I'll see you then. Your turn. Oh! Was she hiding behind that tree? Oh, she was hiding behind that tree? With her pale skin turning rosy, she meekly walked up to me. Mako, stay in good health. Hey, what about me? Oni-chan, you're supposed to talk to Fusayaki-kun. Even she understood it. How precious of her. Haruaki-sama, please stay in good health. I'd assumed that the fact she wasn't retreating like this. I'd assumed the fact that she wasn't treating this like our final meeting was a step forward, but no, I wouldn't let it fly. I hadn't survived just to say goodbye to you. Those words aren't enough to me. Please come visit every now and then. She sure was persistent. You're being a sore loser right now, Rikako-san. We're close enough to call each other by name. If you take just one more step forward, I might decide to do something big. There were a lot of things I wanted to give to her and take from her. I was sure I'd find happiness if we made proper exchanges. After all, that was the sole light I'd ever seen in that dreadful mist. I wouldn't give up on it no matter what. Haruaki-sama? Yes? Because I would be lonely. Yes, you've been lonely your whole life. Because I love you. Yes, you weren't even allowed to love anyone. And because this is all new to me. Yes, for the first time ever you sought your own happiness. Please come back to me. I couldn't control myself. Whoa, showing off, huh? Kissy! I let her go and she looked up at me with angry eyes. She'd become a lot more expressive and I found it nothing but lovable. Nothing if not lovable. I would live out the rest of my life with her. This journey brought me to something unexpected and led to a really happy ending. I promise, once I deal with everything outside, I'll come back here. Please do. Then it'll be my turn to say something. I understand. I shall believe and wait for you. Does he die? Borrowing the Fuji's help, I got everything I needed, secured Miko behind me with a children's spell, and left Fujiyoshi. Upon arriving to the closest city, I presented her as a lost child. They asked me questions, of course. I admitted some things, but they didn't lie at all. They thought I seemed shady, but I was able to prove my identity, and they let me off. Why don't we, like, adopt her or some shit? She waved, all smiles. She still couldn't get my name right. This reminded me that nothing that happened in Yasumizu had drawn police attention. I had no idea who done or didn't do what to make of it. What? Oh my god. I had no idea who done or didn't do what to make it turn out like that. But I didn't care anymore. Jesus Christ, what a sentence. It was just the way it was. What's up with the looping business anyway? Was killing the wolves the condition for ending the loop? If that was the case, then it was caused by something that wanted the wolves to lose no matter what. No other explanation fit. Who would that be though? Great Lord Shinai? That fit the story. But it often seemed like he didn't have a horse in this race. Also, if his only way to help the humans was to give out the guardians and send me, then he was a seriously bothersome god. Would I go back in time if I died now? I didn't even care to try, not to mention that situations in which you could easily die were the abnormal ones. Also, I'd actually left the village this time. That made the current situation different than any so far, and it was best to assume I wouldn't loop again. That was probably just the way it was. I stayed in that city for a while and contacted certain people, telling them that I would now be a farmer in a remote village. That got me in some serious trouble, but Yasumizu got into service anyway, so it wasn't like they could do anything about it. I'd cut ties with my previous life in 3 days, then entered a jeweler's store and bought the ring with the nicest design. It had a gem as red as her eyes, covered in gems as clear as her hair. It wasn't particularly expensive, but I felt it suited her better than any of the others. Then, just as I promised, I returned to Fujiyoshi. I went to the officer, talked to Higuchi-san, passed the mountain path, arrived at Yasumizu, and saw something I couldn't believe. Why? Why? Why was everyone dead? Why was Yasunaga Uribe dead? He'd survived after saying goodbye to his best friend and the girl that was like a sister to him, hadn't he? Why was Yoshitsugu Uribe dead? He'd made it through his mother's death, found common ground with his brother, and had his whole life ahead of him, didn't he? Why was Kanzo Makishima dead? He'd lost his granddaughter, protected Yasumizu, and was about to live out his twilight years in peace, wasn't he? Why Why was Takumi Muro dead? The likable guy had discarded his inner discord, believed in himself, and helped bring us to victory, hadn't he? Why were all their heads split open? It was supposed to be over. We'd ended it all. That was how it was supposed to be, right? I begged. Hoped that someone was still alive. If no one was, what would have been the point of these sacrifices? Found one. A survivor. He was covered in blood. He held an axe covered in blood and gray matter. The wolves are coming! Oh, no. I then went on to murder him. After all, on one of the support beams in the hall I found him in. Oh no! Was her body hanging helplessly? What the hell? What was all this? Why had I thought that I had it all in the bag? Everything was dead. Everything was lost, and I hadn't reached an end yet. Dude, his face! Shinai's guardians are. The outside was shrouded in mist. 1 snake, 2 monkey, 3 crow, 4 spider. As though led by something. Fire prepared for the feast when the evening mist arrived. I passed the empty plaza. 6, the badger runs along late with Darren whatever. Went down the barren hill. 7, the crowd Yamabita rise to oppose the mountain. Did you come to see me? I'm so happy. 8, death of the damned Yamabita was the mandate. Did you believe you can escape, fall, rise again, and again? 9, 1 soul per day, not a bind. 10, the mist flies away again, and as I threw myself into Saranaga's mist. No, Haruaki-sama! I felt like I could hear her voice. Rikako-san, I couldn't fulfill my purpose. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Please don't cry for me. I couldn't make you happy. I couldn't do anything to help you feel normal happiness. I couldn't dispel the darkness of Fujiyoshi, and I couldn't even get close to the core of the mystery surrounding it. How? What could I have done here? I needed a new path. I had to find one that could lead me to the truth. God damn! Raging Gloop. Well then. So did Nosato turn into the man who cried wolf? Because it's like you just stuck there? Leijing Lubu.